Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our June 16th meeting, City Council. It is 7:08 p.m. Meeting is now in session. Any person wishing to address the City Council during oral communication must complete a speaker card that is provided at the entrance of the council chambers and submit the card to the Assistant City Clerk right here prior to the commencement of oral communication. Speaker cards will not be accepted after oral communication has started. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Martinez from Amazing Love Ministries, and Councilmember Gutierrez will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Please remove.
Wait.
Oh, sorry, you first. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Heavenly Father, as we gather here this evening, we are a thankful people. We thank you for the freedoms that we enjoy in our wonderful country. We thank you for our servicemen and women from even the past and present that have assured of us the freedoms that we so richly enjoy. And we ask you, Heavenly Father, that you protect our soldiers, that you protect our police officers. Father, we thank you for our police officers here in West Covina. We thank you for our teachers that teach our children. And we ask that you bless our schools to continue to stay safe havens, that you bless our neighborhoods, Father, that they be safe for us to walk at night. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for this. We ask that you bless our families. Bless, Father, every family in this city. Above all, we ask you this evening to bless those that labor, work in this city, especially those that are in authority. So we ask that you give wisdom to our mayor, our city council, and all that are in authority in this city. And Father, help us all to work together. And as the business of the city is conducted this evening, we ask that you help us all to be honorable and be respectful, Father, of one another. Father, I thank you. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. God bless America, and God bless our wonderful city of West Covina. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Please remove your hat if you're able to, and place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Here.
Councilman Wu.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Here.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to be reported out of closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor. With respect to item number 2, John Doe v. City of West Covina, on a motion by Councilmember Diaz and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos, Council voted 3-0-2 to defend Mayor Lopez Viado, City Manager Mila Marakic, since they were named as defendants in the John Doe case. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Quick question. Yes. So since we are indemnify any future service note or anything, that has to be given to the attorneys,
That's
correct?
correct. Since you are represented by Buckhalter, everything will now go through that firm.
Okay, so we shouldn't be getting it at our work or home. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
On to presentations.
Testing.
We brought this out for a reason. We'd like to invite Ed Rhodes to the front. This is a certificate recognizing San Gabriel Valley Senior Softball Team, President Ed Rhodes. Thank you for joining us this evening. This evening, the council would like to recognize the San Gabriel Valley Senior Softball and President Ed Rhodes be recognized for his generous donation of the Patriotic Bell and custom-built table. The Patriotic Bell and table were handcrafted from scratch by President Ed Rhodes and was recently displayed and used during the Memorial Day ceremony. It was a nice touch. This meaningful display will continue to serve as an important tribute during future Memorial Day and Veterans Day event. So we greatly appreciate this. Would you like anything to say and the design and everything that you put into it?
Thank you. It was our honor to create this for the city and use it and have them use it to honor the service members that weren't able to return from their duties. So we hope that it's here used here for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And as you can see, if those who did not attend the Memorial Day, it was very heartwarming, and this bell rang for each and every member that has fallen. Can you show them how it sounds and how it rings so that everybody hear? So thank you for that. Yay. On behalf of West Covina, we'd like to give you a certificate for your generous donation of the Patriotic Bell and the custom-built table. It's all in one, so thank you so much. We got a handcraft here. Come join us on this side. We'll take a group photo. This is your whole team. Thank you so much for your support. Here, let's go here. We also have a certificate for the San Gabriel Valley Senior Softball. Thank you, gentlemen. I'd like to invite Jerry Oka to the front for the Taste of West Covina South Hills Academy. At South Hills Academy, they are committed to empowering students to achieve academic excellence, develop strong character, and become confident leaders in a global society. From innovative STEM programs and rigorous college preparatory academics to competitive athletics, fine arts, and student leadership opportunities, their students are inspired to learn, grow, and succeed every day. Discover how South Hills Academy is preparing the next generation of leaders right here in West Covina. Beginning tonight and for the next 30 days, South Hills Academy is offering 30% off registration fees for new enrollments. And this is a perfect opportunity because even though school's out, they got to register back in school in their upcoming year. How is South Hill preparing the next generation of leaders?
So at South Hills Academy, we are proud to let you know that we are preparing our students to be leaders by encouraging them to be critical thinkers, to be leaders of society, and also enlarging their experiences all around the communities. So we invite you to come and visit. If you have a student from kindergarten to 12th grade, we have been around since 1957. Next year, we're celebrating our 70th birthday. So that is a great thing. So we hope to see you. Yes, so we hope to see you. Yes, thank you so much for inviting us.
So on behalf of West Covina, we'd like to also recognize South Hills Academy to celebrate Taste of West Covina. So if you have children, grandchildren, consider another exceptional school. We have a great school district, but here's other opportunities to consider to coming and joining in. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Ismael and Nancy Suarez to the front. This is the Taste of West Covina presentation recognizing Anna's Pizza. So a West Covina favorite, craving fresh, delicious pizza made with quality ingredients and served with a smile. Look no further than Anna's Pizza. Whether you're gathering with family, catching up with friends, or simply treating yourself to a slice, Anna's Pizza has been serving up a great food and welcoming hospitality that keeps the community coming back for more. From classic favorites to specialty pizza, every bite is packed with flavor and made with care. So starting today and running for the next 30 days, Anna's Pizza will offer customers 15% off their purchase. Simply mention Taste of West Covina on your visit. So what is your favorite item on the menu?
I like the regular basic pie, but what's really popular is our Detroit style pizza.
Oh, which one?
Chicago deep dish.
Is that the one posted right there?
Yep, top right. Top right one. That's one. A lot of customers come for that one. And literally that takes me about 45 minutes to make.
There you have it. It's fresh Chicago pizza. Right after this meeting, if you just go swing by there tonight and enjoy, and just remember, what do they say again for that discount? Taste of West Covina. So thank you so much. On behalf of West Covina, we'd like to have a certificate of recognition to Anna's Pizza for celebrating the Taste of West Covina. Thank you for bringing this to our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pizza, pizza. Thank you so much.
Cool. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now to our city manager's report, which we'll be giving now to our official city manager, Mylon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Woo. Yeah, it's official. That's why you're no longer acting.
First slide. City street crew completed a sidewalk, driveway approach, curb and gutter replacement project at 1222 East Mardina in the city. By doing sidewalk replacements in high-risk areas, city crews are reducing city liabilities related to trip and fall hazards while helping keep West Covina safe at the same time. Street crews are also working on the following updates to historical downtown area on Glendora Avenue. Old plant bed structures have been updated for safety as well as health of the plants. By doing these updates, staff is not only ensuring that the plants receive appropriate water and nutrients, but these updates will also reduce the hazards the prior structure could have imposed. City Public Works crews have been completing updates to the West Covina Sportsplex as follows: painting outfield walls and replacement of damaged AstroTurf in several areas of the outfields. Work continues to be done at this facility. On Tuesday, June 9th, the Palmview Park and Community Center's Creative Consumers class hosted an art exhibit. This was a community-centered event celebrating the creativity, resilience, and voices of adults with disabilities. The exhibit was a meaningful opportunity for the community to come out together in support of inclusion, accessibility, and artistic expression of individuals of all abilities. The goal of the event was to uplift the talents of the participants while fostering greater awareness and connection across the city. Attendees enjoyed a vibrant display of artwork, highlighting the diverse creativity and artistic achievements of the participants. The West Covina Sportsplex hosted Triple Crowns Zoom into June girls softball tournament Saturday, June 6th and Monday, June 8th. The event drew more than 100 teams and welcomed over 2,800 spectators from Arizona, Colorado, Hawaii, Nevada, Utah, and Washington. Over the course of the tournament, the Sportsplex generated $20,000 in admission fees and $9,000 in rental fees. A huge thank you to Triple Crown for partnering with the City of West Covina Sportsplex. The City of West Covina welcomed Wallace Chicken on Sunday, June 7th. The grand opening event was a huge success with hundreds of visitors, with some guests having arrived the night before to line up for the giveaways. If you haven't already, pay them a visit for a great chicken sandwich. On Saturday, June 13th, the city was thrilled to welcome Bunny Moon Candy Shop to the community. The grand opening was a tremendous success, with hundreds of excited visitors shopping by to celebrate and experience all the sweet treats Bunny Moon has to offer. If you're looking to satisfy your sweet tooth, be sure and visit Bunny Moon Candy Shop inside Haven City Food Hall. A brand new business has officially joined our community. O'Reilly Auto Parts is now open at West Covina Parkway Plaza and ready to serve all your automotive needs. The store opened on May 23rd and will host a formal grand opening event on August 20th. Everyone will be invited out to the celebration. Mark your calendars. On May 28th, a coordinated probation compliance operations was successfully conducted through a joint effort involving detectives from our police department, Los Angeles County Probation, and patrol units. The primary objective of the operations was to conduct probation searches on high-risk subjects to ensure compliance with court-ordered conditions and to enhance community safety. 6 probation searches were conducted, completed targeting individuals with violent felony convictions. Among these subjects, several were confirmed document members of criminal street gangs, underscoring the high-risk nature of this enforcement effort. 5 individuals were arrested for violation of their terms and conditions. These violations include, but were not limited to, failure to report, possession of contraband, and association with known gang members. The West Covina Police Department assisted the probation department with establishing countywide protocols for these type of operations. The overtime accrued for this operation was fully reimbursed by LA County Probation Department. On June 4th, police detectives and fire arson investigator Chris Bennett conducted a fireworks buy-bust operation. Approximately 800 pounds of illegal fireworks were confiscated, including 2 explosive fireworks, each the size of a quarter stick of dynamite. And a total of 4 arrests were made. The police department wants to remind our community members that all fireworks are illegal in the city of West Covina. Currently, our HOPE team officers are conducting proactive patrols utilizing dual support motorcycles, which allow for greater mobility and access to trails and terrain that are difficult to reach with traditional patrol vehicles. In addition, we are establishing extra patrols using our all-terrain vehicles, which were recently donated by the by West Covina Police Foundation. These vehicles will provide an additional resource to increase officer visibility and improve our ability to respond quickly within park areas and other open spaces. On Saturday, the West Covina Fire Department responded to a brush fire at Galster Park. First engine arrived to find fire burning in heavy brush. Crews began aggressively attacking the fire by putting progressive hose lays. Additional resources were requested from LA County, Monrovia, Monterey Park, Alhambra, San Gabriel, Arcadia, San Marino, Pasadena, and LA City Fire Department. Forward progress of the fire was stopped at 9:57 p.m. A total of 149 personnel responded to the fire. Crews remained on scene, reinforcing control lines and mopping up hot spots until Monday morning. The fire department continues to patrol and monitor the area, and all hose lines remain in place should they be needed. Fire investigators were on site yesterday. The fire remains under investigation. Galster Park remains closed until further notice. Notice to all West Covina residents, all fireworks are illegal in the city of West Covina. The city of West Covina prohibits the use of all fireworks, including those commonly sold as safe and sane. For safe celebration, residents are encouraged to attend professionally permitted public fireworks displays rather than using fireworks at home. The fire department will begin augmenting staffing on the 4th of July. The ban applies to the possession, storage, sale, use, or discharge of fireworks within the city limits. This includes, but is not limited to, sparklers, fountains, ground spinners, smoke devices, firecrackers, Roman candles, and bottle rockets. West Covina Pacific Coast Little League shared the heartbreaking news of the passing of a player, Dominic McWhirter, and his father, who tragically lost their lives in a car accident last week. To honor Dominic and his dad, the league will host a community wiffle ball fundraiser featuring an ice cream truck and Kona Ice. Dominic was a beloved 9-year-old who had passion for baseball, cherished the friendships he made at the ballpark, and loved spending time with his family. He was also a student at Workman Elementary School. The community is invited to celebrate Dominic's life, support his loved ones, and remember the joy he brought to everyone around him. Upcoming events, summer concert and night market. The Company Band, Wednesday, June 17th, here at the West Covina Civic Center. Ties and Tiaras, Friday, June 19th at Shadow Oak Park Community Center. Summer concert and night market, Journey Through Time, Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. We're here at the City Hall, and the District 4 Community Meeting, Tuesday, June 30th at Taylor House in Heritage Park. And that concludes my report for tonight.
Thank you. So before moving to oral communication, the City Council would like to adjourn in the memory of former Mayor and City Council Member Lloyd Johnson. Purple Heart recipient and military veteran, Lloyd Johnson was widely recognized for his commitment to service both in and out of public office. Beyond his time serving in the West Covina City Council and as mayor, Lloyd Johnson was known for his volunteer efforts throughout the community, including neighborhood cleanups, veteran-related causes, and numerous charitable events. He will be deeply missed by the members of this council and the community and his family. Thank you. We will now move on to oral communications. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, unless modified by the presiding officer or the city council. Requests to speak on agenda items will be heard prior to requests to speak on non-agenda items. Members of the public may not engage in behavior that is disruptive to the orderly conduct of the meeting, including but not limited to speaking off topic, speaking beyond the speaker's allotted time limit, making slanderous or profane remarks, or using loud, threatening, or abusive language which disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Members of the public may not threaten any person with physical harm or act in a manner that may reasonably be interpreted as an imminent threat of physical harm. When you hear your name being called, you may sit in the front row designated for public speakers, as a timer will start when your name is called. Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
17 speakers, Mayor.
17? Okay.
Our first speaker is John Shoemaker, followed by Speaker A, followed by Mario Moet.
Can we? Okay. Okay, thank you. Silence phones.
Just kind of a quick item. I know you'll be going over council member expenses. There's, it's nice to see that information, but it seems like we're still in the old habits of not explaining what things are. One-time expense doesn't tell the public anything about what that expense was for. Was it for a lamp for for somebody's house? Was it a computer or was it a printer for somebody's house, or was it something actually related to, benefiting the community? I noticed that most of you don't spend very much money, from that. So that's the nice thing about it. But if, it would be a lot better information. I just wonder if the things that were previously published were, at least what the expenses were for, were more accurate. From that standpoint of publishing those. So hopefully, there will be a correction to that, so we can actually see what's there. If they were, $900 for logos or whatever the case may be, it would be nice to know what that one-time expense was, so we can all see it and be able to address it a little bit more. Especially, as some of you are always claiming about wanting to be transparent, and the public has a right to know. From that standpoint, that here's an opportunity to put it out there. Go, here's what my expenses are, if you really believe that, or if it's just another, way of, what's the thing, do as I say, not as I do, And since we're talking about money, I'm still wanting to find out where the person who screams the most about transparency, screams the yellest every meeting, the loudest every meeting. Where's the transparency on how you paid for, the mailer that went to, a ton of people in the district? I mean, that's one of the biggest things that's there. Why aren't you telling us? I have no doubt that if that had happened if one of you had done that, you'd be getting calls from the FPPC. Because he would be demanding things. I mean, this is a guy who made a complaint to the FPPC when he bought a birthday present for somebody and said you didn't claim it. I didn't realize that you had to claim birthday presents when you think you're getting it from a friend. That type of thing. So, if we can go from there, so we'll see what goes on. But thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Speaker A, followed by Mario M, followed by Ana Marie Lopez.
Hello. This may add to the city cost because I am here to serve John Doe. I understand he is a council member here. Can someone please tell me who council member John Doe is? Because I need to give him these legal documents for proper service. So is John Doe here?
Oh, yes. Do we give it to the city clerk for John Doe?
Is this public comment?
She has every right to speak. And
go ahead.
I need to hand it to you. personally.
I don't know who it is.
Have you been served?
I don't know who it
That's
is.
the server. That's John Doe. The city attorney? Does that work? Okay. So you have 3 full minutes, so we have 2 more minutes, I guess, until if you'd like to speak more, you're more than welcome to, or if she yields time.
That's my time.
Oh, that's, okay. So here, give to the assistant city, give it to the, oh no, we don't, how does that work, city attorney? Okay, can we allow her to come in?
A point of order. This is public comment. This is not a show and tell.
Madam Mayor, this is public comment. She has 3 minutes. Typically, speakers are not allowed in the well area. She can wait, maybe during a break or after the meeting, to hand it to him.
After the meeting or after her time? Can we, I would not want them to wait to this meeting could go to midnight, as we've had in the past.
Point of order. Follow the.
She has 1 more minute. She's utilizing her minute. So she has a whole minute.
And let her talk. You stop talking for her.
I'm the presiding officer.
Are you John Doe?
Yeah. I have 40 seconds. And then, I am the presiding officer, so if you need to accept. I do not want them to stay here the entire meeting. She has public stuff. Okay. We have this. You have been served. So do I need to process it through Lisa to give?
Point of order. We need to follow the rules that you created.
Yes.
You can't make up rules as you wish, Mayor.
It's not.
So follow the rules. She has 9 seconds now.
Yes. So during her time. Okay, thank you. I will call recess, and then you can properly serve. So I will call recess so she can properly serve. Recess. Thank you. All right, recess. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mario M., followed by Ana Marie Lopez, followed by Ana Marie Ruiz.
Hello, I'm back again. This is my 4th time discussing these warnings notices. Last time I was here last month, I was told that these weren't going to be issued out anymore. And my neighbor of mine told me after I left that there was a discussion among the city manager and the council here regarding the citations that are scheduled to be issued on July 6th. According to my neighbor, the discussion came to a head was the fact that no citation was going to be issued in July or going forward. Only these were going to be sent out, keep putting on our cars, to let the people know that they're prepared that may be coming down the road. So I went to code enforcement last week to find out when the next city council meeting was, and he told me it was today. And the guy looked at me, he recognized me, and he says, "Oh, you're back again." I go, "Yeah, because they keep getting these damn things on my car." And I said, "By the way, what's the status on the citations being in July?" He says, "As far as I know, it's still going forward. That order has not been rescinded by the city manager or by the mayor or by the council." So are we still going to get tickets come July 6th or not? I mean, let's put it on record in the recording here, and let's find out what's going on, because code enforcement, as far as I know, as far as they know, that is still moving forward with the citation request as per the council and city manager here. So what's the story on that? Anybody?
At the end of all the council comments, the city manager will address all the comments.
What do you mean, address the comments?
We give every speaker a 3-minute.
I know, but I'm just saying, are we going to have tickets being issued on July 6th going forward? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Answer at the end of the...
Sorry?
After public comment, I'll answer all the questions.
Well, you have a chance to say yes or no. Yes, we're going to move forward with it, or no, we're not going to issue citations.
After everybody has their chance to speak.
Sorry, point of order.
Listening for you. They're listening.
So we're selective enforcement here,
No.
obvious. So
You know,
Yeah.
I got emails going all the way back to August of 2025. Okay, if I get a citation, I'm letting you all know that you guys are helping me build my case to the judge. I know how to present cases to the judge. I got your business cards. I got my emails. I got these cards. I'm ready to take any citation that I get to court, and I'm ready to go. Ready to go. So, make a decision. Change the alternating days. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. You got 500 something plus miles. You send me an email. You got 500 plus miles of curb. Well, whoever generated this program didn't take into consideration the parking situation. And I believe you can fix it with one simple, swift, alternating days on up side of the street. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Thank you.
Simple. It's very, very simple. I've been doing this since August of last year.
Time. Thank you so much.
Ana Maria Lopez, followed by Ana Maria Ruiz, followed by Steve Bennett.
I've been here a couple of times for the same issue. I keep getting these. I have no sign. There is no sign. So it does not make sense for me to be getting, all my neighbors are getting these. I brought it up. I spoke to code enforcement. He came on Friday, gave me an attitude that he was just doing his job. If he's out in the field, he could go above his job and inform his supervisors to let them know that that side has no street. So you guys could fix the problem. That's why we picked you guys. You guys are getting paid with our tax dollars. Okay? I understand you guys want clean streets. I've lived here for 52 years. My neighborhood's always been clean. But if that's what you guys want, that's fine. You guys have to consider that the West Covina is more crowded than it was 30 years ago. You have multiple people living in one home, so you have 5, 6 cars. You can't have one street, both sides the same day. You can't. Where you want us to walk all the way here to the mall and park? We have elderly people. West Covina has, certain areas have a lot of elderly. And I see it with my neighbors having to walk far to park their car because you guys can't put a sign for an alternate day. So where I live, High Castle is a long street. Where I live is West Covina. There's a flood channel. Right over the flood channel is La Puente. So your code enforcer guy said to park over here that there should be no problem. There is a problem. This part of La Puente, they have Friday the same side as this side of High Castle. This side, High Castle, La Puente, Monday 7 to 11. This side, High Castle, no signs. So the people from these cul-de-sacs here, because we have Fridays 1 through 4, we're parking over here because there's no signs, but we're all getting tickets. So why can't, if La Puente has this Monday 7 to 11, this part of High Castle, he could just drive his truck right here. Make this, that doesn't have a sign, for Monday the same as La Puente's. Because this, like I said, this is a long street of High Castle. And then on FedMe, as you come in, there's one sign, and it's also a long street, and it curves like a cul-de-sac, and then it loops. There's none, but everybody has these. I mean, I've been here like 3 times about this. I've called the I have his business card. I've called him. Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. This has been going on for months. It doesn't take that long to work on it, if this is something you guys want. And there's a lot of streets I've noticed when I go walking that they have the same time. There's no way. I mean, it's not going to hurt you guys to make opposite days. That's all we're asking for. If you guys want to waste money on cleaning streets, that's fine. Something we can do as citizens. But help us out. Make it alternating. Because the same guy that does this, he does the West Covina.
Ana Maria Ruiz, followed by Steve Bennett, followed by Sherry Baralian.
Good evening, Mayor and... That was quick.
No, you have time.
I guess I get punished for greeting.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ana Maria Ruiz, and I live in Southwest Covina. It used to be, and I think we all confused, is it San Jose Hills? But anyways, around Nogales High. I've been living there for 36 years, and we only had sweep cleaning on the east side of the street. A year ago, now on the west side of the street. I have a map, so I'll forget. And now they added a year ago in August to the east side. On the north side is the same. On the south side is the same. It's about 4 blocks to find parking on sweeping days. So like you've heard from priors, it is a burden on the community. On elders, I've helped a couple of my neighbors move their cars, but I work every other Friday, so I'm not able to help them every Friday. So I represent a complex of 70 homeowners. So our alternative is we're going to park on Friendship Park, but will we be cited if we park at Friendship Park? That's the only thing I suggested to my neighbor. I can move your car maybe Thursday night or really early Friday before I go to work. So I'm here to advocate to reconsider your order, to rescind your ordinance. I respectfully ask the council to please look at your practice, because I've been a homeowner paying taxes for over 30 years. Please consider our burden. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Bennett, followed by Sherry Barillion, followed by Frederick Sykes.
Good evening, Council. Feels like Groundhog still, right? I was here 2 weeks ago. People here speaking about street sweeping. I was here 2 weeks before that. Guess what? People talking about street sweeping. 2 weeks before that, people talking about street sweeping. Let me bring the public up to speed. There were community meetings where the community, about 10 or 12 people attended those, said, hey, you know what? We don't need this because we're 100% compliant. But if you're going to move forward, please do opposite sides of the street. This was 3 years ago. Your staff never presented that to you because I guess resident opinions don't matter. 4 community meetings all came up. Let's go a little further. Let's move the clock forward. You guys implement this product. You say, hey, let's have no parking on both sides of the street, even though people spoke against it at a council meeting a couple years ago. Guess what? People were pissed. The signs went up. You guys got letters. You got emails. You got problems. Did you do anything? Yeah, you told everyone, hey, you know what? We're going to reevaluate. And in May of this year, it came back and you had an opportunity to change the signs to go to opposite sides of the street. You had an opportunity, but you said cost too much. Councilman Contos, Mayor Pro Tem Contos, and Councilman Gutierrez said, hey, let's just not do the enforcement of parking restrictions at all. Guess what, folks? That costs nothing. You voted against it. Three of you basically thumbed your nose at the residents who have parking issues. I've been talking about this for months. People are now starting to get warning notices. They could probably fill this room with confetti. And you guys just keep printing them and keep putting them on windows. Keep acting like, hey, you know what? They'll figure it out. No, they won't. Some people have handicap issues. You can't go on vacation for more than 6 days or you're going to get a ticket. So what? They can't go on vacation? Can't leave their car parked on the street? What are we doing? We got friends that come over and, oh my gosh, they may show up on a Tuesday unannounced or a Wednesday or a Friday at the wrong time and they get a ticket. We didn't have dirty streets. You've already heard it. Not just tonight. For weeks, for years, we don't have dirty streets. The problem of dirty streets exists on a very small percentage in this city. But you guys decided to implement a citywide restriction. That's stupid. What are we thinking? These people have lives. Let them live their lives. Why are you going after them for a revenue source? That's all this is. It is a revenue source. Fix the problem. You've known about it for a long time and you've done zero, even though 2 people have tried. 3 of you have ignored everybody. Have a good night.
Sherry Barillion, followed by Frederick Sykes, followed by Mario S.
This is a continuation from last week. I ran out of time. This is about selling our public land. They want to build a fire station over at the library. Okay. The original plans for the fire station were about $189,000. This fire station was supposed to be 9,500 square foot. After 7 attempts from Councilman Wu, the plans have changed and changed and changed to now the new fire department is going to be 17,000 square feet area, which has outgrown the existing location. So instead of going back to the original plan of approximately $8,500,000 to build the fire station, we're looking at over $23 million to $45 million for the new building. The plans alone, with all 7 changes, is now going to cost the city $1,380,000 just for the plans because of the 7 changes. So if you take the $45,000 to build a new fire station, you minus the $21,000 that it's going to cost to sell the land, you're still short $24 million to build the new fire station. Where is that money going to come from? And last time, our city attorney said they couldn't find the paperwork they submitted to the state to get permission to sell the land. Could that be because this council and the city people did not acknowledge to the state that our maintenance department, our maintenance yard is there, and they would have to additionally explain to the state where they're going to get the money and the property to move the maintenance department? You're not going to be able to put it in this parking lot just, for sake. So I'm hoping that the West Covina Police Department and the fire department, when this council, the members that are coming this year asking for endorsement, that our fire department and police department back off and do not endorse any candidates between our fire department selling our public land, doing an inadequate parking situation, and the day after Memorial Day. I could have gone to the 6th graders and gotten a group in here to commonly sense state that, no, the day after on Tuesday, the street sweeper should not have come and code enforcement should not have been there putting yellow stickers on. The street sweeper paid you for going up and down my street and doing nothing. Code enforcement was paid for putting the stickers on the car. This is not common sense. You have to have degrees to have these jobs, and you're acting worse than 6th graders because you cannot do the right thing.
Frederick Sykes, followed by Mario S., followed by Josh Murray.
Wow. It's been a while since I've been here, and my goodness, my neighbors are feeling like I feel. That's why I'm here, because I'm pretty upset. So first, good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, City staff, and members of the audience. You know, I lived in this place for 50 years, and now I'm having to alter my lifestyle. You know, can't park on the street when I go on vacation. That was mentioned. My friends come over, have visitors. I got to be concerned about running out and moving a car so that we don't get a ticket. You know, I moved here, and this city, it had its standards. And they were standards that put us a little bit higher, a little bit safer than our neighbors, some of our other cities, some of the unincorporated areas that are adjacent to us. As a matter of fact, we even had a law, just to show you how we think here in West Covina, our standards. We had a law where you couldn't sell alcohol in gas stations. That's because we're thinking families. We're thinking kids, what they see. But somebody on our council said, let's take it from them. We don't want to have that standard anymore. And now we have this situation where it's getting uncomfortable. We don't want to lose our standard of living that we've had for all this time. And that's why we're here speaking to you. We know that this is not necessary. On my street, just the way it's designed, trash very seldom piles up. And when it does, because all of us are very cognizant and concerned about ourselves and our community, value our property, we get out there and we sweep, we clean up, we do what we need to do. Whether you have a street sweeper come by or not, we don't care. We see it, we pick it up. That's the standard of West Covina. We don't really need this law. So my neighbors have really tried to plead with you, and I'm here now asking you, please, reconsider. I would even suggest remove this law. Let's work on something else. I sent you an email. In that email, you see the broken up street. Street needs to be maintained, not swept. Thank you.
Mario S., followed by Josh Murray, followed by Frank Ackley.
All right. Hello, City Council. Get my notes here. So a couple of updates. We are continuing to hold our West Covina night markets at Hearst Ranch. This past June 5th, we raised $2,005 for Edgewood PTSA. July 17th, we will be doing a fundraiser there for the West Covina Pony League, so please come out and support. Summerfest for the Historical Society, August 29th. It's going to be a great event. We will be awarding posthumously Bill McIntyre with the Preservation Award. Actually going to be working on videos and interviews for that, so you guys might get some calls on that. Let's see, moving on to some other deals. The Youth Science Center, I was glad to hear that there's some city talks to get that up and running. So there was a close call with the fire. First thing when I saw the smoke, I actually ran up there to see that our work didn't get burned down, but apparently it was higher up. All right, moving on to some other deals. Pony rides at the Equestrian Center. Back in February, I put a little bit of blood and sweat equity in kind of helping to build with Rotary to get those arenas fixed up. And business came out to do some pony rides there for the community, and it was well accepted, but city came out and said, no, we need insurance, we need permits. And this was back in February. I feel that the business has done their due diligence with the city, but it's kind of just gone back and forth and back and forth. And at this time, I don't even know if they really want to come to the table anymore. You say West Covina is business friendly. At this point, I'm saying reach out to the business. They're not going to come to you. Reach out to them if you really want to make that happen. Moving on there, City Yard. I'm going to be frank on this. I know of two individuals that have right of access ways to the city maintenance yards as it exists now. They're just waiting for you to sell it to sue you guys. Blunt. Okay. Next, street sweeping. As Steve Bennett, just kind of reiterate on that. I was here 3 years ago. It made sense, alternate ways, and people running the meetings didn't want to listen to us. All they were concerned with was asking us, do you like clean streets? Would you like to see a clean West Covina? And then they tried to spew something about dirty water going into the sewers. I have countless videos, if you want I can post them, of these street sweepers passing by and not doing anything. I actually put leaves in the pathway on purpose to see if it'll pick them up. Doesn't happen. So guys need to rethink it. Thank you.
Thank you. Send me the videos. Thanks.
Josh Murray, followed by Frank Ockley, followed by Patricia Mendoza.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Josh Murray. I am here on behalf of West Covina Library. I'd like to let the community know that the library will be closed this Friday, June 19th, for the Juneteenth holiday. Ebooks, electronic audiobooks, music databases, and streaming movies will still be available on our website, lacountylibrary.org. Today was the first day of our Lunch at the Library program, where we serve free school lunches to kids and teens age 18 and younger from 12 to 1 p.m. Tuesday through Friday, from today, June 16th, to August 7th, except June 19th and July 3rd. For more information, please visit our website, lacountylibrary.org. And then I'd like to invite the adults of the community to attend our flower watercoloring program on Saturday, June 20th, from 3 to 4 p.m. This easy painting activity is great for a moment of mindfulness. Participants will use basic watercolor to paint a variety of flowers on watercolor floral sheets. The finished scene will be a vision of calm that you can take home and enjoy forever. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Frank Ockley, followed by Patricia Mendoza, followed by Jesus Gomez.
Good evening. I've lived in this neighborhood at Bainbridge and Sheffield for 51 years. I came home on the 4th of March. The traffic has gotten so bad at the California Elementary School that I had to get out and tell people to get out of the street. They were parked 3 deep, and I couldn't get to my house. On the 5th of June, I have a fire hydrant in front of my house. We had 2 vehicles parked in front of the hydrant. The code enforcement is not open on Fridays. I called the watch commander and reported him. There was no response. I called the city manager's office and left a voicemail, no response. I had a neighbor there. She handed me the phone. I chatted with the mayor's office, and it came back with the statement of the mayor. I presume it was AI. Mayor's office doesn't write citations. No one in the office on Fridays on code enforcement. A lady come out. She was complaining that somebody had called the school office to have her move her vehicle. The other vehicle moved also. Within 10 minutes, there was a black BMW in front of it. I have the photos of all this on this hard drive. I have 3 years worth of violations on this hard drive. And we need to get something done because there's going to be an incident where somebody gets hurt. The other thing was, I have to agree with the gentleman that spoke earlier, that we had a good city, that things were quiet and peaceful. We had a good response from the police department, which we still have a good response from the police department. On the 12th of June at 21:22, I was laying in bed watching TV and I heard 2 shots. I flew out of bed and over to my window and I did not see the vehicle. It was driving by. It drove by at a real high rate of speed, but the police were there within a minute. Now the police, there was a party at the Bainbridge Club. The police collared the students and held them there and didn't get anywhere. Now I feel sorry for the police because shooting 2 rounds in the air doesn't get it. And that's after the police left. Then I had a group of students by my bedroom window that was saying, we didn't see anything wrong with it. He just shot 2 shots in the air. Somebody needs to educate these kids about terminal velocity. That bullet comes down at 120 miles an hour. Anybody underneath it isn't going to survive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patricia Mendoza, followed by Jesus Gomez, followed by Keila Hernandez.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Mayor and City Councils and the public. I'm here to provide information regarding Jesus Gomez, regarding the property that she lost, the condo, in 2024, and that was in the city of El Monte. I just wanted to make corrections. I spoke to the daughter, and I sat down with her. It was the sheriff that evicted her, but since El Monte has black and white vehicles, she thought it was the city of El Monte police officers when they showed up and evicted the daughter that's disabled and handicapped, and she was by herself. It was the sheriff's, and there were 2. I already investigate the names. And when a new landlord is protesting and wants her property, they have to go through the law, evicting the person that owned that property. And once the judge signs the judgment and a paper gives the power to the new investor, the owner of the property, and say, the last thing you have to do is do the eviction, and you got to go to the sheriff's department and do it right. You know, don't forget there's families and babies living there. They might be living there. We went to the city of El Monte courthouse. We went to the city of West Covina Courthouse. That's where the case was handled. The city of El Monte doesn't handle civil cases like evictions, divorces, and it was here at the city of West Covina. So I spoke to the sergeant, the sheriff, in the courthouse in El Monte. He wanted to know who I was. He bullied me, very arrogant, very racist. But at the end, he knew he had to give me information. What they didn't do, they were supposed to fill out a form, the new owner, and you pay $145 at the clerk where you file the cases. And once you get that stamp, you go to the other department at the sheriff's and you pay $40 and you fill out other forms. No one did that. No one did that. And I don't know how these two sheriffs showed up at the condo, bully the daughter that's disabled. But at the end, the daughter asked for 3 favors. One is she can get the leash of the dog. There was a dog. Second is she can get the dad's keys from his car. And the third is she can get the heart monitor for her daughter that was in the hospital a few days prior of February 24 of 2025. And they said, the third one, the heart monitor, it's like therapy because they both use it. They said no. They were very...
Thank you.
Jesus Gomez, followed by Keila Hernandez, followed by John Rodriguez.
These two officers, one of them did tell the daughter of Miss Gomez, told the other sheriff, the older one, don't you see her condition? She's disabled. Let's give them one more day. He said, no, I got orders that they got to move out today, but she needs to get her stuff. She can get everything except for the heart monitor, the machine. It's therapy they both use, and it's like patches you connect. And they're going to have to use that, I think, for the rest of their lives. I myself personally are very, very pissed off at these son of a guns. Because only a person that reacts like that is malice, okay? They're evil and malicious, and to them it's a joke, it's a laugh, and they think they can get away with all this because no one reports them. I did see the video, and somehow they came out with some paperwork and files at the courthouse at El Monte, but they cannot show me and prove that someone paid for the forms. And I don't think no one did. So I don't know who they did as a favor to, the landlord or his attorney. But I did call the attorney in Irvine and I let him know that I would like to know if they fill out these forms, if he filled it out or his client. He doesn't have to tell me, but I'm just sharing with that attorney that something went wrong and there was no reason for them to get evicted when they never did put the sign of 5-day notice with the red letter saying you have 5 days notice to move out. The sheriffs will be coming on Monday, for example, and this 5-day notice includes Saturday and Sunday. I went to downtown, the courthouse, me and Ms. Gomez, and I was also informed that a lot of people are not getting the 5-day notice. The same problem. So it's not only what Ms. Gomez family went through. A lot of people in downtown. So this week I'll be going to the county chief.
Board of Supervisors.
Yes, in LA. And I'm going to speak to the chief. I hope he's there and I pray he's there. But the reason I'm really mad is because I've had other cases that I've handled. There's a lot of dirty work that these sheriffs do, especially the ones in downtown LA. The law says that you have 15 days as a new landlord to give notice to the tenants to come and pick up the property. So what this new investor, this new landlord did, he let a lot of people go in the condo. They robbed Ms. Gomez's personal things, money, jewelry, a lot of things. They destroyed everything. They broke everything. It took them 4 months after she hired these other corrupt people, including an attorney in that office, the ones that were supposed to do the bankruptcy, took them 4 months to try to get their stuff back from this investor. Thank you. Thank you.
Kayla Hernandez, followed by John Rodriguez, followed by Ralph Beltran.
Good evening. Good evening, all. Thank you for your time. My name is Kayla Hernandez.
Thank you.
And I've been living in West Covina for 35 years and never had any issues. I love my city. We're very diverse. It's a clean city, lots of green trees. We love it. First issue I've had, and I mean, you've heard it from a lot of the folks that have been here, and I want to say they're my neighbors, has to go with the street sweeping. And our street gets swept every Tuesday. Today was that day. And we have an alley. And in the alley, it says, no parking on Wednesdays. Okay, no parking on Wednesdays. So what we do is we move our cars on Tuesdays to the alley. But the sweeper comes in on Tuesdays and sweeps. How can he sweep when all our cars are there? And he just pushes everything, all the dirt, all the way to the end of the alley, which is the back of my house. My husband and I are the ones that are cleaning that because he just pushes all the dirt back there. Now, sweeping on Tuesdays is an issue for us because we don't have a driveway. So we must have that alley free. Well, last week, I caught the sweeper coming in on a Tuesday, and I stopped him. I moved my car to the alley, and I said, what are you doing here? And he says, I'm sweeping. I said, no, the sign says Wednesday. Why are you doing this? And you've been doing this for a long time, and this is not the first time we've talked to you about this. He says, well, all of this is going to be changing. This whole area will be changing. A 3-mile radius is going to be changing for Tuesdays. And I said, well, that's impossible because I have a lot of neighbors that have health issues and they cannot move their cars. So now I have our 81-year-old recovering from cancer neighbor who drags his car on top of his grass to keep his truck from being ticketed. So we just cannot have this. You know, for a 3-mile radius is what he shared with me. I mean, I cannot have my 81 and also some of the older patients, neighbors walk that far and come home. We're not going to be able to park anywhere if we do this. So we must have, like many of us have said, alternating days, or I know it's convenient for you, to have the contractor do it all on the same day. But we just can't do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
John Rodriguez, followed by Ralph Beltran, followed by Hollywood.
Hi, everybody. You look like Anna Paulina Luna.
I don't know what that is.
Congresswoman.
Oh.
Anyway, my name is John Rodriguez. I lived in West Covina for 36 years now. Taxpayer, always paid my taxes. All my kids went to West Covina High.
Sorry. No, you're good. You're good.
All my kids went to West Covina High School. My son played for the basketball team there, and my other kids went to Edgewood Middle School. We participated in all their concerts and everything. My son played clarinet there, and so we've been around a long time, and we never had any problems. We never needed a street sweeper before. I've lived there 36 years. I have a gardener. Our gardener mows our lawn, blows off our driveway, picks up all the leaves in the gutter. So we've never needed a street sweeper in front of our house. I park 2 cars in front of my house, and the gutter's never dirty. And if it is, I'll go out there and sweep it up myself because I don't like rain to come in and then there's leaves in the driveway. It only happens once in a while, occasionally in fall or when the wind blows really bad. But my gardener does it. And then me and my wife, we took a drive around our neighborhood to find out where we can park. We drove all the way up Workman to Lark Ellen all Tuesday. All the way down Lark Ellen to Badillo Tuesday. Down Badillo to Sunset Tuesday. Everything's Tuesday. There's got to be 1,000, 2,000 cars. They're all supposed to disappear in one day. And then you got a project coming in that you're trying to build, 230 units on Del Norte? 230 units, that's potentially what? 2 cars per unit? That's what, 460 cars more? Oh, it's 250 units? And then there's supposed to be affordable housing, but it's never affordable. What is it, about 700,000? You know what people do? They get 2 families to buy 1 unit. And that could be potentially 4 cars per unit, which is a total of potentially 920 new cars in that same area. So I mean, somebody's not thinking. Someone is not thinking. These cars cannot just disappear overnight. There's so many. We were here last year, and I have a screenshot of what it said last year. It said, this is August 19, 2025. City Council has approved changes to the street sweeping schedule.
Thank you.
New program will switch to alternate sides, alternate days system. Never happened.
The next speaker is Ralph Beltran, followed by Hollywood. Ralph, yes.
Hello, board members and mayor. I'm a resident of West Covina of 15 years, but I moved in unincorporated Covina, but that I still consider myself 40 years as a resident of West Covina. As a former probation officer, and working with juvenile kids from Camp Athelwall, Camp Page up in Laverne, and knowing that I was promoted to the Trails Maintenance Supervisor, I was happy to see that the trail system is being patrolled. We ran into them during one of our inspections, me and my senior worker. But I have something else that I wanted to bring up, is that not knowing that the city is, and everyone in the audience here is more than welcome to be a part of the quantum financial system if you're not aware of it. Because if you have a Zim bond from Zimbabwe that you can redeem at the redemption center, okay, this is a 50 trillion, okay? It's a TAP series. That's the most valuable. I didn't bring the 100 trillion because that's more valuable, but it has to be a TAP series. But it allows me to be a humanitarian. I have 3 projects that I'm going to present at the Redemption Center, and I have have up to 8 minutes to present it. But my thing is, I just came back from Maverick Field, and I wanted to see if we can make some improvements on Maverick Field, the Ridge Riders, Hollenbeck Park, and I just saw this regarding the Del Norte school site for the baseball field. And for the money that's available out of the trust fund, okay, is between $1 and $5 million. I would ask, just out of the top of my head, I would ask for $3 million to cover all 3 of those facilities for 20 years. You can go up to 20 years and then it covers the cost of the staff who's going to manage that. So that's the one thing, because I went to the city of Laverne, I went to the city of Covina, I presented it, I got some feedback from a lot of trade schools that are interested in it. So I would like to have at least something to say that, you know what, West Covina is willing to accept $3 million, just on top of my head, for 20 years for those facilities that I just mentioned.
Thank you.
Our last speaker is Hollywood. No.
No noises are here, correct?
Correct.
But I do want to speak.
Opposed, in favor, or neutral?
Neither. Before I begin, I'm kind of a little bothered because I've been coming here a long time. There was a time you didn't even have to put in a card. There was a time we had 5 minutes. Now I'm being asked, are you for it, against it? You know, is this an agendized issue? You're put through the ringer to come up here and speak. It's hard enough to come up with the nervousness we probably all experience, to have to go through so much trial and tribulations just to come up and address the council. Regarding street sweeping, I advocated for issuing of tickets, moving forward with it, because to have street sweeping and not have some sort of enforcement mechanism to ensure that the streets are cleaned is nonsense. However, I spoke to the city manager before becoming a city manager. Far before you folks voted, which I wasn't aware of, not to update the signages. It was my understanding that tickets would not be issued until there was alternate street parking. It's hard enough already to find parking, but to eliminate all possibilities of parking by not allowing the other side of the street to be available on the day that yours is being cleaned is absurd. That's as absurd as me having to come up here and be put through the ringer about which item I want to speak on. Mm-hmm. I have only 3 minutes. For God's sake, give me the 3 minutes and let me come up here and say what I want to say. You've had people from outside of the city come up here and shake the bird at you and give you some pretty fine words. And they got away with it. I'm a resident of 30 years, and I come up here and I get drilled about what I'm coming in here for. Sometimes there aren't even cards up there. Okay? And I'm asked, well, fill one out. Is it a Browns Act violation for you to obligate me to fill out a card and give my name? That's why I put Hollywood, or I put JD or some other name. Do I have to disclose my personal information to West Covina, to those in attendance here, to you? Little bothered about that. I'll be back tonight because I do want to address the issue of the development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody who came out today. We'll have our city manager respond to all your public comments, concerns.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Shoemaker, comment on a agenda item for tonight, and I'll leave it for that. Be discussed at that time. Josh Murray, thank you for the updates on the Rosemead Library. Mr. Ackley on the Bainbridge and Sheffield area. Code enforcement and public safety does work 7 days a week. They are here on Fridays. The easiest way to reach them is through the mobile app. Submit your request. It goes live and it's dispatched to the officers in the field at this time, and they will respond, especially with the parking concerns around the school area. And I recognize also a lot of the parking concerns around those schools, they happen pretty quickly. People stop, they park in the red zone in front of the fire hydrant, do a quick pickup and leave. So the fastest way to get a hold of staff is through the mobile app. If you're limited to a landline, you can call 939-8426, and that that line is checked during the day by public safety staff. But in a concern where you want somebody to come out right away, the mobile app is the best way to go. For Ms. Mendoza, Ms. Gomez, on your updates on the eviction process, I encourage you to talk to the Civil Process Bureau of LA County Sheriff's Department. They are the ones that do the lockouts for evictions, and there is a 60-day, a 30-day, and a 5-day notice that may or may not have been posted. They would have those records, and again, they do local areas. They do West Covina, they do El Monte, and they do all the unincorporated areas as well. Mr. Beltran, thank you for your update and interest in facilitating some maintenance at some of our parks. On the street sweeping issue, most people spoke on that tonight. Obviously, this is an item that's been discussed multiple times at the council level, so I'm not going to go backwards. I will tell you that the intent of the warning notices is to warn residents that, yes, enforcement is in the future. It also helps identify that roughly what time that sweeper will be coming down your street. I think what you'll notice is that you're receiving the warning notices probably within the same 20 to 30 minute time frame each day, regardless of what day of the week is. One of the policies that is implemented with the street sweeping program is that residents are asked to move their cars enough time for the sweeper and the enforcement officer to pass. So once the sweeper passes, the enforcement officer passes, you can immediately repark. That's one thing. At the July 7th City Council meeting, our project management team will be presenting a report to the council. As I've mentioned at previous meetings, whether you've called in, you've sent an email, you flagged us down, you mentioned anything about, look, you want our area to be looked at for alternating sides of the street, the signs aren't posted correctly, they're old signs, we don't have a driveway, we have to park in the alley. We've captured all those on a spreadsheet. And with each and every concern that was brought to the management team's attention, a field inspection was conducted, and they did identify areas that need to be reposted, reworked in some way. Last count, I believe that they've done close to 200 field inspections. There's probably close to 300 signs that either need to be removed or replaced with the correct signs. So that's all in the works. As the requests come in, we're inspecting, we're coming up with a game plan, and then also staff, if they haven't already, they will be contacting everybody that left contact information, whether it be an email or a phone number, letting you know what staff's findings were. Obviously, we have some residential streets that may have not been classified as high density, but are next to a high density area, which affects the area. Again, I'm aware of an area like off of Azusa where there may not be driveways. Those are going to be addressed as well. So if you have, again, provided a concern to the city, it is being investigated, looked at, and we'll provide a full report to the council on July 7th. For the question if our citation is going to be issued in July, yes, the target date is still July. Well, we will be issuing, staff will be issuing citations.
No.
Okay.
Hold on. City.
I'll answer.
Moment. Hold on. Let city manager finish, and then we'll continue.
If there is no sign posted, then there will be no citation issued. The idea is to have all the issues addressed prior to enforcement. I say right now the citations will begin in July, whether it's July 6th or 13th or 20th is to be determined, because again, staff is to correct all the improper signage and repost areas that need to be reposted. We have some areas that are have become or will become alternating side of the street. We have areas around the schools where we're removing signage so it doesn't conflict with drop-off or pickup areas. Again, I'll answer the questions that are asked. Obviously, we can spend, if you want to schedule a meeting, come in, we can talk in more detail about the program. But if a citation is issued, you do have appellate rights. and those are heard by an independent hearing officer. So the independent hearing officer you could do in person, you can do in writing. A review is conducted, then you get your answer that way. Probably about 15, 20 years ago, the courts decriminalized parking citations. They're no longer heard through the court. Only the third level appeal, where if you disagree with the city's findings, you disagree with the independent hearing officer's decision, you have the right to appeal to Superior Court in downtown LA. But the local hearings that used to be held at West Covina or El Monte courts are no longer held for infractions of the parking citations. I hope that answers those questions as far as parking citations. So citations are heard by an independent hearing officer. So the city, so independent hearings can either be done by mail, they can be done by phone, and they can be done in person. But what the city contracts with a company that provides a different hearing officer each month to hear the appeals and make an independent judgment. The officers that issue the citations are not in the hearing. This is strictly between the person that is cited and the independent hearing officer that will hear your argument to dismiss the citation.
So, City Manager, before we continue on, because hold on, wait, one moment.
Yeah, I'm just going to answer the questions that have been asked.
City Manager, hold on, one moment. City Manager, and this is a request that I will put in at the very end because I have specifically made that I do not want to burden our residents, one, and that all this has to be put in place. So when I had made that request to make sure that, one, all the residents here, if you haven't done so already, to send us the email, because as you mentioned, as you have heard, they created the streets that are impacted. The streets that are high density, the streets that have special cases and so forth, they are alternating sides. So again, when I say thank you, but if this is going to come to us on July 7th, there should not be any citations be given prior, because we do not want to have to go through this whole process. The process of these warnings is to get everybody in the loop of know what's going to happen, what's going to occur, and then all the information that is given. With that information, that has to be presented to us and to be shown so that we can make sure we're doing things right, because I do not want to get all these citations and receive a flood of trying to remove these things. So one, if that's the date of the next council meeting, July 7th, and all that information, I expect to see that on here with all the new changes of where we know which streets are the alternative sites. And then two, the citations should start be given once the street signs have been already posted and fixed. So we do not want to burden our residents. We're not here for this, but I just want to make that very clear, because I made that very, very clear at my previous council meetings because of special circumstances.
Understood. So again, I said it would start in July, not specifically the 6th. The idea is to come back to the council on the 7th, and we will identify and we'll have this full spreadsheet for you of everything that's been reported to the city, what our field investigation found, and what action was taken, if any, to address that. And again, off the top of my head, talking with staff from our project management team, I believe the last count I heard is there were about 300 signs that need to be changed, replaced, or removed. So there is a lot of activity, and there are some areas that have been identified as, yes, we do need to go to alternating sides. But all the data will be provided to the council. And yeah, it is safe to say that we're not going to start the first week of July with citations. That's the date we've tried to target for quite a while now. But again, we will make sure that all corrections and actions are taken before the actual enforcement program begins. Again, with that, we will continue to accept requests, and staff will continue to investigate. And even once the program starts with an enforcement action, as things are identified or are brought to our attention, they will be revisited. Again, right now we have, even as we give out warning notices, feedback from officers in the field is a lot of people are not moving their cars because, one, the sign's not posted, something's incorrect, and we do hear a lot, or staff is hearing a lot, that I'll move my car once the signs are fixed. So the real test will be once everything's in place, everything's fixed and correct, we'll really have a better idea of what's working and what's not working. But again, the intent of the warning notices is just to continue to educate the community that this is the day and time that the sweeper is going to be passing your house unless we decide or it's decided to change that date and time. But it's a work in progress. We have people have asked while the officers are driving around, are they taking notes of things that need to be fixed? Yes. So if it's on a Tuesday, an officer sees a sign that's missing, he's noting that it's missing. He comes back the following week, he's still noting that sign is missing. So until we correct all those off our punch list, there would be no enforcement on those streets.
Thank you. So this will be coming to our meeting July 7th. Okay.
That's correct. Hang on.
No citations will be given out.
Let me,
and anything for the residents, I know we, unfortunately, it's not a discussion back and forth, but you're more than welcome to send us an email and we can address all those concerns. Councilman Gutierrez. I'm sorry. Let the city manager finish all the.
One second.
The city manager is explaining the.
So I think that answered the questions on the street sweeping. Again, you can email permits at West Covina with any question, concern regarding the program. And there's a staff of probably 4 or 5 people that are investigating each and every request that comes in. Sherry Vermillion, on your questions about the fire station, on the plans for the fire station, the city has spent a total of $93,000. The original $800,000 budgeted for that planning and design of the fire station was ARPA money that was approved in 2021. That money can only be used for that project. At this time, we have not moved forward with doing any further than the $93,000 that is spent as we do a feasibility study addressing some of the current concerns that you had and other residents have had from moving it here to what it would cost to rebuild it where it's currently located to other components. And let's see if I missed anybody on their concerns. Okay, I believe that concludes my responses for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes. So I thought you were supposed to bring this back at this meeting.
Due to the volume of calls, concerns, the report's not complete. We had targeted for this meeting, but resident concerns are still coming in. So rather than come back to the council with, we've concluded our getting input from the community and addressing concerns, we extended it as people are still calling as we're issuing warning notices. We want to make sure that we give each resident the opportunity to voice their concern and that we adequately address it rather than cutting off.
So then why don't we create a notice that says, we want your input, email the city and give us your input, not give them a notice saying you're going to be cited on this date. How about right now we tell the residents who are watching at home and are here today that you will not start enforcement on that date until this council votes on the action on the first meeting of July. Can you commit to that to the public today?
The council's already voted on this issue, and that's from previous meetings. On the notices, there isn't a specific date called out as when we're going to start enforcement. It's a warning notice that lets them know that street sweeping enforcement will in 30 days.
So I'm going to ask you one more time. Your notice says July 6th. Can you commit to these residents that you will not take no action, no citations to their vehicles until this council votes on something on the first meeting of July?
I've already said that we're going to bring it back.
He said that. He already said that, and Mayor Pro Tem
Contos. You're going to bring it back, but is that saying that you're not going to cite them then?
Councilmember Gutierrez already stated that we are not going to issue any citations until all signs and issues have been investigated by city staff. And as we continue to receive concerns from the community, we didn't want to cut off and say we're not accepting any more requests or concerns from the community. So we continue to investigate and we continue to add to this list. We're hopeful that through the month of June that we've been able to capture and address all resident concerns in the city. But as you've heard tonight, I've heard different people speak tonight that may have not voiced their concern through email or phone call yet, though we will capture those and we'll investigate those as well. The idea, again, was to extend it a little bit so we can hear the residents and revisit issues if it's still a problem. But as far as the replacement of signs, and that, that's a work in progress. We don't have a large staff here at the city to do all that work. So with the resources we have, yes, things have been pushed a little bit, but we will make sure that before any enforcement begins, that all issues have been investigated, all old signs have been removed, and whatever the correct signs that are to be in place are in place. That includes maybe removing new ones that are there now and replacing them with an alternate sign based on the findings of our engineering and our project management team.
Yeah, and my concern is that when residents have been told this for years now, and when the city forces a project to move forward at a rapid pace, where a contractor charges over $800,000, I believe, for signage that was wrong and insufficient, where we commit to the residents that we're going to do alternate scheduling, and then we backtrack that, and now are issuing them notices. I have a concern for that. I have a concern on behalf of the voters I represent in District 1 and the rest of the city. So thank you.
And Councilmember Gutierrez, again, I work at the direction of the council, and whatever direction council provides is the way staff will work. So, we are addressing the concerns. I encourage residents to continue to send their concerns in. Email is usually the easiest for us because it's all in writing and we can follow specifically what the concern is. But again, I can tell you, just as the report is being built and we're compiling the data, yes, there's some very valid concerns out there. Residents are absolutely right. They do not have a driveway. They need a place to park. Those are all being addressed. We recognize that during school drop-off and pickup times, it should not be posted anytime for street sweeping because it's a problem. So we are addressing probably close to 200 to 300 requests, and we want to make sure that we do a site visit and thoroughly investigate each and every concern, and have an answer for that resident as well as the council on what we've done.
My last thing was, what phone number or email address can residents email their concerns to regarding this?
We have a dedicated email address, permits at West Covina. Permits at West Covina, and that goes directly to the project management team that is addressing.
So, city, and for the residents, please post this on social media so that they can share it to know where to send your address and information of those areas or streets that are impacted. And please put that up and put the notice out so the residents know where to send the emails to. And this should be brought forth on July 7th with the new changes with those streets that are impacted. So thank you for that.
That's correct.
Okay.
So just the email and phone number, please.
Permits at westcovina.org is the best way to contact.
No.
.gov or .org both work.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, So pretty much on the report on July 7th, we expect a comprehensive report that has all the information and details. And with that, of course, we'll definitely share that on with the public.
Correct. So
the changes
on our website with the resources map and the street sweeping map, it will identify the streets that are alternating sides of the street, whether we add one street or 10 streets or whatever it may be. And if areas are going to be different days, alternating sides, that'll also be captured on our website. It'll be in the report. And again, this is going to be a process for a little while.
Okay. Well, thank you, everybody.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to let folks know that for those who wrote on behalf of themselves or others in their household who have disabilities, I wrote a comprehensive reply to one of the residents. She authorized me to give her name, Vivian, and I laid out a comprehensive answer. And my personal view is that we need to make sure to support those residents who have disabilities in making sure to comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. I have permission to forward that email to anyone who wants to see it, but if anyone would like to see it, I'm happy to share. But that is, just to be clear, that's my personal view about how I feel that we need to make sure to be compliant with applicable disability rights law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Contos. Pro Tem. We'll go on to consent calendar. Council, is there anything you'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
Yes.
Councilman Gutierrez?
I will vote no on number 1, and then I'm going to pull.
What would you like to pull?
Number 3.
Number 3? Okay. Anything else?
Number 4.
3 and 4. You're pulling 3 and 4. No on 1. Anybody else would like to pull?
And no on 5.
No on 5. Anybody else would like to pull anything? Okay, seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 9 with the exception of 3 and 4?
Move the motion.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos to approve consent calendar items with the exception of number 3 and number 4, and Councilmember Gutierrez voting no on number 1 and number 5.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before I take roll call, Mayor, I just want you to know that the elevator is going to be going. So, just FYI.
Okay.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. Okay, we're going to go to item number 3. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Do we have a breakdown that I asked for?
Or who is doing the report on this?
Robert Ortega, our CIP project manager, is here for the item number 3.
So we don't have the document I requested?
You requested the document about an hour before the meeting. I do not have that.
Is Robert coming?
Robert Ortega and our finance director should be able to answer any questions you may have.
So my question is, why do they need $626,000?
I can answer that question. Councilman Gutierrez, thank you very much for the question. So yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We are tonight requesting additional funding of $626,000. And this is to pay for our engineering services as specified in the staff report. Please understand that the request is not only from general fund, but also funding from Prop C as gas tax as well.
Yeah. And so my concern is that this is technically one double page and one single page. I think, oh, sorry, no, that's the wrong one. Okay. So it's 2 double pages and a single page. I think going forward, I think we need to know, I think the public should know what these expenses are for. I don't see specifically which project this is relating to for TransTech. I understand it's for engineering services, but does this involve the fire station? Does this involve, I don't have any of that, but that's my concern. So that's all my questions.
Did you have a specific question, or do you want not?
I mean, unless you have more details about where the money's going, specific projects.
So it's a mixture. So TransTech, when they bill us monthly, it's a mixture of what they're doing throughout the month. So it can be several projects they're working on. It can be the traffic committee that they're working on. So it's several things and not just one item.
So we don't know?
Well, it's several. So it can be like the traffic committee, all the warrants that they have to do, the traffic studies. They do a lot of requests from residents that they have to go out. They check, they verify their requests, but all that is being charged to the engineering. So it's a mixture of quite a few things.
Yeah, so I think it's important that maybe next time there's more details and those are attached to the public agenda. But that's all I gotta say. Okay.
Is there? Councilman Wu.
Okay, so on this amended, Transtech, what's the period of the time? It's a month to month, so this is 3 months, 6 months to accumulate this amended budget?
So that's...
I know we haven't approved the contracts, it's a month to month, so this is just a month to month, right? Am I right? So the month to month, and then this is what the period of time?
Certainly. Thank you very much for the question. So just to clarify, we are on a month-to-month arrangement with Transtech for our engineering services, as we have not brought forth awarded contract yet. But with that being said, the request for the $600,000 is to pay for our current expenditures through, I believe, the month of March or April to date. So this is a projection.
So it's April or March, this already passed.
Yes, it's a projection of what based upon when the staff report was prepared, this is the estimated budget that we would need to conclude for the fiscal year.
So, City Manager, when we going to have an engineer RFP come back so you can recommend it for the contract? So in that way, we don't have to go through this again and again, because every time we have to bring back, and due to they don't have a contract.
I'll have to check our calendar, but I believe it's the second meeting of July, if not the second meeting of August, because we don't have a first meeting in August. So it's either the second meeting of July or the second meeting of August. So one of our next two meetings.
Thank you so much. So meaning if we have a contract, then we don't have to go through something like this due to this, because this is month to month?
This is actually due to a budgetary constraint. Mm-hmm. It's not so much the agreement not in place as the fact that we need additional appropriations to pay for the engineering services.
So the service rendered, we have to pay?
Absolutely. Services are rendered, we must pay. However, not until we have additional appropriation are we authorized to do so.
Okay, and I agree with council members. Maybe next time, if we happen again, maybe some detail about project, this and that. So in that way, everybody can see what this go to. Okay, move the motion to approve.
Madam Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Thank you. Madam Director, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate this. I wanted to ask, with this budget amendment, does this now put us in deficit if we amend the budget in light of how precarious our budget was prior with the budget we already approved? With this amendment, do we now go into deficit if we approve this?
To answer that question, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, on the Exhibit A of the resolution, we do have a listing of the general fund, the budget, the amended budget revenues, amended budget expenditures to date. And with that being said, the approval of this $361,900 for general fund, we're projecting a deficit of $3.2 million for the general fund. This is a budgetary projection. And when I state that it's budgetary, we have to still analyze our actual revenues and actual expenditures. So upon that review, it appears that our expenditures to date are coming below our budget. On the flip side, revenues right now are coming slightly below the revenue budget as well. Again, on the budget amendment, these are merely the amended budgets, not the actual amounts.
So as a supplementary question, then what we've already incurred service costs, which is why we need to pay this. So in terms of our practice, how is it that we incur budgetary expenses without already first having the money committed in the first place, so that we don't have to go back and retroactively approve of paying for services that were already done, that we've already gotten services for, in terms of the things that Transtech has done for us, even though we didn't have the approval for that, wasn't factored into the budget that was given to us before.
So the budget was adopted by the City Council. However, due to the volume of engineering services necessary, that's why it surpassed our approved budget. And so it's based upon the volume, and that was not anticipated.
So in effect, the budget that we approved previously that made it look more rosier than we were, actually, in light of your knowing that these expenditures were already needed to be paid. Now it's putting us in a position to have to incur deficit spending because of now our having been obligated because of the services already having been provided?
That's correct. The original budget, when it was adopted, it was on a projection basis, just like any other planning document. And therefore, we're going in front of the council requesting additional appropriations to pay for the services rendered for engineering services. Again, the engineering services that we are receiving in our billings is due to the high volume. That includes all the capital improvement projects that the council has approved as well. Again, this has exceeded the adopted engineering services budget.
And as a quick detail-oriented question, is there, within those who are paid as engineers or whatever category, is Dr. Basil mentioned or are paid through any of these funds for health department-related expenses?
Health Department related expenditures are paid out of ARPA funds. These are not ARPA funds.
But there's no provision for TransTech to pay out of this funding that you're describing tonight that would go for health related. I just want to make sure. I didn't see it there, but I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, we received direction from the City Council a few months ago not to expend any funds related to the Health Department without approval, other than the ARPA funds. So no, none of these services rendered are related to the Health Department. If it were, they're going to be paid out of ARPA funds.
Thank you.
Okay. There's a motion. There's a second. Roll call.
I have one more thing to say.
Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. For Dr. Basil's stipend, who sends the invoices?
We receive the billing from TransTech Engineering.
TransTech Engineers?
That's correct.
Runs our health department?
We receive the billings from TransTech Engineering for the services rendered by Dr. Basil.
Okay. And then my last statement is, and just to go back, why is this not detailed? This an example of this is like, let's just say you got a bank statement from your personal bank.
Yes.
And your credit card is $600,000. Are you going to just pay it, or are you going to look at it to see what was charged to it?
Well, first of all, I don't think I'll ever have that type of limit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
So as a metaphor.
no, I absolutely understand. I believe we both understand your request, and I think in the future, I'm sure the staff reports will become more complete and inclusive with more details in the future for any type of engineering services that they come forward. Yes.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much.
We had a first and a second. Roll call.
Thank you. Can I get a confirmation on who called the second?
Second.
I moved the motion. Yeah.
Councilwoman Diaz.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve item number 3. Consideration of a budget amendment for TransTech Engineering. Councilmember Gutierrez.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item number 4. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Is Butch Alcher here to present? I see him in the audience.
Councilman Gutierrez, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have, and if I cannot, I will have assistance from the city attorney.
Great. So is Butch Alcher here to present?
I'm here
I have a question.
to answer any questions you may have.
Great.
Whatever I cannot answer, our city attorney will be assisting me.
Great. So Butch Alcher, we do have a lawyer from Butch Alcher here then, right?
I believe
We
so.
answered
Yes.
your
Great,
question.
Thank you.
I believe so,
I have the floor. So I have some questions. So I know Jones and Meyer, I believe the firm has gone through a RFP. I believe so, right? Maybe the city attorney can answer that. I believe your firm did go through an RFP process in the beginning, right, or something? Back in the day.
Back in the day, I think 2013, 2014, something like that.
Great, thank you. And maybe this is your question or whoever wants to answer it. Did Butch Alcher ever go through a RFP or an RFQ process?
Not that I'm aware of. I do believe, though, that the city council did authorize the city to move forward with Butch Alcher as being our council. I believe we got the direction when we were doing one of the investigations. The request was to have an outside counsel, and I believe that was then determined to be Butch Alcher at that point in time.
Yeah, I don't think that was. I don't think that was on the agenda. I don't believe that was
counsel.
on the.
Council did vote on that to retain them.
Yeah. So, okay. So, but I don't think I voted for that for him. So, Bolthalter has never gone through an RFP or an RFQ process. Then,
Not for the city of West Covina, by my knowledge.
great. Has Liberty Cassidy Whitmore ever gone through an RFP or an RFQ process?
During my period of time, I don't recall.
How about Jamali Employment Law?
Jamali was appointed by the council when the council authorized us to go for an outside counsel and any other related firms.
And did they have to go? Did she have to go through a RFP or an RFQ process?
We did not go through an RFP nor RFQ process for Jamali.
How about JL Group LLC?
JL Group, we utilized that firm for our background investigations.
And then I see a charge from Plante and Moran P LLC for $17,500. Was there a report done?
That was also authorized by the council when we were doing the council investigation to hire outside firms.
So there's a charge for $17,500. So was there a report done?
I'm sure it was.
I believe so.
There is a report done by Plante and Moran?
I believe so.
This is the first time I'm hearing about this.
I'm not privy to that information. I'm sorry, Councilman Gutierrez.
I mean, I don't know. Why is a financial investigation report confidential and secret? That should be open to the public, just like you did the other Jamali report. You know, and I'm not blaming you, Karen, but
I understand.
It's just ridiculous. Okay, and we move on. How about Co-Hubber LLP? Did they ever go through an RFP or an RFQ process?
So Cole Hubber, they are a firm that we use for the County of LA Measure A.
Okay.
Yes.
And then how about who's Nancy Bow?
Nancy Bull is our labor and employment. We use her as well for background investigations or the exams and things of that nature, but it's related to employment.
And did the city ever go through an RFP or an RFQ process to hire her?
During my time, I didn't know. Prior to me, I cannot answer.
Okay, that's all my questions for now.
Thank you.
Did any other council has a question? I actually do. And these are all legal lawsuits, correct?
I'm sorry?
These are all for legal lawsuits.
They're for legal lawsuits or for legal services being rendered.
Okay, majority of these legal services are for what?
I can kind of give you a brief overview, if I may.
Sure.
Thank you very much. So in Table 1 of the staff report, I'm just going to surmise the activities for the legal services. For general, this is activities through the month of April. It's approximately $178,000. For labor and employment activities, it's $164,000. For litigation/counsel investigation, approximately $736,000. Litigation, $315,000. And the city attorney's retainer is $507,000. So in total, it is approximately $1.9 million.
And I know since it's council, I'm just curious, out of all the lawsuits that Councilman Gutierrez/John Doe has done during lawsuits against the city, how many motions, claims, litigation has he done against the city, and how much is it costing us paying to deal with that?
So as far as litigation expenses related to council, if I may, I could break it down in this fashion. So for litigation counsel through the month of May, approximately $826,000. That is for litigation matters. That is not including the council investigation. And that is through Bull Culture. Now, again, the question was asked about some other firms, including Gemelli, Plant and Moran. Those are additional costs. So when we include those Gemelli and Plant Moran, that is not related to litigation. That was referred to the investigation, if I may separate the two.
Okay, so far it costs us $826,000. How much? Because obviously this is still continuing on, a lawsuit, counsel against the city. How much could it go? Are we looking at $1 million, $2 million up?
Well, so I can give you an example. I just received the monthly billing for May from Bull Culture, and that included a litigation in totality of about $131,000. and that was for the month of May. So unfortunately, I don't know how much it could extend to be. I will tell you this, I will inform the council that by the end of August, I will be back asking for additional funding for legal services.
So this is all taken out of our general fund, correct?
This is, unfortunately, yes. I'm sorry, yes, it is from our general fund.
So with these lawsuits, how does it impact our operation with the city, and how is it hurting the city because we are doing all these lawsuits regarding one councilman, well, 2 for 1, sorry, John Doe and Councilman Gutierrez, who's the same.
Don't forget your lawsuits too.
Well, so just in general,
he's suing me and the city manager.
Oh, the $5 million you paid out.
Go ahead.
In general, these costs for these legal services are, as I stated in the staff report, considerably higher than in the past. And because of the funding is coming from general fund, I have no other revenue sources that can cover this. This is dampening our abilities to provide other services that are utilizing general fund. So, yes.
And I see city manager, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The costs are very high. And since all this is coming out of general fund, if these costs continue at the rate they're going, we'll probably be coming back to the council probably mid-year discussing what program cuts need to be made, whether it be through senior programs, youth programs, staffing levels in various departments. It's unsustainable at this rate to the general fund. So we will be coming back to the council at some point asking what you'd like to do as far as this impact to the general fund, where we can make cuts. We don't have another revenue source to offset these costs.
Councilman Wu.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mayor. Okay, I have a question about why is the attorney bill so high? Okay, sound like maybe what company is this?
Bullculture?
Bullculture?
Roger Scott's here from Bullculture to address.
Now, would you please kind of explain to us why it will cost almost $800 to $1 million just with a city council suing the city and suing individually, and now another lawsuit filed for suing the mayor and city manager. So it sounds like it's going to accumulate more our general fund. Sure. So can you tell us why the bill and the projection when we begin? Because we really don't want the city go down below attorney fee. Attorney fee can be very scary.
So as far as a projection, I don't know that I have a specific number for you right now. As Ms. Ogawa was saying, we know what's been billed in the past. I can tell you that federal litigation, which is what's been filed by John Doe against the city right now, typically lasts approximately 18 months. It can be more, it can be less, depending on what's going on. So as was noted, we spent about a little over $800,000 to date this year in the first 6 months or first 5 months of the year. So I don't know.
Can you speak closer to the mic just in case the residents?
I don't know if that projection is going to be linear going forward, but it gives you some idea of what might be looking for. There was a question or a comment about kind of the breakdown between the matters. To my understanding right now, the amount that was spent out of that $826,000 or so that was based on defending the litigation that was brought by John Doe is approximately $582,000. I'm aware that there's a separate litigation that the city filed against Councilmember Gutierrez. By comparison, year to date, that's approximately $34,990 to give you an approximation of what that is. And your question directly was, why is this so high? Since this case was removed, the Doe versus City case was removed to federal court in March, John Doe has filed approximately 4,000 pages of documents with the federal court. He's made, I think, over 170 separate documents filed. So each one of those requires our firm to read them, review them.
I have a point of order question.
Let him continue.
I have a point of order.
You do not have the floor, Councilman.
I have a point of order.
You do not have the
point of order.
What is your point of order? Okay, go ahead.
Please ask Mr. Scott if he's waiving privilege by speaking about a case. I want to know that on the record.
No privilege has been waived. I'm speaking about when there's publicly filed records on the docket. If you look at the
but you're also
docket,
the counsel.
This is all public record.
But you're also the lawyer.
Okay. Can you continue, please?
I think that was actually the answer that I had to Councilmember Wu's question.
So the reason we currently cost city is $800,000 because the document, the filing, the motion, the 4,000 document you guys have to review, and so in that, every time you receive an email from John Doe, then you guys have to review it, and that's why it accumulates the cost to the city.
I mean, emails, I think, would be a small portion of it. I would look more at what's filed on the federal docket to see the volume of documents filed.
So basically, file to the court, okay, all those documents, you guys have to review it page to page, and let's accumulate the cost to the city.
That's correct.
So if this document continue to add on, then meaning more cost will cost the city to pay for your service.
That's a broad question, but as a general matter, yes, the more documents that get filed, the more bills get accumulated.
And how about the new lawsuit filed? What estimation will cost city due to city have to defend the city and the mayor and the city manager?
Just to clarify that, it was not a new lawsuit that was filed by John Doe. John Doe amended his existing lawsuit to add additional defendants. And I think, as was reported out of closed session today, the city voted today that the city will defend and indemnify the two individuals that were sued, which are Mayor Lopez Viado and the city manager, Mylan Rakic.
So they're suing for the title or they're suing the personal?
They have John Doe has named the individuals personally, but based on the allegations that are in the publicly filed complaint, it appears that they are being sued for acts that were undertaken in their capacity as mayor and city manager, respectively.
So meaning the cost will continue to add on with all this amended new lawsuit for the city managers and the mayor.
I can't predict how much cost is going to be allocated specifically because of the amended complaint, but again, generally speaking, the more documents that are filed, the more work has to be done.
Well, just utopias living in a happy land. If Mr. Doe, dismiss the case, then we don't accumulate any costs anymore.
I would be speculating, but in that utopia, yes, if a case is dismissed, then the litigation stops.
So the cost will stop if the case dismissed.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So worst case scenario, what are we looking at? Worst case, like up to?
Madam Mayor, respectfully, that would be too speculative for me to answer.
Okay. Mayor. Okay. I'll go ahead. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. Since we're talking about numbers, how much did it cost the taxpayers for the Larry Whithorn case in litigation that your firm represented?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Gutierrez, I wasn't involved in that. I can't speak to that.
But your firm did represent the city, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How about the Mark Taylor case? How much did that cost the taxpayers?
Again, Councilmember, I'm here to talk about the present litigation. I'm not familiar with the past litigation.
No, we're talking about your bills. We're not talking about present litigation, because if we're going to go off litigation, then we're violating the Brown Act. So we're going off of your bills. So I think their questions are relating to your bills.
Is that under this agenda item?
Yeah. Well, Madam Mayor or Councilmember Gutierrez, this is a bill for the John Doe case and the investigation. The Whithorn and the Taylor you asked for, I believe. Initially, Best and Krieger represented us, and then Buchalter ended up representing us. So that was a while ago, and that's not before you right now.
Okay,
you.
Let me update my question. Yeah, so let me update the question. How much has it costed our city in this bill to represent the city, again, a litigation that Vincent Capelli filed, former fire chief Vincent Capelli filed a intimidation and I believe harassment lawsuit claiming that I believe Councilmember Tony Wu engaged in conduct that was retaliatory that got him fired. And I think I even remember being in one of those meetings where he's directing the former city manager to fire him. But that's a different subject. But how much has that costed the taxpayers in this bill?
Councilmember Gutierrez, and I'll let Ms. Ogawa correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is the bills that we're talking about are through May, and the breakdown that I've given had to do with the oversight of the investigation the anticipation of litigation based on litigation that might be brought against Mr. Gutierrez or brought by Mr. Doe, and the defense and prosecution of those specific matters. Capelli was filed relatively recently. There have been very little fees expended to date on that.
So we're discussing agenda item number 4, which is subject consideration of adopting budget amendment for legal services.
Yeah,
and
you
this is
just
the
asked a
current.
question about bulk culture, so I'm asking a question about bulk culture too.
Is it related to this agenda item?
Where does it say John Doe on here? That you get to, if you're allowed to speak on off subject, why am I not allowed? Where does it say John Doe on here?
This is not off subject.
Mayor
This is
Lopez.
what we're current the paid. But
Madam
go
Mayor,
ahead.
Where does it
The
say
attorney?
John Doe on here? That we're talking about
we
John Doe.
retained Buckhalter to defend the city against John Doe. So
And Vincent Capelli, right?
And Vincent Capelli.
Okay, so let's not be biased here. Let's be factual.
There might be some. Hold on, Brian. There might be some amount, Karen, with respect to Capelli. I'm not sure if that in this or not. I don't know if it is.
Yes, as far as the litigation costs, legal services rendered due to the Capelli, I don't have that breakdown with me. I'm sorry, I did the breakdown by the category or the activities that I reported out on the staff report.
Yeah, so maybe next time we could have some more accurate numbers here because
My numbers are accurate, sir.
No, not you. Sorry, let me clarify that. Maybe we could have some more accurate numbers in like the
details.
all the expenses relating to Bug Ultra or LCW or Jones and Meyer, because it seems like we're talking about one case, but in reality, they're representing our city in multiple cases.
Absolutely, thank you.
So and hopefully we could move forward one day and say we're going to follow the Americans with Disability Act and stop retaliating against officials who are not part of that act. Mayor, you have a question, or are you're so, and I'm not referring to Mayor Contos either. So, yeah, I don't know what you're trying to instigate over there, but
She's not.
Yeah, okay.
Said
no
I'm
problem. And so my concern is that, and this litigation was a history of retaliatory behavior, because once I started questioning, I think there was, and I believe it's when that John Doe started questioning expenses relating to a moon festival, where over 102, how much was it? Over, I believe it was. $185,000, and then we had
120.
100. I think it was 140 around there. Yeah, 120, 140, and then you had 187,000 in invoices to a board member of Royal Lighting who sits on that same foundation. And right after those issues, and also addressing other conflicts, the city took retaliatory steps. And so I think John Doe had an obligation to protect the voters who elected him to office, to make sure that they have a voice in this city hall. And I believe that's the foundation of what a judicial system is. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So referring to this $874,000, how much is related to the lawsuits of John Doe?
Specifically or just in aggregate? I have it in aggregate, if I may.
For the $874 that's related to the case that's in question here?
So the $874,000 or the $875,000 I think you're referring to is the amount that has been expended through to bulk culture. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So the breakdown for bulk culture for the $874,000, it was investigation was about, this is through April, that's in the staff report, right? So it was about $28,000 was for the council investigation, and the litigation cost was about $624,000.
Okay, and that's just for?
Just for those two cases, and other activities at bulk culture also provided us services for our other type of like labor and employment actions as well.
Okay.
But to answer that question specifically, those are the two.
So it's approximately $600,000 just based on the John Doe case?
Just for the bulk culture.
Okay. Yeah. And that's just from April?
That's just through April, yes, correct.
And so, and
I do have May's.
And you have May's? Okay,
yes.
so now, I'm sorry, Council. Roger? So now how long do you say that it'll probably take to take this case federal?
I can't predict specifically. Generally speaking, a filed federal action takes about 18 months from start to finish, but it can be longer and can be shorter depending.
So what's the longest it can take on a difficult case?
I mean, look, I've been on cases, and they were not cases like this one, but I mean, I have seen cases that have gone on for a decade. This one I seriously doubt would go on for a decade, but you've asked me what the longest is. They can go on for a very long time, but I would expect this to be in the realm of average, which the short end is 12 months, the long end is usually 24 months for a case like that. That's why I say 18 is tend to be average. So I would bet on the outside 2 years.
Thank you. I really have a concern with the expenses that we're going to be incurring, and I would hope that our council or this John Doe person would consider dropping his case if there's no case there. I'm really concerned about how it's going to affect our city, how it's going to affect our residents that they are so concerned about in the first district. You know, we have to be concerned about our budget. I mean, and if it continues like this, I just can't imagine us being able to take care of our residents with all the projects we want to do, all the summer projects we want to do, the seniors that need, our assistance. I just don't understand how we're going to do this, and I'm really concerned about this. And I hope that, we can overcome this because it doesn't look good. Thank you.
And then because obviously this is on ongoing litigation, out of the past court cases that just occurred with John Doe against the city, what was the results? And did the court show anything wrong, any wrongdoing by the city? Or what was the outcome
We're going to talk case
of the past?
Okay, great.
The court case, because we won, and that at least end that.
I think, Madam Mayor, just to get some definition around this, there is one court case that has been filed by John Doe against the city. Within a court case, there may be different motions and things like that. Similarly, there's one court case filed by the city against Councilmember Gutierrez. Within that, there may be various motion practice. So I'm not...
How many motions, roughly? Because every motion, we have to bring in you to the court, I know subpoena the staff and so forth, right? How many motions have there been so far?
I'm going off my best recollection.
Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Sure. Going off my best recollection, in the Doe versus City case, since it was filed, there was 2 ex parte applications for temporary restraining orders at the state court level. There was another ex parte application that were both ruled on and denied. There was another ex parte application at the federal court level that was ruled on and denied. There is currently a pending motion to reconsider the denial of the TRO, which has not been ruled on. There's a pending motion to disqualify my firm, which has not been ruled on. There was a motion filed by John Doe related to him proceeding under a pseudonym, which has not been ruled on. I think the court struck it, and John Doe has said that he's probably going to refile that. That's in the federal case, what's currently a federal case between John Doe and the city. With the city and Mr. Gutierrez regarding the Public Records Act case, there was a demur, which is a challenge to the pleading, which was heard and denied. There's currently a pending motion to reconsider that denial of the demur. That won't be heard until September. There are 2 motions scheduled for hearing this coming Thursday in 2 days, which haven't been heard yet, so there haven't been any rulings on that.
John Doe sure keeps you busy. That's why it's racking up the prices. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I'd like to step back from this just for a moment to just thinking as a resident who's watching all of this with the litigation costs and everything. And I'd like to know how there would be an off-ramp to all of this. There's claim, counterclaim, so forth. This litigation among counsel, it's just unprecedented. And As a resident and as a member of this council, trying to look at how we spend our money, I would rather that we spend $860,000 plus or whatever it is. I'd rather that we spend it on senior programs and roads and parks and recreation and youth sports and innovative programs and support for pet owners and there's all sorts of other things. So I feel like we're stuck between a rock and a hard place because of the litigation stance in the name of civil rights. What's happening is we're spending money in fighting, but as we spend that money, that every dollar that gets sucked out of our treasury, it just leads to more fighting, which means we have depleted resources, which means that we soon might have to make really tough decisions that could affect the employment of our staff. This is really angering. It's really angering that this is happening. I mean, I'd like to ask and it's up to whoever, what would be an off-ramp to doing all of this? Because frankly, the only ones who win are those who get to bill us for all of this. And we need support. We need to, whenever our city is sued, we have to have a quality counsel. But for us to be sued this way, it's unimaginable. I worry about how this is going to continue. I really appreciate, Roger, how you described the different processes that are happening with regard to these cases. But stepping back even from that, where's the off-ramp to this? Just more motions and more counterclaims and more. I mean, it's just because there's litigation on other matters doesn't mean that makes this right either. I'm just eager to hear. I'd like to learn from Council Member Gutierrez and whoever John Doe is. I'd like to know how do we get off of this trajectory, because I have so many things, as do our colleagues, and as does the council member from District 1. We all have projects we want to do. But I'm watching month after month the money just getting sucked out of the treasury, in addition to the litigation that we already have from other matters. But for this to come from within like this, we can talk forever about how the people of each of our districts elected us to hold people accountable. Well, what's happening right now in front of this entire city and others who tune in to all of this, is we're watching our money be drained month after month, day after day through litigation. I'd like to know how and where would the off-ramp be? Is a mediation possible by the parties? Is it possible to just come off of this process so that we can get back to spending that money in other places instead of just for attorneys? I mean, no offense. I'm an attorney too. But I don't want money just spent like this. There are a lot of projects that we all have that as I'm hearing these numbers, I'm worrying, oh my gosh, how are we going to get done and spent the money that our taxpayers have given us and entrusted us with, where we spend on litigation, and on top of that, for it to be litigation in the name of civil rights in a matter that costs the taxpayers all sorts of money. I mean, I'm already lost as to what this is all ultimately for. I mean, I'm sure there must be a reason, but what would it take for there to be an off-ramp so we stop spending all this money? What is it that the person ultimately wants? What do they want, and how do we get off of this thing? Because I cringe at the thought of our needing to come back 6 months later and spend another X number, hundreds of thousands or $1 million or whatever the number might be. That money deserves to be spent on our residents and not on litigation. This is angering to me. We have taxpayers who are here throughout this city who have worked really hard and who would rather have their taxpayers spent for them. And instead we have to pay litigation costs. This is maddening. They're all of us here who are either property owners or who pay into the city or who do whatever. All of this is being sucked into all of this through litigation. Where do we get off of this? Because I'm telling you, from the residents that I hear, people are really angry, not only with street sweeping, but also with what is happening with how our money is being just drained in litigation. How do we get off of this? This also says nothing about the risk that we pose. If we look like we're high risk to the Joint Powers Insurance Authority, what if they drop us for all of this? Then we have to shoulder all these costs alone because of representing an excessive cost to them. If we look like it's hard to insure us because of all of this litigation, all of this drama, then who's going to want to insure us? This has major implications. So how the heck do we get off of this? This is angering to keep, this is making me just absolutely lose my mind over this. We need to know, and I really demand to know, how are we going to get off of this? How are we going to stop this endless litigation? Because it is costing our taxpayers. I'm going to be really even more angry if we have to cut employment because we can't afford to pay for our hardworking staff who've been loyal to us for decades in some cases. How is it fair to them? How is it fair to the senior citizens who depend on us, to the kids who have youth programs, to the recreation and parks, to our roads? How is it fair for all of them to have to watch all of this? That's what I want to know the answer to.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Cantos. Yeah, Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well,
I have a question.
Councilwoman Diaz has the floor.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos, I would suggest that you talk to John Doe or Brian Gutierrez and ask him. Because as you're talking, and I know that you are very passionate in how you feel about the city, ask him as he's smiling and laughing over there.
Order, please. It's
Question.
order, please. Order.
Okay, I have a question. Okay, and regarding the JPIA insurance, I know the previous lawsuit we covered by the insurance company, and the deductible with city have to pay $1 million for the attorney fee, etc. Anything above $1 million, then covered by the insurance company. And regarding the Warehome case, and regarding the Taylor case, okay, and I think that basically city pay up to $1 million. So how about this new lawsuit from John Doe? Is that covered by our insurance company?
Well, just to clarify, what you're referring to is the self-insurance retention. And with JPI, California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, our agreement is that we cover the first $1 million. So that is basically our retention amount. Anything over and above that will go through the insurance policy, and we have different tiers for that, and depending upon the arrangements.
So our city attorney, is that okay? Anything above $1 million for the John Doe suing the city or suing the two individuals, will that covered by the JPIA?
Yeah. So, Madam Mayor, typically JPIA covers liability claims, right? Liability claim. This would not be considered a liability claim. Liability, like we heard earlier.
So all this would be
auto accidents. We can look into that. We can address it with JPIA and see if they're willing. But
otherwise, this would be all from general fund.
Yes, it would be the city's responsibility.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve staff's recommendation of the amendment for legal services?
So move.
I'll second.
There's a motion first and a second. Roll call.
I have a motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve consent calendar item number 4, consideration of adopting budget amendment for legal services. Councilmember Gutierrez.
I just want to briefly say something. Just to respond briefly to Councilmember Diaz's comment about the case in general. So hopefully, going forward, confidential medical records can be leaked through your husband again, and blaming Jerry Paltris of her public records request that she never got. So, no.
That was a no?
No, he said a no already.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear him. No. Councilman Wu?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
Aye. Motion passes. On to item number 10 for public hearing. Consideration of a general plan amendment, zone change, precise plan, tentative track map, tree removal permit, and adoption of a mitigated negative declaration for the development of a 232-unit residential project located at 1501 West Del Norte Street. This matter is set for public hearing, consists of a request for approval of the general plan amendment number 25-0 zone change, number 25-01 precise plan, number 25-01 tree removal permit, number 25-10 tentative track map number 004618, and a mitigated negative declaration of environmental impact for the development of 34 single-family detached homes and 198 attached townhomes for a total of 232 residential units on property located at 1501 West Del Norte Avenue. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Proper legal notice has been given, Mayor.
Okay, so at this time, I shall open the public hearing for the precise plan, the tentative track map, the zone change, general plan amendment, and the tree removal permit. There'll first be the presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear for those in favor and then opposed. Finally, the applicant will have the opportunity to give a rebuttal to any testimony received in the opposition. Ms. Mylin is who will present the staff report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Director of Community Development, Art Cervantes, is here, and also our consultant, Jeff Anderson, is also here to present the report.
Thank you, Mylon. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council members. My name is Arturo Cervantes, and I am the Deputy Director for Community Development. Tonight, we have a public hearing for a proposed housing development project at the Del Norte school site located at 1501 West Del Norte Street. The proposed project requires the approval of the following: a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from civic schools to neighborhood medium density and parks and open space, a zone change to allow the change of zoning from single-family residential R1 to specific plan number 33, the Del Norte specific plan, and open space, a precise plan to allow for the development of the 232 units, a tentative track map to allow the subdivision of the property for the sale of those units, and a tree removal permit to allow for the removal of one significant tree from the property. The size of the subject site is 13.62 acres. It is located on the northeast corner of Del Norte Street and Nora Avenue. Surrounding uses include single-family residential on the south and west, open space to the north, and office and single-family residential along the east. The subject site abuts the Del Norte Park on the north. A portion of the site on the east side abuts the park's tennis courts. The site was previously used as an intermediate school until 1989. More recently, it was used as a regional occupational program technical center. When the center relocated, the West Covina Unified School District entered into an agreement with MLC Holdings to sell the property. The project site is currently improved with school buildings, parking lots, open space, and baseball fields. The applicant's proposal would develop the site with 232 residential market rate units. The units would consist of 2-story single-family homes and 3-story townhomes. Each unit would include a 2-car garage. Some of them would include tandem parking. The site would include 62 guest parking spaces, which would provide for a total of 526 parking spaces on the site. There will be a common area located in the center of the project, which will include a swimming pool and other amenities. Del Norte Street will be extended through the subject property so that it connects to Sunset Avenue. It will provide added street parking along that extension. That extension will also be dedicated to the city for street purposes. The applicant has revised the project twice since the first Planning Commission hearing. The current proposed plan eliminated 4-story units so that the project will include only 2- and 3-story units. The revised proposal also reduces units to under 20 per acre and lowered the building height to a 38-foot maximum. The revised proposal decreased the amount of units to 232 units and provides for 1.45 acre dedication of land to the city. The dedication on the northeast corner currently has a Little League baseball field. That would become part of the Del Norte Park. The amount of open space increased from 115,000 square feet to over 208,000 square feet. This includes the park dedication. The total land that will be developed is 11.74 acres. The subject property is 13.62. The dedication to extend Del Norte Street to Sunset Avenue reduces the size to 13.19 acres. With the park dedication of 1.45 acres, the resulting site comes down to 11.74 acres, and that's what's going to be developed with housing. The site plan will be configured so that the single-family homes fronting the streets of Del Norte and Nora Avenue are detached. The multifamily homes will be located in the north, central, and eastern part of the development, adjacent to the park and to the office use. The park dedication would be in the northeast corner of the site. The site will have 2 points of vehicular access, one on Del Norte Street and one on Nora Avenue. Vehicles would access garages and guest parking through a system of internal drive lanes, all of which comply with fire regulations. The north and east setbacks are a minimum of 10 feet in width. Walkways or paseos within the development would provide pedestrian access to all the interior units. There are 2 plan types for the single-family houses and 3 plan types for the townhomes. In addition, there are 2 architectural styles. We've prepared slides for each type. We'll go through them fairly quickly. There are some mirrored plans, which we won't address because they're, in essence, the same, just flipped. This here is a floor plan for Plan 3222 single-family unit, which is a little over 1,600 square feet and has 3 bedrooms and 2.5 bathrooms. This is a proposed floor plan for Plan 3522, approximately 1,950 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 3.5 bathrooms. Here is the floor plan for floor plan 1 for townhomes, 1,220 square feet, 2 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. This here is floor plan 2 for townhome plan 2, 1,470 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. This is a floor plan for townhome plan 7, 1,750 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. Now here are the architectural styles proposed. At the end of rows of buildings, the applicant has agreed to provide enhanced elevations with extra treatment and details to provide interest on the elevations facing the park and locations within the development. We're going to go through some of those architectural styles. This one here is the seaside style for Plan 3222. This plan here is the Spanish style plan for 3222 as well, that has a building height of 24 feet and 2 inches. This is a seaside style plan for 3522. This is the Spanish style elevations. And the next few are elevations for the multifamily townhome units. This is the seaside style for the 4-plex, the seaside style for the 6-plex, the Spanish style for the 4-plex, I think is this one, and this is the Spanish style for the 6-plex. This here is the 8-plex. We'll go through these really quickly. It's important to note that these plans are available on the city's website under current projects. Staff uploaded these immediately as we received them from the applicant. One of the comments during our public hearing at Planning Commission was that people wanted to get these plans almost at the same time as the city did. So we made sure to upload those. These have been available for months. So here's a little bit about the parking. Each attached and detached unit has a 2-car garage. Of the 232 garages provided, 150 are side-by-side 2-car garages. 77 of them are tandem garages. A total of 464 parking spaces are provided in the garages. A total of 62 guest parking spaces are also provided. This is a total of 526 parking spaces for the units. That breaks down to approximately 2.27 spaces per unit. In addition, the detached homes will have driveways that allow for two cars to park, allowing for an additional 68 parking spaces. Street parking is allowed on the surrounding streets. In the newly developed portion of Del Norte Street, 11 parking spaces will be created along the south side of that street. Some information on the site design. Walls and fences will be installed for the project. Fencing will be installed where adjacent to neighboring properties. Solid walls and fences along the east side, 3-foot walls and 3-foot tubular fencing on most of the north side and adjacent to the ball field. Fences would also be installed around the single-family lots. Due to the proximity of the project and to the ball field outfield, a condition has been included that the HOA would be responsible for installing netting to protect individuals, vehicles, and units. Common open space would be provided throughout the development, with the largest being the central open space, 21,000 square feet. That includes a swimming pool and other amenities. Other open space areas include the yards of the single-family houses, parcels between the units, and other open spaces around the units. A tract map would be recorded to subdivide the property to allow for the sale of single-family lots and for the air right subdivision of the multifamily units. This here's the proposed landscape plan. Its intent is to distribute landscape throughout the site. Here's a comparison of some of the developments that occurred over the last 3 years, in particularly the development on Pioneer and on Vincent. Those projects were approved in 2021. The Pioneer project was a little over 9 acres, had 158 units for a density of 17.3. That provided 415 parking spaces, 99 guest parking, and had a central open space of 10,400 square feet. The Vincent development was a little over 8 acres, 119 units. That breaks down to 14.8 units per acre, provided 285 parking spaces and 47 parking spaces for guest parking. That's a parking ratio of approximately 2.39. Central open space for that was 8578. The Del Norte, again, is 11.74 acres, 232 units, breaks down to about 19.76 units per acre, a total parking of 526, 62 of those will be guest parking, breaks down to about 2.27 units per acre, central open space of 21,000 square feet. One thing to note here is, again, based on the comments that we received from Planning Commission, the initial presentations to the Planning Commission, we requested from the applicant to increase the noticing radius to 1,000 feet around the property. So we ended up sending a little over 700 notices for tonight's meeting. A little bit about RENA. Since 1969, the state has required all local governments to plan for the housing needs for the community. The process starts with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, or CD, determining how much housing is needed. Each city in California is then required to adopt a housing element, which indicates how the city will meet their assigned local housing needs. The housing need is specified in different ranges of housing affordability, including very low, low, moderate, and above moderate or market rate. West Covina was assigned 5,346 units. This is within the time frame of October 2021 through 2029. We have to find locations to develop those units. And as you can tell by this table, we've completed 511 units, thanks in part to those 2 projects that were mentioned earlier. As part of tonight's application, a tree removal permit is required. They're submitting for one, which will be granted as part of this application. That tree permit is required because there is a significant tree on the site. It is a coast live oak located along Del Norte Street between the existing school buildings. 5 community outreach events were held by the applicant to allow for communication between the applicant and the public. 3 prior to the first hearing in 2025 and 2 in 2026. Issues that were brought up during the community meetings included traffic and congestion, guest parking on-site and along North Nora Avenue and West Del Norte Street, gates and fencing, price estimates for the units and lack of affordability, the proposed type of residential units, and why high-end homes were not proposed. When homes would be available for purchase, and an interest list for sign-up. If items from the school would be donated before the demolition. If removing the field limited access to the Little League, and how that would benefit the park if the dedication of the Little League park was granted, and how the existing dog park, or having the existing dog park remain. Also, it was discussed that a proposal for the homeowners to utilize the pool and provide sufficient amenities for the density at the site. It was also discussed the police impacts, the requirement for impact fees, the requirements for calculating those impact fees, and construction impacts. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on April 28, 2026. 9 individuals spoke, 3 in favor and 6 in opposition. Those in favor spoke about the reduction in units, the dedication of the ball field area, and the fees the city would receive. Those in opposition spoke about traffic, parking, pedestrian safety, density of the project, the number of units, the need for more open space, that money from the project should be used in the neighborhood, that the ball field is in poor conditions, that the proposed building should have more decorative elements, and the school district's process to sell the land. Planning Commissioner Chair Becerra motion to recommend approval of the project, recommend that the City Council approve the project with additional conditions that she added. Commissioner Heng provided the second. The motion was passed 3-1, with Vice Chair Lewis voting no, Commissioner Castellano being absent. The motion passed. Those recommendations that were added, including revising conditions regarding CC&Rs to clarify that garages must be used to park vehicles for their owners, that the ball field be dedicated in an improved condition and in an improved and safe condition, that the site increase the amount of guest parking, that the applicant address traffic issues from Workman Avenue on Sunset Avenue, that the project include the installation of a sidewalk along the south side of Del Norte Street from Nora to Sunset, and that the applicant provide undergrounding of the additional utilities outside of the subject property along Sunset. The project was reviewed pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. The analysis was conducted by Rincon Consultants. We're going to turn the mic over to Rincon Consultants to give us some information on the CEQA process and findings.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the West Covina City Council. My name is John Moreland, representing Rincon Consultants, who conducted the environmental review for the project. Pursuant to state law and the city's CEQA guidelines, we have determined that the project needed an initial study mitigated negative declaration, or ISM&D. This slide shows the process for the ISM&D. First, Rincon prepared the ISM&D. Then the city released the ISM&D for public review on October 25th, 2025. The city released the ISM&D for public review, extending it beyond its required 30-day notification period through December 1st to account for the Thanksgiving holiday. Then Rincon responded to comments and prepared the final ISM&D. The ISM&D is part of the project before you tonight. Slide, please. CEQA guidelines include 20 different environmental topics, ranging from aesthetics to wildfire. In our review, there are 6 different environmental issue areas where significant impact could occur, needing mitigation. In all other environmental issues areas, the proposed project found that to have either no impact or a less than significant impact without the need for mitigation. The 6 different environmental issue areas include biological resources, cultural resources, geology, hazards and hazardous materials, noise, and tribal cultural resources. The mitigation measures included avoiding nesting birds, procedures for unanticipated discovery of cultural, paleontological, or tribal resources, testing existing buildings for hazardous materials prior to demolition, conducting a Phase 1 environmental assessment, and installing noise barriers during construction, as well as restrictions on construction equipment, and retaining a Native American monitor prior to grading. Slide, please. When the ISMND was released for public review, the city received 2 comments on the ISMND, one from the Los Angeles County Sanitation District and the other from Caltrans. The Sanitation District comments were informational, whereas Caltrans comments include requests to study queuing and multimodal conflicts. A responsive comment has been prepared and is attached to the staff report. The comments did not require any revisions to the ISMND. Slide, please. Since the public review of the ISMND, the applicant has modified the description of the project by reducing the number of units from 282 to 232, as the Deputy Director Cervantes mentioned. It was also provided a park and removing the 4-story housing type. Pursuant to CEQA, the city would need to re-release the ISMND if one of 2 conditions were met. First, do the modifications introduce new significant impacts? And secondly, do the modifications require new mitigation? We reviewed the 20 environmental issue areas and determined that the modifications do not introduce new land use types, nor does expand the previously analyzed development footprint. Therefore, the revised project would not result in any new or increased severity of significant environmental impacts beyond those that were identified in the ISMND. As such, no additional environmental review or documentation is required for the revised project under CEQA, and we prepared a finding a consistency memorandum indicating how modifications to the project would affect the 20 environmental issue areas. That's included in the packet. I will now turn the presentation back to the Deputy Director. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So as part of the proposed project, the applicant will be required to pay a park and lieu fee of $961,350 and development impact fees of $360,670. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to contribute $15,000 per unit for up to 10% of the project's total dwelling units to the city's first-time homebuyer assistance program. The contribution will be used by the city to provide homeowner assistance to eligible first-time homebuyers. So finally, for our last slide, as part of the project presented to City Council tonight, staff prepared resolutions and ordinances for the general plan amendment, zone change, precise plan, tentative tract map, and tree removal permit. Findings have been made and provided in the staff report and in the resolution and ordinance. Conditions of approval have been included in those resolutions, including conditions requiring the enhanced elevations, a final landscape and irrigation plan, a detailed wall and fence plan, compliance with the Art in Public Places ordinance, the submittal of CCNRs for staff to review and approve, and homeownership assistance program participation. The Planning Commission has made a recommendation that the City Council approve the project with additional conditions. It should be noted that the conditions presented tonight include an update to language in the CCNRs to clarify that garages must be used to park vehicles. So that leaves 5 outstanding conditions that would be part of this approval. To recap those conditions, so again, to recap, the Planning Commission has made a recommendation to approve tonight's project with these additional conditions that are still outstanding. The ball field to be dedicated in an improved condition with improvements and provided in safe condition, to increase the amount of guest parking, to address traffic issues from Workman Avenue and Sunset Avenue, to install a sidewalk on the south side of Del Norte Street from Nora to Sunset, and to provide undergrounding of additional utilities outside of the subject area along Sunset Avenue. This concludes staff's report. Staff and the consultants are available for any questions. The applicant is here as well. I believe she has a presentation that she would like to share with the council during her public hearing comment.
Is there any questions of staff by City Council members? Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Thank you for the presentation. The size of the field space was 1.5 acres, is that right?
1.45.
Yes, 1.45 acres. For regulation level play for Little League, they would need 1.6. So is there a possibility of the applicant allowing for additional space just to allow that level of that size so that way it can be appropriate play instead of just for T-ball?
I think we can have the applicant address that she did some research on Little League fields. I believe 1.45 was the standard. Actually, I believe 1.45 was the standard for a Little League field of certainly, council can ask, for the increased. But in the research that we've conducted, 1.45 is the Little League. It would be limited to Little League. You wouldn't be able to play anything beyond that.
But my question is, I guess, and the applicant can answer, would the applicant be willing to make modifications to allow a regulation size of 1.6? So in other words, to make modifications to make possible a field of that size in support of league play?
That can certainly be requested of the applicant. But
that may be for later, but I just wanted to pose that. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff to council? Councilman Gutierrez?
Yes. It states we're getting, what does this mean? Pay and park in lieu fee. We're only getting $961,000 because we're getting the park?
No, that's their contribution there's a formula for that. So when you bring new people into the city, instead of building new parks, you pay this park in lieu fee. So you have the option of building a park or paying this park in lieu fee.
But my understanding is that the applicant got the property for $4 million cheaper. So technically, I think West County Unified School District's donating the property to us by lowering the purchase price for Meritage. But technically, Meritage is going to claim that they're donating it. But they did get a discount they did get a drastic, major discount off their purchase price. So will we then be entitled to our full park fees? Because I don't understand that, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Contos, is that from what I've spoken to residents about, they want a 1.6 acre field, and they also want to address the parking issue there. And what I don't understand is how we're going to build even a 1.45 acre, right?
Correct.
Baseball field with that amount of money. That's not even enough money to put the integration and the water system, the grass, the lighting. So there's that's not enough money. And plus, my understanding is that they got or $4 million off their purchase price from the school district. So, but I guess the rest of my questions will be for the applicant.
Would the applicant like to speak prior to the public with the light, or did you want to wait? Yes, you can come up and speak, and then you'll also have, at the very end, after all the public comments, you're able to rebuttal at the end. So feel free to come up. You have a presentation?
I have.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
While they're pulling that up, I'll just greet you guys. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Luisa Filetto. I'm with Meritage Homes. We are the applicant for this project. I first want to start off by just thanking staff. They have been very efficient, very responsive working through this. The project started when there was some other people on staff. We went through the transition, and they were really great helping keeping this project moving forward. The outreach we needed to do and held us to a really high standard that made the project better and what we have before you tonight. I'm going to walk through a little about who we are, how we build, what we do, the evolution of the site plan, some project renderings, the outreach and community concerns, and some of the Planning Commission recommendations. So a little bit about Meritage. We are the 5th largest publicly traded home builder based on closings. As of 2025, we have 41 years of experience. We operate in 12 states, 31 markets, and have built over 210,000 homes to date. Our Southern California division here operates throughout LA, Orange County, the Inland Empire, and San Diego counties. We have been around since 2004. Right now we have 13 actively selling communities, 10 under construction, and 15 more in the pipeline. Operationally, Meritage as a whole, we focus on a first-time home buyer, a first-time move-up buyer, really trying to get that price point for people to achieve the dream of home ownership. Meritage, a couple things we're really, really proud of. We are an 11-time recipient of the EPA Energy Star Partner of the Year. We've received numerous awards when it comes to customer service. We participate in a program called AVID. So it is a third-party customer service and survey that goes out to new home buyers. So they do a 1-month survey and a 1-year survey. And our division here in Southern California, we have actually taken the top award nationally. I want to say 3 out of the last 4 years. We're really, really proud of that. Additionally, Meritage, we do some great things philanthropically. One of the things that I'm most proud of is that we partner with Operation Homefront, which actually builds and gives away a home mortgage-free to a veteran. So about how we build, this slide is just highlighting some of the key features we do. 2 things that I do want to focus on, though, is our spray foam insulation and our conditioned attics. So conditioned attics, that means that we have no venting, no openings, perforations. So in Southern California, where we've heard, increased risk of wildfire, it means that no embers are able to get in. And then the spray foam insulation, it actually expands and gets every nook and cranny in your walls. So not only is your home more temperature regulated, so you get lower energy bills, but it also for townhomes where you're attached, it actually really helps with sound mitigation. So you're not hearing your neighbors or anything like that. So a bit about what we do. As I mentioned earlier, we focus really on that first-time home buyer, first-time move-up buyer, and what that means is that we're focused on missing middle housing. So to the left, you see more of your traditional single-family homes. To the right, you see that high-density, mid-rise, high-rise, and in the middle is a variety of housing types. And that's really where we find our sweet spot. What this means is that, yes, you're trading a little higher density, but it means you're able to spread land development costs over more homes so that we're able to keep that price point down. That means that we're able to sell, at a price point where your teachers, your first responders, your everyday working people are able to really get that dream of homeownership, their foot in the door. We find that we are able to approach site planning, trying to blend in the fabric of the existing community as best as possible, really considering those edge adjacencies and trying to find a solution that works for the existing community while bringing new homes to the community we're looking at. So a bit about the site. Obviously, we're about a half mile north of where we are right now, and about a half mile east of the city border with Baldwin Park. Just walking through kind of the iteration, I know Deputy Director Cervantes touched on this. So this was the original site plan. We had 3 different product types that included the 4-story stack flats that you see in the upper right corner. And from concerns we heard around height and density on the site, we stepped down. So this was the original plan at 282 homes. From there, we eliminated those, went to just 3-story townhomes. So this reduced it. It reduced the density of the plan, so everything was under 20 to the acre. Our height limit was at 38 feet. And, we heard the concerns about the height and the density, made that change. From there, though, we wanted to do more. We still were hearing concerns around the density. And so what we did was the plan that you see before you for approval tonight, which is the current proposed plan. So it's 232 homes. We have 34 single-family homes, 198 townhomes. Overall parking is at about a 0.28 for guests. That does not include the driveways or on-street parking on Del Norte. It includes the 1.45 acre carve-out for a park dedication, which really becomes a citywide legacy investment. It expands not only the usable park space for it expands the usable park space for all residents of West Covina, not just open space for the project. And it keeps the existing improvements to add an additional field for the city. It brings it up to a standard farm league field size, so it's a 180-foot depth with a 20-foot buffer beyond that, and then some additional open space beyond that as well. And this parkland is a permanent benefit that can't be taken back or converted later. So just a few project renderings to share. This would be a view along Del Norte Street. So as you can see, it's the 2-story single-family homes addressing the existing neighborhood. Beyond that is the 3-story townhomes. So from the street, you're really feeling just a single-family neighborhood out to each other. The density of the project is really tucked behind. This is an example of the 3-story townhome. And you can see it's a really nice front elevation, lots of movement. The upper stories are stepped back, so it helps soften that street view. And this is a view from Del Norte Park, really kind of focusing on that mixed fence material. So you can see the solid wall with tube steel on top. The buildings are screened and kind of step back. We were previously looking at doing some park portals connections. Those have currently been removed from the plan. We heard mixed feedback from neighbors on having direct connections from the project into Del Norte Park, so we removed them for now, although we're open to adding those back in if that's a feature that council thinks is very valuable. And we would also be working with the city to address the interface at the existing dog park, just to make sure that concern is accounted for that adjacent use. So a bit about our outreach, and I'll go through this kind of quick. So as Deputy Director Cervantes mentioned, we did 5 different outreach things. So the initial notification radius was 500 feet. That's the blue. And then we expanded with some of those additional areas in yellow. We did 2 rounds of mailers and meetings. And then we also participated in Councilmember Gutierrez's town hall last August. The FAQ, so this would have been the previous original 282 plan that those meetings and flyers focused on. We then participated in Councilmember Gutierrez's town hall meeting in February. This was right around the time we were doing this final update to the 232 unit plan that is before you tonight. Brief update on that project, focusing on the site plan adjustments, did about an hour Q&A, and then we included sign-up sheets. So anyone, because Councilmember Gutierrez advertised his meeting out to his entire district, we wanted to make sure people beyond the 1,000-foot radius or the expanded radius that we did were able to participate if they were interested. So from those, we expanded our radius. So you can see we went much further north from concerns that we had of some of our earlier outreach. We knew that there were people farther north of the park that weren't included in that 500 feet. So we really wanted to make sure we were capturing that. We held a follow-up town hall follow-up community meeting at the school again, did it more of a presentation style Q&A. Our traffic engineer was there to answer some specific questions as well. And for that mailer, we did it as a loose postcard kind of mailer because we had heard some feedback that our normal mailer in a Meritage envelope sometimes looks like spam. So we wanted to make sure it was obvious for people to see it. 3 things I want to focus on from that: garage size and storage, traffic, and guest parking. So garage sizes, every home would have a minimum 20 by 20 clear garage in a side-by-side configuration, or our tandem garage is oversized at 11 by 40. Every home has at least 160 cubic feet of storage in their garage that is outside of the vehicular area. And our CC&Rs would require that all homeowners park 2 cars in their garage. They would require this. If necessary, there would be provisions for doing garage inspections or anything like that. And then additionally, we would include in the CC&Rs provisions about setting up a guest parking permit program from the start to ensure that the guest parking on site remained free of overflow vehicles from residents and that they were really for guests coming to the site. traffic scoping was completed in coordination with the city. We went through multiple rounds and added additional intersections and segments for evaluation from what was originally proposed. As just kind of a baseline reminder, right, the school site has been closed for a number of years. The ROP left in 2020. So the neighborhood kind of adjusts back to not having that as a school use with normal traffic. The study found that the intersection of Roland and Sunset would be considered failing, which is a level of service designation of F, with or without the project in the future. And so as a result, the project is going to be obligated to pay fair share contributions for future improvements at that intersection. The study, I do want to note two things. The study does not account for a project feature that we added later, which is a left turn to pocket off of Sunset, and the project's traffic conditions of approvals and improvements identified in the traffic analysis were all based on the original 282 homes. So that means that the analysis is actually more impact than what the current project before you is going to create. So we are going above and beyond what the 232 unit plan or 232 homes would actually do. Deputy Director Cervantes touched on this, the dedication of Del Norte Street. So this would be creating a continuous street from Hollow out to Sunset. It would allow right in, right out turning movements. It would be publicly dedicated to the city after completion. And on the south side of the street, it would create 11 new parallel parking spaces based on current parking prohibitions. The residents of this project would actually not be able to park on those. It would only be able to be the existing residents to the south of the site that would be able to utilize those spaces. As I mentioned, we added a project feature, which is this left turn pocket from Sunset. So one of our earliest community meetings, one of the things we heard was residents on Workman were concerned that so many residents for this project would be queuing at the light at Workman to make the left and then coming up through either Hollow, Foxdale, or Yelton, or Nora. And could we look at adding a direct left turn lane from Sunset? So we went through the analysis with the city, the queuing distance and all of that, and we were able to add this feature. And we think it's an amazing thing to be able to add to help avoid we think it could divert almost 35% of the project's traffic, being able to enter this way and not disrupt the existing flow of the community. And ideally, if the project were to be approved, we could look at prioritizing this so it could be constructed and installed, and construction traffic would be able to go this way and not need to cut through the neighborhood as well. So guest parking on site. There are 66 guest spaces within the project proposed. Every home would have the 2-car garage. The 34 single-family homes all have 2-car driveway spaces as well, so full driveways. The red lines on the streets, those are the areas that currently have a preferential parking permit restrictions in place. And with the on-street parking on the north side of Del Norte and the east side of Nora, there are only about 11 new parallel spaces that would be created for this. As I mentioned earlier, the CC&Rs would require that all homeowners park 2 cars in their garages, make sure that they remain free and clear for that, and then we would have that guest parking permit program so that the 66 spaces were reserved for guest parking, that they would not become overflow for residents. And I do just want to mention on that note, our communities, we have amazing sales counselors in Meritage, and in working with future homeowners, it is a conversation of, hey, this is what the site has, this is what you are obligated to do, the assumption is. If you're a 3-4 car household, this is not going to be necessarily the community for you, because we don't want to have that impact on the existing community. We're not looking for homeowners to spill over and really disrupt the existing community. So having that kind of candid conversation of, hey, this isn't going to be the right community for you. If you're looking for a townhome and you have 4 cars, like that's just the reality of it. So getting into the recommendations from Planning Commission, and obviously Deputy Director Cervantes already kind of walked through these at a high level, so getting into each one. As he mentioned, the revising the language of CCNRQ to clarify, we have no problem with that. The conversation around the existing baseball field. So our understanding is that the school district has not had anyone renting the field for use, probably in the last 2 years. There was concerns around gopher hole issues and other things that deterred the league from necessarily wanting to use it for safety concerns. We do understand that the batting cages and the storage area are still utilized by the Little League, though. The existing field in its current condition is undersized, even for a farm league. The dedication area would allow for a proper farm field dimension of 180 feet from home plate to the outfield line. It would still have, obviously, the 25 feet behind home plate to the backstop. And then there would be a 20-foot buffer beyond that area and some additional landscaping kind of in the right field and left field area. Meritage, we were initially working with the school district and the city to understand the irrigation to tie in the park and this dedication area. In conversations with the city at kind of a high level of what it would take to bring this field into a playable condition, it's somewhere in the ballpark of $250,000 to $350,000. In subsequent conversations kind of from that initial point, there was higher level conversations with the community services department, community development, and public works that what the best improvements for this area would be are still kind of in conversation. Meritage, we're open to conversations around what happens here. However, in kind, we're paying a $961 park and lieu fee, so we would want to work with the city for any park and lieu fee to be adjusted accordingly based on improvements proposed in this area. If there's no desire at this time for the city to see improvements happen because conversations still need to occur on what the highest and best use is, then we would request that this condition be removed and that the city take the full park dedication and the full remaining park and lieu fee as is. So when the project was going through the redesign to create the 1.45 acre dedication, we maximized guest parking to the fullest extent possible. Simply put, there's not room to add additional spaces on site when you factor in required setbacks, building separations, and utilities needed for a development like this. The project at a base level is exceeding the requirements in the West Covina Municipal Code if you were to break out single family and townhomes separately. So the West Covina Municipal Code for single family homes calls for on homes that have 4 or fewer bedrooms, it requires 4 spaces, two of which shall be enclosed in a garage. So essentially a 2-car garage and 2 cars in your driveway. For multifamily, it requires 2 spaces covered per 2-bedroom or larger unit and 1 guest space for each 4 units. So simple math you have there, it would be calling for a total of 582 spaces. If you were to look at all the spaces provided, including the driveway spaces on the single-family home, we would be providing 598 spaces, not including what is created on Nora and Del Norte. As such, Meritage, if the driveway spaces were included, our total would be closer to 2.58 spaces per unit. As such, Meritage requests that this condition be removed. There was a condition requested to address traffic issues from Workman Avenue on Sunset Avenue. And we heard this at Planning Commission, that there were concerns about traffic on Workman between Vincent and Sunset, as well as some of the freeway on and off ramp circulation. As mentioned earlier, our project team worked with the city's traffic engineer to agree upon the scoping for the project. This process included review and agreement of the expected trip generation, which is what you see on the screen here. Workman east of the site, Workman east of the site closer to Vincent was not included. It was not involved in any conversations. The signal at Sunset and Workman, after our analysis, again, at the 282 home analysis, it was shown to be operating at a level of service of A or B at the horizon year of 2050 with the project's original home count. So Meritage, it's unclear what this request would entail, and as such, we would request that this condition be removed. The final, or not the final, so the condition request of adding sidewalks on the south side of Del Norte from Nora to Sunset. So Meritage, we control if this were to be approved, we would control the section of Del Norte that is the dedication from Hollow to Sunset. We have no issues with adding sidewalk along there for those parallel spaces. The other 3 blocks between Nora and Hollow, however, which is what you see lower on the screen, this includes planting, signage, and utilities that would need to be removed or relocated to install sidewalk. These homeowners have utilized this as extended side yard for years. Meritage would not have any control over this property, and title evaluation would be required to see if this is dedicated to the city as right-of-way or not, as a first level. Additionally, south of Del Norte Street does not currently have any sidewalks. So from the south side of Del Norte all the way down to Workman, there are no sidewalks in this neighborhood on Foxdale, Yellowton, Hollow, or Workman, or the east side of Nora. So the project would be improving Del Norte and Nora with new sidewalk, parkway, curb, and gutter. So Meritage is requesting that this condition be revised to a sidewalk shall be installed on the south side of the Del Norte Street dedication only. Finally, there was a request discussing the undergrounding of additional utilities outside the subject property on Sunset. The project frontage along Sunset is about 124 feet in total length. This is typically what you would be obligated in a project situation to underground. Usually it's your frontage. Meritage, in coordination with our dry utility consultants, had numerous conversations both with SoCal Edison as well as the city engineering team on the feasibility of undergrounding here. And what you can see is in this segment, those 5 circles are the 5 poles in that area. And that is the segment that would be required to be undergrounded if that was going to occur because of the infrastructure that's currently there. There are transformers on poles. A lot of the homes and businesses in this area are currently served with overhead power. So the feasibility and complicated nature of disrupting service and trenching and tying in all these existing homes with a change of power just becomes overly complicated and honestly cost prohibitive. So in conversations with the city's engineering team, that's why this was not a requirement. As such, Meritage requests that this condition be removed. One final thing I am requesting is just a revision on Planning Condition W. It is regarding the enhanced site elevations. It calls out 23 enhanced site elevations. Our sheet A 1.10, which is the architectural site plan. The 23 number is on the older 260 home version. The current site plan only has 19. And so the reduction came from, obviously, there's less buildings that front the park, or side onto the park, excuse me. So that is the request on this one. It's just a simple edit to clarify, because we don't have actual additional edges that we could enhance that would get the benefit of being enhanced for people to enjoy. They would all be buried. So just kind of reiterating, as I come to a conclusion here, the revised site plan, it eliminated the 4-story stack flats and replaced them with the 3-story townhomes. It reduced the total unit count by 50 homes, bringing the density below 20 units to the acre, eliminating the mixed GPA request that it included a high-density residential designation. It lowered the maximum building height to 3 stories, increases the open space on site, and provides a 1.45 acre park dedication to expand Del Norte Park. So with that, I am open for any questions. I have my traffic engineer, my civil engineer here if you have any technical questions.
Well, it's going to be public comment, and then we'll have you come back. Yeah. We want to get them to that. Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of the project?
Yes, Mayor, I have speaker cards. Okay. Our first speaker will be James Olvera, followed by Mario S., followed by Sherry Baroyan. James?
Good evening, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. I'll try to be succinct. As she stated, my name is James Rivera. I'm a local realtor with eXp Realty. The team I'm part of, we're actually in the process of setting up an office here in West Covina. I've had the privilege of working with Mayor Homes, and I'm here to express my support for Del Norte, the Del Norte project. As a realtor, I work primarily with first-time home buyers. One of the biggest challenges I see is finding homes that meet both their budget and their needs. A lot of the buyers I work with, they'll start maybe here or in West Covina or Covina, and then they'll end up putting their search on hold or start looking further east. Affordability is part of that, certainly a factor, but a major challenge I find is they're looking for something that's more move-in ready. As you probably are aware, most of the homes in this area are predominantly built in the 1950s. And as a first-time home buyer, there's a lot of significant challenges with that age. Even if those homes are well-maintained or remodeled, many of my buyers are faced with significant concerns regarding major systems. It could be roofing, electrical, plumbing, either immediately after they move in or in the near future. I had a buyer recently cancel because the home had a roof that was 16 years old and there was issues possibly with the sewer line. So projects like Del Norte provide an opportunity to expound housing choices with modern, energy-efficient homes that require less immediate maintenance and offer greater peace of mind for buyers. Thoughtfully planned communities such as this help meet current housing needs while supporting the city's long-term growth and economic vitality. I respectfully encourage the City Council to support this residential project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mario S., followed by Sherry Baroyan, followed by Jerry Patras.
Hello again. Del Norte project. So I came across this being at the dog park with my dog, wondering what's going to happen with the property. And there was a very short radius of letting people know what was going on. And I stumbled across it through a fellow dog park person there showing a picture that was taken of a mailer that was sent out. Anyways, once we found out about it, started looking into it, and man, it's been 2 years, maybe almost 3 years, that this has been going on since the beginning when it was started as 281 units. Meritage is a solid developer, and I've been here just going kind of back and forth with them. They've definitely accommodated, the look of the houses. They're 2 stories, so they're not the single-story ranch in the front, but they're nice 2-story homes. Got rid of the 4-story, what they would call if they were condos or whatever those were. But all in all, yeah, I think it's a good project. I also, having researched it, nothing against Meritage, but it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't. There's, if this were not to come through, there's like a 500-unit project, 600-unit project that could come through, and if they made it with 10% affordable housing, we wouldn't even be here. It just goes through. That's California law. Aside from that, yeah, it's been a long road, and we're here. I think it's, time to just let it happen. It's part of progress, and it's going to happen one way or the other.
Thank you.
Sherry Baroyan, followed by Jerry Patras.
Okay, I am for the project 100%. No, we all want nice little houses next door to us. That's the way we all live in West Covina now. That's not the way of the future. With the housing situation, not just here, go to Glendora, all the way down Route 66. They're all 4-story buildings. Covina has just sold 3 of their schools and gone into these huge complexes. Meritage has gone out of their way to listen to every single complaint, log them down, work with the people, even giving that portion that back to the ball field. My next request is, could this group with the kids please be heard next so that these little guys can go home and go to bed?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Do I have a council
Please,
approval?
absolutely.
Okay, I have a consensus. Oh,
I don't have I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're in favor.
Have them come up.
Did you have on opposition or approval? Neutral? If I have,
For the kids.
did they
Go home.
put in, if we have a consensus, then we'll go ahead and, you can come up and state your name. Those with the children, these are your kids?
The whole
family?
I think they're all baseball, so.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have your card.
Thank you for your patience.
I don't
And late for the kid.
Thank you.
Can you please just state your name for the record so I know what's...
So my name is Andrea Hernandez.
One moment.
As a board member of West Covina National Little League at Del Norte Park, I would like to address my concerns affecting the children and families we serve. First, we would like clarification regarding the proposed housing development and its impact on our baseball fields. During several meetings, the developers have stated that they would like to provide the city with what they refer to as a farm field as part of the project. While we appreciate the gesture, our understanding is that this would likely be limited to the current size of the existing field based off of the removable fence. Our concern is that the field of that size would not meet the needs of our entire league. West Covina National serves players ranging from 4 to 14, and we already face challenges in finding practice space for all divisions. This would be a burden on our Little League and the families we serve. We would also like clarification that while the developers may propose donating a farm field, the final decision regarding the use and designation of that land rests with the city. The developers can make recommendations, but ultimately it is the city's responsibility to determine whether the proposed field will remain dedicated to youth baseball. We ask that you consider keeping the proposal of the youth baseball field. And then our volunteer board members dedicate countless hours to serving the children and families of West Covina community. We believe as elected officials and community leaders, we share with you the same commitment to supporting local league youth programs and enhance the community space. We respectfully ask that you consider keeping the field and obviously the developers to just expand the field just so we have extra space. And it's not just for the little ones, but also for the other kids to be able to practice. Obviously, our older children cannot play there because they're 13 and 14, but they could at least have an area to practice because we're struggling even with getting sites for the schools. asking them if we can use their grass areas for them to even practice. We struggle with just that. So we just want to thank you for your time and consideration and continue to service our community. We look forward to working together to find resolution that best serves the children and families of West Covina. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I'll get you, Jerry.
If you want to have a seat, Jerry, for a little bit. Sorry. We're just going to finish them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Adriana Padilla. I've been a resident of West Covina since 1988. I went to school here. My kids went to school here. And I'm a first-time parent in the Little League. And I've realized a lot of things that are missing in the park. As a first-time parent, I realized like there's a lot of things. Our baseball machines don't work. The scoreboard doesn't work. We're struggling to find time to practice. Parents get upset. And so that's the main reason why I'm here, is to ask, the children are the future. And I pride myself to say that the West Covina School District, I'm very proud of it and what it's become. And I think that it would also be to the best interest of the new homes being built, that they have a nice park next door. So I think it's a mutual consideration that the kids get a beautiful park, improvements. Our snack bar has mold. Again, our, what do we call it? The roof, the plumbing, we get flooding right in front of the snack bar. Like I said, our scoreboard won't function, I would say 80% of the time. And we would kindly request that we do get that 1.6 baseball field for our kids. Like I said, I'm a first-time parent, and it's very exciting. My kid made the All-Stars, and he's never played baseball before in his life. So that's also very exciting. He would have been here today, but he is suffering from pneumonia. So we're praying and hoping that he can feel better to play on Saturday. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all.
Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. I just want to say thank you first for listening to us. I am also part of the board for West Covina National Little League. Not only that, I am a parent and.
Your name?
My name is Ricardo Quinterones. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Not only am I a parent, I've also of a previous Little League as well. I went there as a little kid. Not only am I requesting for the full 1.6 acre lot, also, the concerns of the mold, the concerns of the roof, of the snack bar, our batting cage. 20 years ago when I was there, this was such a beautiful place. There were so many kids. It was such a great community. And to see the lack of caring for this place where it's supposed to build the future of our kids' lives is kind of sad. It's something that helped me stay out of the streets and helped me become the father that I'm trying to be. And I'm trying to also make this something for not only my kids, but future kids, because I'm also a coach, And at the end of the day, it's like, realistically, I'm looking at the plans. I was also a certified CAD draftsman, so I've done CAD for architecture and stuff like that. Realistically, you don't need a pool there. That pool is way too small for 200 and something like houses, you know, like you don't need that pool there, honestly. Like there's literally a splash pad literally at the park for the kids. You know, if we focus on the park to make the community better for the kids, why do we need a pool there? You know, like the whole point is to build a community for the future, right? Like our children are the future, and instead, like this past couple of years, people didn't even realize that Del Norte Park was even a real park anymore because of the lack of taking care of it, the flooding of like what was it? Like the grass was flooding for like months. Like it was a swamp out there for like months because I don't know what happened. Like nobody was like who was maintaining the grass didn't even like say anything about it for the longest time. Like all these things is what's really important. Like coming here and waiting an hour for over an hour about you guys arguing about internal stuff. That's cool. I get it. But at the end of the day, you guys see the kids here. We came here for the community. We came here because we care about the kids. And that's what's important. They're the future of West Covina, you know, like this housing is cool and all, you know, like I would love to continue to live here and continue to grow my family here. But how can I if you guys aren't even taking care of our parks? And, but yeah, that's really it. That's my time. I hope you guys choose the park.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Mayor, the last three speakers were neutral.
They're all neutral, correct.
Hello, my name is Javier Vega. My position is maintenance coordinator.
Go ahead.
At West Covina National Little League, also Del Norte. I'm also a coach. One of the kids that's still here, Sebastian, one of my best players, got a lot of hustle. I just want to mention Luisa, right? Her name was. She came up here. She brought up that 1.45 was going to go back to the Little League or to the city, should I say. But then she mentioned that whatever is the interest of the city, pretty much changing the fact that it might become a baseball field or it might be something else. I'm just asking the city to clarify that and make it a point that it is going to be a baseball field, or what is the plan for that land. The league's been there since 1953. If you guys have been from West Covina, you guys know of Del Norte for a certain reason, if it was for the school or for the park, splash pad. I've taken my kids there. A lot of people take their dogs there, as the gentleman mentioned earlier. It's Del Norte. It's a landmark for West Covina. And it's deteriorated for sure, and we're just asking for help. You know, we're a nonprofit. The kids we do get, sometimes they leave because we don't have somewhere for them to practice. Games are real tight. You know, it's a struggle out there, and we're just asking for the extra hand from the city. You guys were there for opening day. I recognize your guys' faces. I appreciate you guys being there. The lights, great help. It was, because it was dark. We just want help, and that's what I'm here to ask for. That's what they came for. So that's all I got to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mayor, for the record, Mr. Vega was neutral.
Neutral, correct. Anybody else there? Go ahead. All neutral, correct? Yeah, okay, neutral.
Good evening. First of all, thank you all for responding to our emails in February and getting those lights fixed. It's very important for our field to have those lights and those kids to play. So thank you. My name is Pete Limon. I'm a parent and volunteer coach with West Covina National Little League, where I've proudly served for the past 5 years. I'm here tonight to voice my concerns about the field and facilities that we may potentially lose. Little League has been part of our communities across America since 1939. Fields like ours are incredibly important to our city, our neighborhoods, and most importantly, our children. Leagues like ours bring families together and create friendships that last a lifetime. Our Little League Park is more than just a place to play baseball. It's a place where families gather on weeknights to enjoy a burger and some nachos, where neighbors connect and the kids simply be kids. It's a place where people spend their Saturdays cheering on players while younger siblings run around and make memories, just like we did growing up. These parks and fields play a vital role in developing social skills, teamwork, and a sense of community, all of which are important now more than ever. Baseball helps children build confidence, learn responsibility, develop teamwork, and form lasting friendships. Without these fields, none of this is possible. Losing these facilities would make it incredibly difficult for our league to survive. We will lose players, families, and opportunities for the youth. We need your help. I respectfully ask that you consider alternative solutions and do everything possible to preserve our fields and protect our league. We do not want to be another West Covina baseball program that disappears, like Orangewood Little League and West Covina Pony Cult. Please help us save our fields, our league, and positive impact they have on our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can I have your name? Sir, can I have your name?
Pete.
Thank you, Mr. Limon.
Yeah, he did. You did say that. I remember you, Pete. Anyone else neutral from there? Okay. So we'll go ahead and go to Jerry. Oh, sorry.
Jerry.
No, wait. I'm sorry. He's neutral. Wait, part of the.
If you want to stay with neutral, I could go back to approved. I have other neutrals. I have Alora Vieira.
I think Jerry's been waiting.
Okay, we'll go back to the traditional. Sorry.
Okay.
Jerry's doing squats tonight.
We want Jerry.
All right, Jerry. We'll go back to our original.
Jerry, come.
Jerry.
We want Jerry.
We want Jerry.
Thank you for helping her.
You waited all night.
You got a little workout there.
Yeah, your turn.
Yeah, I'm getting old here, but anyway. Thank you. Like many West Covina residents, I'm concerned about the changes in housing density that's coming. It changes our neighborhoods, creates street parking issues like crazy, and increases traffic congestion. There's no doubt about that. And I know when I first moved to West Covina, I lived in a gated townhouse community. And we had parking. I was on the board. I dealt with parking. We also impacted the neighborhood streets because when we filled up our allotments, they had to park in the garage and they couldn't use guest parking. They went out on the street. So I support this concept, but I'd like you to make sure that the city's permit process that occurs in some of the neighborhoods where there's apartment buildings and stuff, you're going to need something like that in my view, especially since there's a lot more cars. I attended some of the community meetings on this and also on the Vincent and Pioneer projects. I was really impressed with Meritage. I think the buildings look so much better than some of these monsters that have come in. I think their flexibility of listening to what residents were talking about, unparalleled. It really was. I really like the swimming pool. You don't see those very often. The complex I lived in had one, and it gave us more of a sense of community. We just entertained each other or visited and stuff. You met your neighbors. I think that's a really unique feature that's really important. I love the fact that there's a softball or baseball field, whichever it is there. I'm not happy about the way that field got acquired, but I don't think you'll do that again, will you? Deal with parking, please, out on the street. When the freeway was being built or redone, cars come other directions and stuff, and like you see them coming down the different streets, taking alternate routes. I'm concerned about some of that. So please deal with some of the external stuff. I support this. I think they've done a good job. I just want you to deal these other projects that went in. There's parking that's really not being effectively dealt with. And I think this is an opportunity to show that you can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I just want to make sure Laura Vieira is not here. Oh, she is here. This is also neutral, Mayor.
Okay, neutral.
Late. Hi, everybody. I live in Tony's district. Hi, Tony.
How you doing?
And I own a home. My very first West Covina home was in District 1 on Shady Dale, which you can see from the tennis courts on the drawings. I'm very fortunate that my grandchildren and my son, who played at West Covina National, still live in that home today. And the impact that I'm worried about and that I'm here to support are for my former neighbors who I lived on that street for 22 years and I love dearly. And they're very concerned about the parking, about the speeding down the street that's going to spill over from Sunset that's already happened with the large build that was over on Vincent and Workman. As well as the safety of the children getting to school, the overflow that's going to happen with Del Norte Del Norte School. Del Norte Park is an icon in West Covina. It's an iconic park. And the fact that we need to give these children the proper size field, I'm sure I learned about the build. I didn't get the notification, even though I was in that first spot, the first mailer. I never got any of it, but I have learned about it. I've come. I will say that Meritage has done an outstanding job to make it concessions for the area for sure. But I really, really, really believe that the baseball field has to be made a little bit larger. The parking that the Planning Commission was bringing to your attention really needs to be looked at further. That street going through, having no sidewalk. Yes, there's no sidewalk there today, but there's going to be 200 more houses there with children walking to school to get to school. So I am in support of Meritage. I do think you guys really need to look at some of the changes that the Planning Commission asked for. Thanks, you guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
We're going to move to opposed, Mayor.
Okay.
Elva Lima Ortiz.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Throughout tonight's meeting, residents have raised concerns about parking. They have raised concerns about traffic and other issues that affect the quality of life of the residents of West Covina. Several speakers have reminded us of what West Covina used to look like. They have talked about how it was a well-planned out city, a community where neighborhoods were designed thoughtfully and where residents could rely on self-accountability, not nuisance enforcement, and where residents could also count on responsive leadership and in their elected officials. I am asking you tonight to continue that tradition. Please help keep our community, our city organized, safe, and livable by carefully considering the long-term consequences of a decision before you tonight. The proposed Del Norte project will add more than 232 homes while providing parking that is insufficient for the needs of future residents, their visitors, and the surrounding neighborhood. With many of these homes designed for families of 3 to 4 bedrooms, the parking demand is likely to exceed what has been proposed very quickly, and they will be utilizing the parking spots currently designed for the residents that visit the park or that come to play tennis. All of those parking spots will be occupied. Right now, when there is a game, I can see a lot of the Little League parents circling around the neighborhood trying to find parking. These residents for this new development will be utilizing some of those parking spots and taking that from those that can visit the park. To those of you that came today and experienced parking issues on Tuesdays, imagine experiencing that every day at every time during that day, not only on Tuesdays. It'll be very impactful to our city. A decision on the Norte project should not be based solely on short-term considerations or pressures. I urge you to consider the lasting impacts on traffic, parking, availability, the character of the neighborhood that we currently have, and overall quality of life of the current and future residents. The legacy of this council should be one that makes the city better, not one that is affected and where we are going to be struggling in the future. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Glenn Kennedy.
Good evening, City Council. Glenn Kennedy, lifelong resident. Born and raised on the north side. Very proud of it. First of all, it's really not that I'm against the project, it's the parking. I want to address a few issues. First, I played at that park. I went to Del Norte. I was a board member for many years. I was on District 19 board. And you know, Mylan, the field is 1.6. Okay, it's not 1.45. It's 1.6. Okay. My issues are parking. Okay, so with 232 units going in there, you're looking at 63 guest parking? Really? It should be 1 for 1, not -4 to 1. This is a big concern. So what's going to happen? They're going to tell you how nice it is and it looks good and they're in compliance by law. But in reality, in 2 years, that park's going to be gone. There's going to be no parking at the park. They're going to take the whole parking lot of the Little League, up and down Sunset, both sides of Sunset, both sides of Nora, both sides of Workman. There's going to be no parking. Okay, and that's not fair to the residents. And by the way, the residents bought those homes. Those are single-story ranch-style homes. Okay, so now you're going to put in 2-story, 3 stories. That's not fair to them. They're going to have no view of the mountains. You have completely destroyed a harmonious neighborhood. That's exactly what's going to happen here. And yeah, Meritage Bill's a great product. They're very good. But in the end, they're going to walk away, and the problem's going to be here to us. And then back in 2 years, I'm going to come back and I say, I told you so. So I would like you to have some consideration for that. I really don't blame you. I actually blame the school board. The school board has mishandled this from day one. Okay, so if you were planning on selling Del Norte, you should have went to the residents instead of saying, oh, well, we sent out a flyer that's 500 feet. No, you should have actually went and talked to the residents, say, we're going to have a workshop. What would you like here? It's going to affect you. But they never did. They took the money and they ran. So thank you very much, and you guys have a nice evening.
Thank you.
Marie, I think she left. I don't see her. Justin?
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor, and City Council. My name is Justin Harvey, District 1. Just a couple questions. Will the roughly $900,000 in lieu of park fee be going directly back into Del Norte Park or into the citywide park fund? And who pays for the yearly maintenance after the city takes ownership? Also, just need some clarity on whether the city is receiving a fully usable baseball field or simply just the land, designated as park open space that in the future will need city funds to turn it into a usable baseball field. And then just before approving this project, have you done a evaluated combined impact on the Del Norte project and the city yard? Both of them combined is about 373 units. And doing a study on the traffic, the public safety, parks, infrastructure. Both of them are within 1.2 miles away from each other. So I know that these are two different projects and they're analyzed separately, but the residents are going to fill them collectively. So that's it.
Thank you.
Mayor, I also have 2 cards they didn't state in favor, opposed, or neutral. The first speaker is Steve Bennett.
He said neutral.
I heard.
Okay, let's have a realistic talk here. You know me, I'm always realistic. First of all, you want to make sure the parking. Glenn's 100% right. Glenn grew up in that area, worked at that park as a volunteer. I'm a former Little League president myself at a different park, so I know exactly what it is. But let's talk parking. Right now, all of the parking down Nora and all the parking along Del Norte is permit parking during school hours. Well, pretty sure that's not going to be an issue anymore, right? They're not going to need permit parking during school hours, but they are going to need permit parking overnight. They're going to need permit parking at some period of time. Those residents need to tell you what that parking permit should be, but they need to make sure that the parking permit on the current existing sides of those streets are there for them to be able to park when they need to, except for street sweeping. That's a different issue. But we need to make sure that that is, first of all, taken care of. And that should be at the city's expense, not the $180 or $150 fee for each of those neighborhoods to request that. So that's the first thing you guys need to do, and you need to include this. I don't think it's Meritage's fault. You guys need to handle that. Second thing that we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about street sweeping. We're adding, 250 people to this area? And we're talking about parking already? Yeah, you got to fix the street sweeping, because that's a problem. And this is going on over and over again. I'm not going to harp on Groundhog Day because you guys already know I'm against what you guys are doing. Let's talk about traffic on Workman. We did the Vincent Workman thing. Those neighbors never got permit parking. And if you drive down that street, you got to drive half the speed limit so you don't hit somebody running out between cars. That street is terrible. I grew up in this area. I went to Vincent School back when it was there. The parking was never an issue until that development showed up. So parking. Let's talk about baseball for a second. It is a 200-foot fence for a 12-year-old to play in. If baseball, Little League ever closes, as some do, I'm not saying that they're going to, you're going to need to rent out that field. You're not going to rent it out at a 185-foot fence because that's a 10-year-old. That means travel ball's not going to rent it. So you're going to need at least a 200-foot fence from home plate. Whatever the acreage is, because I'm not that math guy, if it's 1.6, it's 1.6. Second thing, every Saturday morning, they need in their CCRs that they're going to hear, "Morning, little Johnny, up to bat," at 8 o'clock in the morning on every Saturday. So in their CCNRs, it needs to say they understand that there's going to be PA speakers announcing kids every Saturday morning, almost year-round, and every weekday night. And there should be nothing that prevents that. They've already agreed to foul ball netting and home run netting to prevent anything happening into the area, but we need to figure out where the irrigation is for that field. Because the school district was probably funding it, I know, and then now the school is no longer funding it, so the city's going to have to irrigate it.
Steve,
I just need an accommodation because I need more time.
I didn't.
But I just letting you know.
Thank you.
I just want to say, because, it's
All
what
right,
it is.
Steve,
but we need more irrigation.
Next speaker. Thank you.
An accommodation like some of the other people. I mean, 5
Put it in with the city. All right,
yeah,
thank you.
Appreciate it, but I want to do it while I'm talking.
Okay. I like that. Fish them out.
JD.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was earlier. That was my twin brother, the evil one. We seem to be creating a new normal here, and I don't think it's just city council. I think it stems from Sacramento. And by the way, welcome back, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson was the director of planning when the state came down and explained how this was going to work. And these developers have gotten a sweet deal because they've gotten the support of Sacramento and City Council. They are now selling us a glorified matchbox starting at $800,000. And they packaged this and sold it to us, telling us that this was to help the homeless or the unhoused and the lack of housing, but with the idea of helping those that are unhoused. Well, that real estate agent came up here and advocated for it, but I asked him how much is a resident, one of those 50-year-old residents, I think, cost. He said, oh, about $800,000. I said, and one of these? He said, starts at about $800,000. I said, well, why would you want to buy that when you can buy an older house? It may have some plumbing problems, but it comes with a backyard, a front yard, 1,650 or 1,700 square feet for the same price. And just a few years ago, it was far less. This new normal is taking housing to a point where no first-time home buyer is going to be able to afford it. That's just a fact. This is a little different as far as what many of the residents have brought forward, because I understand their concern. It's immediate and it's personal. But that matrix that came through the state to us mandates that you build a certain amount of units at low income. What is the number of low income that have been built at Pioneer and these other, Del Norte, and this other one that you've built here in the city that this developer's built? How many homes are actually low income? And once you've reached saturation at the higher end, moderate and high end, where are you going to build these low end income homes? In the poorer neighborhoods, those district, Mrs. Villada's district, Mrs. Diaz's district, where the streets are alligator streets, according to the last manager? Thank you.
No further speakers, Mayor.
Would the applicant like to come up and speak and to answer the questions and comments that the residents here have addressed?
Give me just a moment. Site plan. So to start in response around the baseball field, it's not as simple as just being able to magically gain the extra feet to make it work without fairly significant impacts on the site plan with circulation and parking. When we were evaluating how to create the carve-off, we were doing it in a way to maximize what happened, what we could create there. And I understand the concern from the Little League of having fields that are different sizes that, only serve a younger age group. As we heard, the 180 foot is really for those 10 and under. That said, it was the field that was being rented previously from the school district. That's what it was. So clearly, they were able to make that work. I can understand the limitation it brings. As he said, you're not going to get the 12 and overs. You're not going to get travel ball who can necessarily use it. But it is still, the Little League mentioned they start as young as 4. So there is a group that would be served by this. We see the value of it. We see, that, yes, the homes adjacent to both the park the dog park, the fields, yeah, there's going to be disclosures that need to be signed. You're going to know what you're getting yourself into, what your adjacency is. And that's a beautiful thing because that is community. That is becoming a part of what is here in the fabric. So we have no issues with that, making sure that is a transparent thing for those home buyers that, hey, you're not going to be calling up the city complaining about this because you know you're living next to an active use. That said, as I mentioned during my presentation, we really do want to, if there are improvements that Meritage can help with in a way of utilizing the in lieu fee to cover those improvements to add that benefit, we're happy to have those discussions. But it sounded like, is it a multi-use? Is it a true baseball field? The end use that you guys want to see there isn't necessarily decided yet. So that's why my request was to remove that condition. In terms of parking, obviously, as I mentioned, we are exceeding what is called out in the municipal code. That doesn't excuse or negate the fact that, yes, there is parking concerns and parking constraints, and we see that all over Southern California, especially with infill developments. But I can say that Meritage, we do have a good track record of being able to enforce our parking restrictions and do everything we can to limit the impact in the neighborhood. I know that what I'm saying is just me saying it, and until it's there and in place, it's words. But I can tell you in our previous communities, similar to this, where we're coming in an infill situation, we really are as transparent and as possible with buyers and do everything we can to enforce and limit what the spillover is into the existing neighborhood. I do want to reiterate, though, I know that just to make sure for full transparency for everyone, this is the school's property. We are in escrow. We have not purchased it. We have not made any agreements. We have not closed on the property as of yet. The school district, obviously, it was a closed property, and they are looking to be able to take the proceeds and reinvest it into the district, into other campuses, into food programs or different things that they want to do. And we are very excited to participate by buying this and helping improve a district that these future homeowners are going to be a part of. There's no easy way of taking what's come down from the state and changing the fabric of the neighborhood that was 50 years ago, the traditional single-family home. That is not what Sacramento is mandating. But we see this as a really nice opportunity to address the edge of the existing single-family, still bring some density, still help lower that cost of what the home is so that as many people as possible can achieve home ownership. I'll leave it at that if there's any other questions you guys have.
So I'm just going to officially close the public comment portion, and I'm just going to ask for council discussion, and this is for our council to go ahead and ask questions. Councilman Wu.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I know the land belonged to the school, and they've been closed for a long time, and they're fenced in. And where's the school? Okay, they're selling for what, $50 million? I know they're going to use that to improve the school facility, including I heard about central kitchens or something else. But they should come over here and tell us why they need this $50 million, or otherwise they maybe have to bond, okay, again, okay, like before, okay, to increase our property tax. So basically my understanding, this is what school want to, okay, sell this, and they get this since the land is not being used for a long time, and then they need this revenue, okay, like any other school, Covinas and Glendora's and all those city and the school, not enough of a population. My understanding, based on the superintendent told me, it's about 30% of their population is from not in our city, and came to West Covina Unified School District. So we need more children, okay, but this is the problem we have, the birth rate. So that's why they want to, but they still need to use the money to increase. But I think the school should be over here, tell us what they want to use this money and want the city to support, okay, and rather than just ask us to look into your project. And I understand, okay, National Little League, we went to your opening, and then remember the light, we want to improve the light, we want to improve, and I saw the field, it looked beautiful. Possible they have some other issue. I know the bar has some issue, and I think city manager already promised they're going to, improve it. Okay, we just want to improve our part, look nice. Okay, and my pictures, I took pictures with your opening day, it looks beautiful, gorgeous. But we understand, okay, you need another field to play, so we want make sure the National can continue to survive. Okay, and that's why, we talk to them, and so hopefully they're willing to give us some extra land for you guys can use, and we want to continue have this league, and also for the future, the people moving in, if we have this project, the young couple will have kids and they can join the National. That's what we want. We want population, we want kids, and we want to have they play the sport. Okay, and otherwise, why we build this? Another thing regarding the Sacramento, they force us to build for West Covina 5,346 units, and we only have till 2030, right? And for the arena, we have to build 5,346 units of the home, and they don't want us to build single-family house. Nobody can afford a single-family house anymore. They want us to build something, condo and this and that. That's why this builder, come over here. And I want to appreciate the builder willing to invest your money to West Covina because it's a top market right now. So the first question I want to ask is, you're building 232. I think it's coming from almost 300. You're coming down, and the 4-story coming down to 3-story, and matching with the neighborhood. Why is the price? What's the starting price? Because we hope the young couple can move in, to own their first home, and the owner occupy, and so they can have baby and join the National in the future. And that's what we want. We want population. So what is the price? Is that affordable? Because when we talk about entry-level home for the first-time home buyer, young couple coming into West Covina, find this beautiful place with a park next door, and they're willing to move in, and starting their life over here. What is your starting price?
Yeah, so for the and take this with an asterisk, right? If they were going to be going to market today. So we can't necessarily magic ball where the market's going to be in a couple years. But if they were going to market today, the townhomes, so we have 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms, they would be starting in the mid $6s up to
$600,000.
Yeah, up to the high 7s, and then the single family homes, they would be starting in the mid 8s to high 8s.
And because single family house, look like they are almost 2,000 square feet.
I believe.
You scare me. Sorry. It's a lot of $1 million. Okay, go again. How much is it's a single family house in the front? Mm-hmm. So they're basically about $800,000 with a 2,000 square feet home.
Yeah, so it's
townhouse is about $600,000.
Yeah, so the townhomes are mid 6s to 7s, and then the single family are in the 8s. Yes.
Yeah, because I think with interest rate right now it's around 5.875, and with 6, hopefully around low 6, and so hopefully the teacher or any of our people, young couple can moving in, and they can pay the mortgage payment. Second thing is, first-time home buyers, we always request first-time home buyer assistance, down payment assistance program, because not everybody have a lot of a down payment. So hopefully you come up, because we require, like your previous project, we all request the first-time home buyer down payment assist program.
Yeah, so right now we are committed to the 10% of homes being part of the housing assistance program. I think that, as stated, right now in the conditions, it calls for 15,000. We're able to go to 20. And
50,000, you can even pay the closing costs. I think you need to come up a little bit more.
So we're able to come up to 20. In addition, Meritage offers a handful of other incentives that any buyer, not just those in the HAP program, would be able to utilize.
So 20,000, so from 15 to 20,000. What is a Vincent Home, your down payment assist program? I remember it's 30,000, right?
Our previous projects we've done in the city, we didn't necessarily have flat rates. We didn't necessarily have a dollar value for each. We did more of a flat rate, but I want to say that those were around, I want to say one was 17.5, and then the other might have been closer to 20.
So $20,000. So is it higher you can go up for the first-time home buyer down payment assist program? Could you get more?
I think we could we go to 22.5?
How about 25?
Okay, we can do 25.
Okay, 20. So first-time home buyer, okay, 25.
We can't do 30. We can't do 30, but we can do
30 would be better. Okay, so thank you. I got 25, you go 30, okay. But we just want to help young people. Yes. We not everybody have a down payment. Not everybody, especially working class, they saving and this and that, gas price so high. Okay, so hopefully we can help them to move in their first home. Yes. Without the first-time home buyer, we have no future. We have to help the first-time home buyer, the young couple, to study on their first home in West Covina. I think it's very important. Another thing is the owner-occupier. We want to make sure they're not for renter. We don't want the investor coming in, buy the project, property and rent it out. Okay, we want people to own their home.
Yeah.
Then their kid will go join the national league because they're not tenant. They homeowner. They're proud, and that in one day they maybe become city council and get yelled at all the time. Okay, for their future. Okay, good luck. Okay, so anyway, somebody have to serve, right?
Yes.
Okay, and get paid. By the way, very very little. Okay, so just want to see that. So basically, and is any possible? I know I check. Okay, I Google it. I checked before. It's 1.5 to 2 acre land for the Little League. Any possible you can squeeze? I know you're 1.45. I saw your design. It's 1.45 to 1.5 based on the Google. It's very close.
It's very close, and there's. When we were reevaluating the site plan, there's the challenge is maintaining your circulation for fire access, and all of that is really what limits that.
I saw like how you cut the road,
right. So they kind of go against each other, and that's really our limiting point to ensure that we have safe and adequate fire access and circulation through the project. The edges where we have a drive aisle and the head-in parking, right, you have some buffer beyond that 180 foot in those areas, but it's really that middle point that's the pinch point constraining factor. So without significant changes and additional unit loss, there's no way to increase the site to get to that outfield length.
One thing is this, okay, I know more is better, and just to ask you guys to give out the land for the open space for the city, I know it's very, very difficult, especially for builder give out, that much of the land, because each 1 acre you can build more houses based on us, 20 unit per acre. So you basically you sacrifice almost 30 unit. But no matter what, there is benefit to the city and the resident, because we need that land to improve their noti. Okay, and I hope city can kind of help national and make that that park, so they can have a second one they can practice. Okay, and once competition, And regarding the PA announcement, I live next to the high school at elementary. Every morning I get wake up. Okay, so I already used to, if I don't hear it, like it's not summertime, I just feel lonely. Okay, I want to listen to the drum, the practice. Okay, every day. Okay, now they're still playing, because this is what your choice. We want to live next to the school or live next to the park, and that is a consequence because people have to utilize, and some people maybe even play the loud music or boomba. Okay, and I think Del Norte or Wamarado, they always boomba. Okay. Zumba. Okay, yeah. Okay, Zumba, and very loud. Okay, and so I joined some of their Zumba dance. So, but anyway, I think the project, because that, and we need build more housing, and it's almost impossible, okay, that we can avoid any what so-called California, okay, the housing crisis we need to build, and that's what you will need to come to West Covina. West Covina is a beautiful city, okay, and I think people want to move in, and we just need to find some, okay, entry-level home for them. And I understand the change with the impact, okay, traffic, and that is going to be traumatized, and also the people not used to it. Okay, the big land, and now you have a housing. So, but is a school needed $50 million? Okay, and we need some entry-level home. Okay, and you're willing to accommodate, okay, the land so we can save the Little League, and for the future resident can have okay, the place to make bigger park and for them to play. Okay, I will support, okay, the project. Okay, but the one thing is, okay, I think the parking, I think you already tried your best to the parking for the maximum. Okay, I move around. I don't see how can we, okay, move even more, okay, and to sacrifice, okay, the space, and then you can still affordable, willing to build, because you can easily just walk away, okay, and the school will missing the $50 million, and we don't have this open space because currently it's a private property, it's a fencing, okay, and we cannot even use the land because it belongs to the school. So it's a give and take. It's a win-win or lose-lose. Okay, if we decline the project, then none of this will happen. But if we try to find a way to give the school this revenue to improve the children, okay, at the same time, okay, and we got a space, they can absolutely use it because it's adjacent to their field together, and we need to improve the park and including the bar, okay, so the sport bar, hopefully that will be improve, okay, and so in that way, it's always like give and take, and hopefully, and the resident will understand what we're trying to do. It's very difficult, and because people will yell at me, but at the same time, we need to try to find a midpoint. I think this is a good project. You already have a couple very successful projects: Vincent Home, Cameron Home, okay, Cameron 86, okay, Cameron 50. And the Pioneer Home and the Benson Home. So it's all very successful with good quality. I never hear any people complain. So hopefully this project, you will keep the same quality. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Gutierrez.
Yes. So how much are you buying the property for, Larissa?
We just adjusted with the school district. If you listened to their board meeting last week, they accepted a price reduction, so it will be for $46 million.
$46 million. And why shouldn't we charge you the park fee in full price if the district gave you technically the money back for giving that up?
It's not the full amount that we're losing. It was where we landed on the negotiation. Through what we think is a better site plan to the city and to the community. We asked them to, participate in the impacts of that. And so we had initially asked for a larger price reduction. They did not accept that, so this is where we landed. It's still a dedication of land to the city, and it is not a small amount. in a city that's fairly built out. So that is why, as in Deputy Director Cervantes' presentation, he mentioned that there's a formula for the park and lieu fee that we were originally going to be paying. I want to say it was potentially almost $3 million originally, but the value of the land is what offsets that. And so the park dedication of 1.45 acres factors in, and that's where the remaining amount of the $960,000 lands.
And the parking situation, I think in those areas, there's no parking. There's a major apartment complex adjacent to that, and those residents currently park in the streets surrounding the Del Norte area. So my concern is that we have not fully addressed the parking situation. And actually, before I continue on that, so the district is willing to, I guess, renegotiate pending this hearing, or even if this hearing was postponed to a following meeting, right? I mean, the final decision of this council, the district is still open to negotiate with you, right?
No.
Well, you guys signed the papers?
The amendment has been signed and agreed upon by the board and Meritage. There's no further negotiations. There was caveats in it where there's no further negotiations. So
why would Meritage sign an agreement if you first have not had this council meeting and heard the public? Like, so you already executed that, so you're saying that you can make changes, or you'll lose because of those changes, or?
we are no longer, the district did not want to have further conversations, so we have to accept that. So that is why the agreement was what was presented to the board, accepted by the board, and signed.
Yeah, and I think our Little League, I think they want a full regulation field, and that's 1.6 acres. And I think this location is not part of our housing element. So is that correct, Director Cervantes? Keep saying, keep saying on the thing.
You're correct. It's not part of a identified site in the housing element.
So there's no mandate from the state that's certain that there's no mandates as to locations that do have that mandate, then, right?
Correct.
That
it's
makes
not
sense.
listed in our housing element.
So the council does have authority to add I guess, regulations or conditions of approval. Let's just say if we wanted to, as a council, direct that Meritage is to give 1.6 acres dedicated to baseball, we can do that, correct? There's no consequence under the state's housing element because this location is not designated, correct?
I don't know if there's no.
I know Meritage still needs to agree to that stuff, but hypothetically, on our part, can we impose a regulation, or impose a condition of approval of, for example, mandating 1.6 acres for the full-size regulation field?
You can certainly make that motion, yes.
Great, thank you. Also, I don't see it in your plans, but I'm assuming that all these sidewalks, even within the complex, are all ADA accessible?
Correct.
Wheelchair accessible?
If I don't believe there might be some areas that have a couple steps, but if there would be alternate ways to get to all of the common area amenity spaces and out to the public right of way, which is a requirement of the building code.
Then another issue I think it's a little concerning is you have around the baseball field currently you have a 3 feet wall with a 3 feet steel fence, and I don't know if that's the best combination to put right next to a baseball field. Like, what happens if the ball goes through the steel fence because it's openings?
As I mentioned in my presentation, so the dedication area allows for 180-foot farm field, and then it has a 20-foot buffer beyond that. This was the fencing condition for adjacent to the park. It's a view fence to allow a little bit more permeability and softness between the uses. We do have provisions that should it become something in the future, that baseball netting could be installed if needed. But the concept was to have that permeability. However, similar to the edge adjacent to the dog park, we're willing to have further conversations with staff if there's a better fencing solution adjacent to those uses.
And then I'm concerned about the Del Norte Street exit. That street's so long that some sort of speed reducer mechanism has to be implemented for an area like that, if it's speed bumps or something. But to have a street open like that right next to a public park where little kids are crossing for the park or for school or for Little League.
Can I ask, where are you talking?
I think the whole Del Norte Street area by the complex. Primarily by, I would say, the most important area is probably between the main street and the new dedicated private street or public street that you're proposing.
You're talking about the segment of the Del Norte dedication between Hollow and Sunset, specifically that leg.
The new area, yeah.
So I can tell you that portion. So the north side of Del Norte, as I mentioned before, is going to be dedicated. Is going to be improved with new curb, gutter, parkway, sidewalk. So the sidewalk's going to be separated from the street. So there's that natural barrier and buffer of planting and trees. In the dedication portion specifically, that road segment actually tapers down. So rather than having call it a 36 or a 40-foot curb section in that specific area, it's only 26-foot drive lane. And then we just have the parallel parking on the south side, which, as I mentioned, we're happy to revise the requested condition to include the sidewalk on the south side of that portion. For pedestrians going to the park, pedestrians going to schools in the neighborhood, there will be safe paths of travel on the north side that would not have impairment from vehicles.
You're saying a different area? The same area, right?
The Del Norte dedication.
Yeah. So that would be safe passage there, you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, the pedestrians will be separated from the drive aisle. In terms of speeding concerns, that area is actually narrower than a traditional street. It's only 26 feet versus the full 36 or 40-foot curb section.
Yeah.
So
that's what makes me more concerned.
It's actually reverse if you think about it. So when a street narrows, you naturally go slower. So it acts as a natural traffic calming there. In addition, we'll have stop controls at Sunset because cars will need to stop and queue and safely be able to pull out.
Right. And then, and I think I have and then also, I know your other properties had it, and I didn't see it in these conditions of approval. But are you open to installing, I think you have 2 entryways, installing flock cameras that link back to our police department?
I don't know if we've done those in previous communities or not. I don't believe we have. I would need to understand what that is and the ongoing cost before committing to that.
And then the next one I have is some law enforcement street names and so forth. Is Chief Katina here? Okay. If not, it's okay. No? Oh, okay, it's okay. Or so I know in some of your other properties, there has been a concern that some areas in the property have the same numerical number, and based upon my knowledge of the area, I think in one of your properties, I think there's an address that has the same numerical numbers on one side and also on the opposite side, and when people are trying to find the streets, it's kind of complicated because, for example, I think one of the properties have the same street in all of quarter sacks within it. I think your locations on Workman, I think the Workman and Vincent area have like same street names in some of the areas within, and I think it creates complications, and that's why I was going to ask Chief Patina about if it has been an issue for law enforcement when they're dispatched to areas like that if they prefer actual street names per area.
So all I can typically on a project like this, you go through coordination with usually both Public Works and the building department on getting your addressing approved. Every city does it a little bit different in terms of, do you want every single segment with a unique street name? Do you want your primary street, if it's loops, like we have a loop here, would that be a singular name? Do buildings get one address and each individual home is a letter, or is each individual home its own number? All of those variations are typically based on what the city's standards are. So we typically propose something and then work with both the building department and engineering department on what the city's standards are. We don't have a preference one way or the other.
Yeah, and so so I don't know how we're gonna. What was it, 1 point something million in park fees is what is being proposed?
The park in lieu fee is the $961,000.
The impact fees don't count? Is separated?
Say that again?
Is impact fees separated from the park fees?
Yes. So the impact fee, so the art in public places is around $378,000, and then the development impact fees is about $384,000. I do just want for clarity and transparency. So while the project did SB 330, the city did pass an ordinance that allows certain impact fees to increase based on CPI. So while the staff report and conditions call out one rate, that is the older rate. So technically the current, there's a slight increase that happened from the dollar amounts listed in the staff report versus the current 2026 fees. So we would be paying the 2026 fees because the city did adopt that ordinance that allows for CPI increases.
And you know, I think you mentioned that you're stating I estimate the city about $300,000 to build the baseball field.
For improvements, that would be regrading turf, and mind you, this is if the agreement was for Meritage to take some of the park and lieu fee monies to do it before the dedication would be made, so that we could do it at cost versus needing to utilize prevailing wage if the city were to be doing it. You know, new facelift on the dugouts and on the announcer booth area and potentially on the batting cages. It was $250,000 to $350,000. Yes.
Yeah, I think a major concern is that if the city does it, there's a process, and that's not going to cost the city that. It's going to probably go into, I would assume, $800,000 to $1 million with the requirements.
And that's why I did.
Yes.
That's why I did mention.
So Meritage is willing to.
If it was agreed upon that those improvements would be coming out of the park and lieu fee because they would be park improvements that we would be doing. We're open to that, yes.
Yeah, and I think the city attorney's office also looked at if that was possible. It's possible, right?
Well, because this would be Meritage-owned land, we would do the improvements prior to giving it to the city. So that's how we would be able to do it without prevailing wage.
And they'd get a credit.
Okay, great. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So I think, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I'm hoping, I hope that whatever the body votes for, but I'm hoping that there is a parking issue that I think somehow we need to address, if it's requirements around the area or for the area. We have to address that because the residents that I've spoken to within my district, that is their major concern. And we have to, and I ask my colleagues to please take the residents who live around that area into consideration, because the parking over there right now is extremely bad because of the apartment complex. And I think the apartment complex charge an extra fee if the residents have a second car, so most of them don't want to pay that, so they're parking out in the public parking areas, which is taking all the parking on one street that's not for permit only. Another concern is, again, I think that we need to hear our Little League kids, and I think that if we're going to help support their program, I think that ideally we should find a solution, and even if this requires you to come back and for us to bring it back to a future meeting, I think we should allow you the opportunity to communicate with the school district to see if they're open to I guess lowering the price for Meritage in order to accomplish a 1.6 acre food regulation baseball field. And I know our city manager Mylan, he serves on baseball youth leagues, and is that roughly the regulation sites for a food size regulation, Mylan, city manager?
So with most new diamonds that Little League is building, and I've built several complexes, it's recommended for 200 feet if you're going to be using 12-year-olds. One thing to keep in mind, though, in most Little League programs, 60%, 70% of your kids are actually in the minor divisions, between the T-ball, the farm, the coast, whatever, the 2 or 3 minor divisions below the majors. That's where the majority of the kids are. Most Little League programs today operate with probably 3 to 4 major teams, which usually is 10 to 12 years old. Fields we built in other areas of Southern California, we've utilized 180 feet for the fencing. In some cases, we just raised the fence, or we dedicated the field with 180 feet to the minors and below, and also left some open green space for T-ball and also practices. Green space is as valuable as anything. And then with one other diamond at regulation, without utilizing the junior and senior program or intermediate division, which would require a 300-foot fence, this would work for me if I was building a Little League complex. I built Northeast Los Angeles, I built LA Little League and some others. To have 2 diamonds is a benefit. And again, with most leagues operating only 3 or 4 major teams, the rest of them would be could easily play on a smaller diamond.
And how about the current proposed fencing around the complex? Is the 3 feet wall with the 3 feet steel, right?
So as I mentioned, it would be, you would have 180 feet to your outfield line, and then there's a 20-foot buffer between there and the perimeter wall. The perimeter wall is currently proposed as a combination block wall with tube steel on top. However, we are open to changing that if it was the council or staff's recommendation to do so.
Mylan, based upon your experience, what kind of fencing usually goes around a field of this size, or
I think she's referencing fencing that's going around the complex.
Yeah.
But typically on Little League diamonds, you're going to be using standard chain link fence.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I think my concern is again.
I want to add on.
I'd like to also.
Yeah.
Just,
Can I? Come on, let me finish, please.
I'm allowing you.
Jeez, I haven't even spoken enough.
Continue.
But and so yeah. So I think the 1.6 acres. I think we need to hopefully find a way, even if it's allowing you to come back to us or come back to staff, and bring this back to us, but.
Full transparency, the school district's not going to negotiate with us any further.
Yeah, and So it's unfortunate on my part because I represent the district area, but the problem, one of the main issues is that the way this field was added to this project, I don't think followed the proper protocol. And if you recall, you came to speak on a public. You came to speak briefly in beginning of a closed session that was regarding this project. Do you remember that, Luisa?
Yes.
And what did Neil tell you was the reason? You don't recall?
I don't recall.
So if I recall correctly, I think you indicated to me that the city was going to get direction from the city council in closed session in order to allow Meritage to add this without going to the planning commission first.
No. That was never anything that I recall being told.
So what do you recall?
I just know it wasn't that. The conversation was around a public benefit contribution, and that's all I recall that meeting being.
What did Neil tell you? What was the reason why Meritage was going into closed session for?
I don't recall.
And what was the reason why it didn't go to closed session the second round of time?
I could not tell you.
I mean, Neil remembers.
Madam Mayor, so it was agendized for closed session for the council was interested in purchasing the property. It was under purchase and sale, and so no need to go back again.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
It was
City Attorney?
Purchase and sale of the property.
Purchase and sale.
Purchase of the property.
We were going to purchase the sale.
Council was interested in it and chose not to purchase the property. That was the direction.
That's not true. Since when did we make an offer to buy the property?
It's closed session communications. That's why we went into closed session. Council was not interested in buying it.
That's not the reason why I went there. But
we cannot get into closed session without.
Yeah, so we're not going to go there. But you just made a statement, and I need to correct it for the record. But Neo, do you recall what you told Larissa of what occurred, why it was going to close, what was the reason, and what was the outcome of closed session?
So, based on our consultation with City Attorney's Office, we initially did go into closed session. As the City Attorney just mentioned, that was the justification for going into closed session. At that time, there was that discussion, and what City Attorney just mentioned was the reason for going to closed session.
Yeah, I don't want you to tell me anything that happened in closed session. I want you to answer don't answer any questions about inside what happened, but everything that happened outside between you and the developer. What did you tell the developer?
After the closed session?
Yes, and don't say nothing about what happened in closed session because that's confidential. But I'm asking specifically, what did you tell Larissa regarding the closed session item the first time and even potentially the second time that it was never put on there?
There was no conversation about a second closed session item because we did not.
How about the first time then?
The first time. So the first time we let Luisa know that this item is going to be going on closed session. At that time, Luisa personally came to the closed session meeting to present her project.
Did Larissa ever want you to inquire if the council was okay with a specific size baseball field?
If she was okay with a specific size baseball field?
Did Larissa ever inquire you about if the council will be fine regards to a specific size for the baseball field?
No, that was not part of the conversation.
So she never asked you, can you find out if 1.45 acres is okay? Can you ask the council if that's okay? She never asked you that?
After the closed session item, we had a discussion, and that discussion led to her going back to the school board.
And what did you tell her?
Related to
to the same conversation you're talking about. What did you report back to her?
The conversation that we had in closed session.
Point of order. Okay, I think we have enough of this back and forth. Can you just continue to ask question?
Yes, but I'm asking a question regarding this project, and I think the public has the right to know. So, you told her about closed session, what occurred in closed session then? That's what you just stated.
I told her.
Again, I don't want to know what we did in closed session, the attorney. I just want to know what you told her.
We go to the elders council.
Okay, can we be fair? Because you just allowed him to speak.
It's midnight.
Again, you have to be fair on content.
I am fair.
It's First Amendment.
You're asking the same thing, and we're not going to discuss what was closed session.
Mayor, it's content-based speech. You cannot censor that. It's a First Amendment violation. Please answer the question, Mr. Neal, if you can.
Yes. So,
what did you specifically tell her?
So the conversation that we had post the closed session was that we had this conversation with City Council about the project. That's it.
And that project was relating to the baseball field. You're not going to, obviously, I'm asking this because of my oversight duties, but again, it's no way to try to shame you or attack you in any way, and there should be no consequences for you telling the truth. So,
but I cannot say that because it's a closed session item.
But what did you tell her is what I want to know. So you told her about directive. So what did you tell her about closed session? Or what did you tell her about what happened?
Again, if I mentioned that,
I know the answer to it, but the public needs to know.
Since you think you know, what is it that you heard?
I was told by the developer that you called her and told her that the council agreed to allowing her to dedicate 1.45 acres of land.
That is not correct.
And you tell us, if you're disputing my information, what did you tell her then?
We had a conversation, right, in closed session, and so the communication that was relayed to her is we had that conversation in closed session about the project.
And so what specifically did you tell her?
Again, that was closed session. So
you can't tell her; she's not part of the closed session. So you communicated with her something about closed session. Then, so you can't protect privilege or claim.
We're not going to go
closed session.
Can we please go back to the agenda?
Point of order.
Please.
I have the floor.
Okay.
You cannot content-based.
We're going back and forth. We're not going anywhere.
Right, and Neil cannot disclose any closed session communications, so he did not disclose any closed session communications to the developer at all.
Yeah, but that's not what he just said. So it seems based upon what you just said is that you communicated a message back to her about what occurred in closed session. We'll leave it like that. And the public could judge the video later. But again, my concern is that the process wasn't properly followed, and we shouldn't burden the residents that live in that area or the Little League with that problem. Because if we would have followed the right path, what would have happened was, which is my understanding, was that you would have had to go back if it would have came to us before you put the baseball field here. You would have had to come to us if they requested this field, the body. Then you would have had to go back to the planning commission and then come back to us. And the goal was to bypass the process. And again, the residents that live in that area, West Reno residents and Little League kids and kids who have grown up in that area shouldn't have to endure that as a consequence. And so I hope that we can find a solution. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Okay, thank you. Luisa, first of all, I really want to just thank you for the dialogue, just in the way that you had different events and talking with the community and the modifications that you have made. I just appreciate it, because some other developer could just come in and just try to have a different process and not be open to the residents. And so I just wanted to start off by just expressing that. I was trying to do some math. That's what you were hearing me do earlier. I had a few questions in two different areas. But so first, you said earlier that for every unit that's sold, that $15,000 would be set aside for support for a lower income residents. Is that right? I just wanted to clarify first.
You went up to 25, right?
No, 25,000.
25,000.
Yeah, so
First time buyers, okay, down payment assist program.
the city's housing assistance program has different point criteria. So the first, you have to qualify with 4 points. You get 3 points for being a first-time home buyer. You have to be one. There's 4 other criteria you can be to get that final point. I believe it's a West Covina resident, a West Covina employee, a public service employee, so firefighter, teacher, nurse, anything in that realm, or you could be a low or moderate income household. So any of those 4, as well as being a first-time home buyer. So it's not exclusive to low income necessarily. It's open to anyone who is a first-time home buyer and qualifies with those points.
Great, thank you. That clarifies that. And then with regard to the, I know that this has to make business sense because this is a good win-win opportunity for all of us, where the school district can make money from the sale of the land. You would be able to make some money from this. New residents who come in can have new housing opportunities that didn't exist because these are being built, and residents could in the community also benefit. So in the light of that last item with regard to residents, I know that you've indicated that 1.6 is really tough, but I'd really invite you to reconsider that portion of it, in the sense that if you were to allocate or find a way to have 1.6 acres, then it would be a win-win for it. That would do it. That would seal it for me, because that would mean that Little League will have ability to have travel ball rent the space. It'll be 200 feet. It'll be regulation size, and it also, to use from a quote from an old baseball movie, build it and they will come. So even if there may not be kids at higher divisions right now, what happens when we have availability that is now possible because the field is big enough for older kids to play? Then they can work on building. Little League can then say, hey, we have an ability to have kids here play who are older than 12. And I realize we can't do 300 feet, but let's say, 200 feet, let's say, so that already would be a compromise. So I would be supportive if you were to be willing to make that change. And I'm also aware that escrow is closing. I mean, the escrow time period is coming up really, really fast. And I'm really mindful of that. And I don't want you to lose on that whole deal. And I also want the district to make money, because it's going to help kids in education really have more access to more comprehensive and robust services. The one thing I'm asking, please, is that you agree to the 1.6 acres so that the baseball field can be built at the level that the league asks. If you do that, then you'll have my full support. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So as I mentioned earlier, there's no getting to there's 2 different numbers I think that people are throwing around. They're throwing around 1.6 and they're throwing around 200 feet. And I could say, let me lose 12 parking spaces and get to 1.6, but that's not going to make it a 200-foot field. That's going to be adding it off to the side. To get to a 200-foot field requires, redesign of the site, losing additional units, probably losing parking spaces because of the circulation aspect of you have the concave of the outfield line coming against the concave of a road that needs to loop. And so everything then has to push into the site. So it's not just a simple, redraw a line. It has some major kind of ramifications that then for a project where we have already reduced it by 50 homes really brings into question again, the viability of it. Just at this point, it's a very tight margin. And so losing more homes really would not work for us, unfortunately. I will reiterate, though, that the field, right, from home plate to the outfield line is the 180, and there's that additional 20-foot buffer beyond that. So depending on the perimeter fencing condition, if that were to change, you could, in theory, have a 200-foot depth, depending on how you utilized it and what went in there. But to have a buffer zone beyond, it's the 180-foot depth.
So it would be possible to have a 200-foot, without a buffer though, but it would be possible to have, anyone here who's expert at planning these fields, is that workable? To have a 200 feet, so that way they can have that space for, I mean, without a buffer, I mean, do we need to have the buffer, or I don't know how that works, but can somebody explain?
You wouldn't want the outfield fence right up against their project. You would want to have a buffer between the outfield fence and any structures or developments.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Again, what other leagues have done in cases where the fencing is less than 200 feet, they've simply raised the outfield fence to compensate for that. Again, in 2022, Little League changed the bat ratio. We eliminated the 1.5 performance rating, and we went to a USA bat, which the ball doesn't travel as far off of those bats. Now, travel ball uses a different type bat, and the ball does travel farther. And when you're talking about the older kids, the 13, 14-year-olds, Little League regulations 300 feet on that, and that's because they can use the BB core drop 5 at that level. In this case, again, in an average Little League, let's say of 204 kids, you're going to have 56 kids, 48 kids in the majors. You're probably going to have 156 kids, minors to T-ball in that ratio. So again, the majority of your league is going to be able to use a diamond of 180 feet. Back when Little League fields were first built, if you go to any of the Temple City parks, the Alhambras, they've all been built at 180. Over the years, as cities have redeveloped their fields, they tried to increase to 200 feet, but we still have a number of Little Leagues that are at 180 and do compete in international tournament play at the 180.
But you just indicated that it's possible to modify one of the specifications to, you said the batting, I'm sorry, what was the term you used about ratio?
So a lot of areas, Arcadia National Little League, for example, they call it the Blue Monster because they could only put their fences out to 165, 170 feet. So they raised the outfield fence to 10 feet, which compensated for the lack of distance. It took the same amount of power to hit it over an 8 or 10 foot fence at 165 feet as if it would be a 4-foot fence at 200 feet.
So is it possible within the parameters here to design this that way? Would that satisfy what the league could? I mean, what could work for the league?
I'm taking off my city manager hat and putting on my Little League administrator cap. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Sorry.
Councilwoman Diaz.
I don't think this is a question for you, but City Manager, what about the other field that's just next to this one field that we're talking about? Is that up to par as far as the one for the older children to play baseball?
I don't believe that park can accommodate any 13, 14-year-old fields because you're looking at a 300-foot distance. And again, the bats that they use at that level are different and the regulations are different. And when you're talking 13, 14-year-olds, you're now talking about 90-foot bases, 60-foot, 6-inch pitching, where on a Little League diamond it's 46 feet of pitching and 60-foot base paths. So there's a big difference.
Okay. I thought maybe that one and use the other one for the younger kids, but thank you.
Go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mayor. Okay, so the current, I know, okay, sound like a 1.6 is become a deal breaker.
Unfortunately, there's not any.
You walk away.
There's not an easy way for us to accommodate that without significant impacts.
How about this? Okay, because based on the city manager due to his different head. Okay, as a little league, he said it's a playable. Because this is more like a practice, okay, and currently he only have one field, and he need to, at least from the school, but for 2 years, they have a difficulty to use the school side, and especially they have a fence so high and fencing, but now it's going to open. So city manager, so this 1.45 is playable?
You could definitely put a Little League diamond in there. And if you have the fences at 180 feet, again, I have programs that operate at 180 for 12-year-olds and under. In this case, depending on the numbers that the league has, I don't know what the numbers are at this particular park. Again, the majority of their kids are going to be in the minors down to T-ball, and most leagues in this area nowadays are carrying no more than 4 major teams. So providing you have 2 diamonds, you could dedicate one to the major division, and you could dedicate the other field to the 3 lower divisions.
So next question would be, look like they cannot give us any more than 1.45, but they can build it for us. Am I right? Can you build it for us?
And I was going to
let me finish
on that one too.
Yeah.
Can you build it for us?
If there's the trade-off of the offset in the park and Luffy.
Can you don't trade out? Can you just for the
No.
just give us land to build it? Okay. Hey, I have to push the envelope. Okay.
Yeah.
And the $900,000 we can use for the Notre Park, Dole Park, and all the area to using that $900,000 to fix everything. And to satisfy my colleague, okay, you just spent another $250,000, a tiny little money, okay, and just build it for us, okay, and hopefully they can change their mind, okay. I really think about this win-win for the school because they need the money to build the central kitchen and everything, and don't have to raise, okay, the measured bond to the property tax from the resident there, and at the same time we got extra land, open space for our resident in the neighborhood, and then Little League National can survive with a 2 field and 1 practice, 1 and the competition, and if you can build this, okay, for us, and the $900,000 we're using for. Okay, Outer Park, okay, Dole Park, okay, and the Notre Park, using the money to fix the sport bar for then build a new one, demolish that junk, demolish it, and put a new location to fit in so it look nice and beautiful. I think residents will really love you, okay, and they support you.
So,
and I think even our councilman Gutierrez will support you too. Am I right?
So maybe what happens if we allow them to use some of the money to also build a new shack bar?
Yeah. No, well, that's what I just said.
I think you're going to keep the money there.
No. Everything using, okay, this neighborhood. Okay, but the $250,000 just build up, okay, baseball field because you can build much cheaper than the city. City will be 5 times
the new shack
what you build.
So, just to be clear, the conversation is reducing the park and Luffy amount. $250,000 for Meritage.
No. You to a deal breaker to make things this sweet for everybody can support you. You build that baseball field, okay, and then we give out the parking. Okay, your parking already comply with city, and then $900,000 using the money to build the sport bar and other thing and the Dole Park. We need Dole Park. We need money too.
The improvements that we talked about as that.
I'm just asking you. It's okay. Maybe you should talk to call Nick.
Yeah.
Okay. And then and then we can I can move the motion to approve your project.
So
okay.
If the conversation needs to be what improvement.
We'll get the 1.6, 1.45 fine. Give us $250,000 more.
So if the improvements are limited to, I guess that's the trade. Is it a cap on improvements of $250,000?
Okay. Is it okay? Is that you guys okay?
Wait, what?
$250,000, and build a duck house or something. Okay.
I mean, understanding when we were talking around the 250 to
and the sprinkler system.
350,000, it required regrading, right? Because the Little League, the conversations with them were significant gopher damage.
Louisa,
underneath. So
I'm trying to-
regrading, seeding.
Louisa, I'm trying to help you.
I understand. I'm just trying to
Just
be
say
transparent.
okay, then we call the night. I want to go home.
I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand what
We understand.
that means.
Give us $250
Because it's not gonna have lighting. It's not gonna be, new structures all over the place. It's gonna be a facelift. It's not gonna be a brand new field for 250.
City manager, how much, as a private sector, $250,000 can do a field, can do a lot, right? You want to make sure they don't shortchange us.
Well, for the 250,000, you'd be able to do the grading, you'd do the irrigation, and get it ready to cut out an infield to put the field in. But it wouldn't include all the other amenities.
How about if let's just say we gave you that park funds back of 900 something thousand, will you be able to not only build a good field, but also build a new shack bar for them with that price?
Shack bar is a
So,
property.
before I know it's like past 12. Obviously, this discussion on the baseball field indicates that the matter is not ready for the council. So,
I want to move motion.
okay, move the motion forward.
Yeah, I want to move the motion to approve. That will be to approve the project, but the Meritage have to spend the 250,000, except the 900,000, the park fee, that we're going to improve all the park and the dog park, this and that. But that would be $250,000 million to give us, and what you can do for $250,000. Yeah, we can put a cap on that. We're not here trying to squeeze you. Oh, pretty much, yes. Okay, but we try to work a project that can benefit the resident over there, and then in that way, and then the first-time home buyer at $25,000 with a qualification, and then the dedicate to the 1.45 acre, and with a cap of $250,000, and to improve the land. So when you give to us, there's a beautiful lawn and the sprinkler over there. Hopefully even more. Okay, so
My only other request would be the added conditions from Planning Commission to remove the conditions as requested.
Which one?
During my
Which one?
presentation.
Which condition? If it's ridiculous, we can take it away. Yes.
So there was condition.
And the parking, the garage has to park the car. That I agree. They
Yeah,
should
so
park the
it
car
was.
only. They can use the storage.
I'll bring him up to the.
Apologies. Yeah. So it was the. We've now talked about the baseball field, so that kind of addresses that condition. The parking, there's no additional parking that can get added, so removing that condition. The request around traffic on Workman and Sunset, to remove that condition. It was was not clear what the request was, and the
That's a CT job. So let me finish my motion, please.
It was to revise the
You can add
condition
on.
for sidewalk to only be at our segment of the Del Norte Street dedication that we control, not putting sidewalk on property we don't control, and then removing the condition for undergrounding alongside.
Okay, and the assistant planner, you agree with those?
We're okay with whatever council is recommending.
I understand, but you're the professional.
Planning Commission made these recommendations. These are the 6 recommendations that are.
And the planning commissioner is not professional. You are.
Absolutely. These were recommendations above what we had already.
I understand. Okay, I think I want underground the utility, but it's difficult due to in the middle is their project, but in the front and back they're all. Okay, so you cannot come here, is the power pole, and then boom, you go to underground. It doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I don't even think, Edison is willing to do it. So that one can be eliminated. But the I think $250,000, the cap for you to spend to bring that 1.45 acre playable for the national right away they can utilize. I think that would be a plus for them, especially for residents to utilize open space. So this is my motion.
Madam Mayor?
Pro Tem Cantos?
I'd like to hear not just deference. I'd like to hear which of the additional conditions by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
I don't want to just be arbitrary with that. I need to hear professional opinion as to which of those we should keep.
Agreed.
Absolutely. So there were 6 recommended conditions above the series of conditions that we created. The first one was a revision to item QQ that talks about the CCNRs. We've made that revision already in your plans. The second condition was the ball field to be dedicated in an improved condition and turned over to us in an improved and safe condition.
The quarter meeting is all about.
The third one would be increase the amount of guest parking. The fourth was to address traffic issues from Workman Avenue on Sunset Avenue. This is how the Planning Commission gave them to us. The fifth was to install a sidewalk on the south side of Del Norte Street from Nora to Sunset. And the final one was to provide undergrounding of additional utilities outside of the subject property, specifically on Sunset Avenue. That's outside of the scope of outside.
So it would sound like 3, 4, and 5 would be what we should still keep, but the others I'm willing to. 3, 4, and 5.
3, increasing the amount of guest parking for address traffic issues from Workman Avenue on Sunset Avenue, and 5, sidewalks shall be installed on the south side of Del Norte.
Or even 4 and 5. Yeah. Traffic's
city job.
So my request was we accept revising 1. Obviously, we've talked about 2. Guest parking, there's literally no additional area to add additional spaces. The request of 4 was unclear because the current traffic study shows that Workman and Sunset doesn't have any current failures in its level of service. 5 to be revised to be specific for the segment.
The public can't see what we're seeing, and whoever's running the audio, the video is not presenting that on the screen.
So 4 is around traffic issues on Workman and from Workman on Sunset. As I stated during my presentation, the traffic analysis looked at Workman and Sunset. That intersection didn't have any level of service failures right now. I understand that there's issues further down at Workman and Vincent, but that was not part of our agreed upon scope for the traffic analysis, so it's kind of a vague, open-ended condition. The condition 5, a sidewalk being installed on the south side of Del Norte Street from Nora to Sunset. We only control from Hollow to Sunset, which we have no problem adding sidewalk on that portion, but the others we don't control. It's side yard with improvements from those homes right now. And then 6, the undergrounding of additional utilities. That's just not feasible for the distance that it is and the coordination of what that entails. And then I had separately requested one final condition, just a typo on it, the condition W on the enhanced elevations, just to correct that number from 23 to 19.
You have the authority to make these deals, right? I just want to make sure, because I don't want you to say, your boss or whoever said.
Nick's on her ear right now.
So I just wanted to make sure you have that authority. Okay, thank you.
So I moved the motion already.
I'm letting go 6. Yeah.
So which ones are you taking off again?
It was 1 we accept. 2 is revised for a $250,000 improvement cap on the baseball field.
And then we still have the $900,000 for the rest of the area.
Yes.
Plus additional
3 is to be removed, increasing the amount of guest parking. 4 is to be removed, addressing traffic issues. 5 is to be revised to specify sidewalk only along the segment of Del Norte of our property. And then 6, the undergrounding of utilities is to be removed. And then it is also editing condition W to fix the number of enhanced elevations from 23 to 19 to match the plan set.
And also revising KK on the first-time homebuyer program.
Yeah, first-time home buyer, 25,000, increase from 15,000 to 25,000, and the 250,000 to improvement.
Yeah.
So in that way, we basically comply with what commissioner they want to hang over. So I move the motion.
There's a first and a second with.
If I can walk you through each motion that's needed, we need more than one motion. So if you don't mind me taking the lead on that and walking you through those motions.
I have a question first. Traffic from Workman and Sunset. When are you going to install a traffic light there somewhere?
So the traffic report called out that the intersection of Roland and Sunset is the intersection that would be deficient in the horizon year 2050 with or without the project. And the project would be paying fair share contributions to a future signal there. But that's the only thing.
So you're going to pay for this thing over there?
We are not paying for a signal. We are paying for our fair share contribution. It's a percentage that's included in the traffic report for the trips our project contributes to that intersection. So we would be paying that to the city, and it would go, I believe, into like a transportation fund for future improvements there.
And when they're talking about address traffic issues on Workman and Sunset, what were they referring to?
It really was not clear. There was conversation around Workman towards Vincent and some of the traffic down there. But as I mentioned, the analysis done of Workman and Sunset does not show any issues right now or in the horizon year. So because further evaluation was never brought up when we were going through scoping, we never looked at Workman towards Sunset. So it does feel like it's beyond the project scope to evaluate.
Yeah, and then I think to put a price tag of $250,000, that when you start building, you may not have enough money, or it's going to be the costs to build that might go up. So what I don't want is for the city to come back and say, oh, well, because it's going to cost more, they're not going to cover the whole cost no more. So I rather it be implemented on the motion that we actually direct you to build specifically what to build on that location. If Councilmember Wu is willing to amend his motion, maybe to add specificity.
I'm not a Little League specialist. Okay, maybe Mylan can.
Yeah. So what will cover
what needed to be covered to be $250 cap? Because I kind of understand he might be inflate, and now we get less. So maybe we can let her to do something like grassy area, things like that, and anything not spent for more than $250,000, then we can use that to the outer park, meaning the Norte Park improvement.
Right. So I would think, I haven't built in the field in a little bit, but for $250,000, you'd probably be able to do the grading, the irrigation, and the sod.
What about lighting?
No.
How about the duck?
No.
No.
What happens if we allow them a little more park fees back so they can actually do everything?
We can discuss later on, but we right now we just want to get additional $250,000. I think this is something.
It'll be cheaper if they do it.
Of course, they're much cheaper.
Exactly.
But later on, we can add in.
But like if let's just say we make them do 250, and then we say from the 900 we'll give you 250 back. So now you have 500,000. Can you build the whole thing?
Not yet. Too early.
That wouldn't cover. Lighting is extremely expensive if you're considering lighting.
I think we should just focus on to get a $250,000 out of exception of $900,000. So in that way, we can get this done, because otherwise, if we go to detail, we have no idea what we go to and how much it will cost us. We have no RFP. So I think right now we just give to the city a value of $250,000 improvement. So it's grassy, like you say, and sprinkler, this and that. So make it simplify. Make it too complicated.
So maybe it shall include the irrigation system, grading, and grass.
Yeah, that should be covered $250,000, right?
Can we put that part of the condition?
Yeah,
It has to be.
That's okay.
It has to be covered.
City manager, is that okay? Is that okay with you?
I am fine with being revised to improvements shall be the grading, grass, and irrigation not to exceed $250,000.
And Madam Mayor, is it possible for us to out of the 960,000, for us to make sure that 300,000 of that money stays in that area, so that way it does? I mean, we have other things around too, of course, for the whole city, but because this is the area being primarily impacted, if we at least committed a minimum, let's say 300,000 from that park master money, that would at least make sure that the money stays in the area to improve that park.
We have $900,000.
Right.
And that $900,000 is designated for the District 1.
But it's just for District 1. Okay.
But it's cheaper for them to do it. Though.
Yes, cheaper for them
That's
to
the
do
problem.
But let's get the $250,000 first.
Oh no, she'll give us that too.
I know. Then later on, if we want to do something, we say, hey, can we do this? We deduct the credit of $900,000.
I just want to make sure, and I get it, and I understand both point of view, especially knowing that if you already have this and we don't know how you bid in anything, and then you're like, oh, that's not enough, and pull from the 900,000. We don't want that. We want to make sure that those are covered. Granted, I do want, and I had this before Councilman Wu had mentioned it, that I prefer to have Meritage to do the work because it is faster, quicker, cheaper than if the city would do any of that. And those park improvements, I also do ask, I know our Little Leagues are passionate about this, that you probably get their input or advice or certain things to just make sure it's what they want and it gets there.
So I can, for what we're discussing, we would be working with Public Works to ensure that the irrigation ties into the existing Del Norte Park irrigation. Beyond that, my understanding would be that there would be just some standards for what you're grading and the level of dirt that would need to be brought in for the infield. If there's other coordination things regarding horizontal, we can obviously discuss with them when we get to that point.
Okay. But yeah, so if I just want to make sure that 900,000 to make the other park improvements for that area would be funneled through them to make sure that they take care of that.
We can't necessarily be the corner, the field itself is what we can do until we turn it over to the city. Until we dedicate it, it's private, so we can do the improvements, right, without needing to bid it out and go through that. But anything in the public park has to fall under that process. So we don't have...
Once it's the city's, right, and then the park and lieu fees are going to be paid to the city. So you can only do so much until it's dedicated to the city.
To us.
Right.
But didn't Brittany, didn't she figure out a way to, I don't know if it's Brittany or whoever, but
Lana.
Yeah, didn't they figure out a way that if they were to assist in doing some improvements at Del Norte, that there was a way you guys figured out?
No.
If it's private, they can do it. Once it's dedicated, it's public.
And we have to do our CT.
Yeah. So the way they figured it out is just do it before they dedicate it, which you're discussing.
Mayor, can we have a roll call, please?
For the motion, well, do you have to do, well, there's 4 motions that the city clerk needs to go through.
So if we're ready.
Sorry, one more thing. So my concern is that, so what happens if you're saying that if not to exceed 250,000, what's going to happen if it does?
I mean, I think at that point we'd have a conversation with the city, but I think what we would hope to do and what the guidance is that those horizontal improvements to regrade, irrigation, sod would...
I think we have a city manager to supervise them because you are the professional.
So what else will be missing, I guess, at that point?
Well, can we clarify one thing, Luisa? Would this be tying into the existing irrigation or installing a new irrigation system, new piping, new heads?
It would be new irrigation for the field because if we're grading it to get rid of the gopher issue, you're kind of destroying all of that most likely.
Must be new.
So it would be new irrigation tying
all
into
new.
the existing park so that it's part of the same system and on the city's water meter and all of that.
How much does that cost, just for the integration system?
Under 250.
Yeah, because there's irrigation adjacent there already. And when we walked the site, we would lateral. There might be a small pump that needs to get added just to make sure that there's enough water pressure reaching to that distance. But would be part of that dollar amount.
How much do you estimate lighting will cost if just in general, if you were to do it?
I have another project in the county of Riverside with Valleywide Park and Recreation District, and we're putting in a field, and Musco Lighting is $500,000.
Musco Lighting.
How much?
Musco Lighting is very expensive. $500,000.
Yeah, it's about $500,000 to
LED light.
And then it's
the Musco lighting system, correct?
Is there a cheaper lighting system? Or
Musco Lighting is what basically all park
the
districts
LED
use.
one?
All right, let's get this moving. It's already past 12:30. Good morning, yes.
Oh, my God.
All right, motion. Go ahead, Lisa.
Go ahead. Our first motion, Mayor, is a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-39, which is adopting the mitigated negative declaration and approving and adopting a mitigation and monitoring program for general plan amendment. Number 25-01, zone change number 25-01, precise plan number 25-01, tentative track map 004618, and tree removal permit number 25-10 for the development of a 232-unit residential project at 1501 West Del Norte Street pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act. So I need a motion and a second.
Move the motion.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Because of the reasons stated earlier, those concerns remain, and also in regards to the costs, I don't believe $250,000 is going to be enough to finish that field, and because of that, I'm going to have to say no.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Oh boy, I'm trying to figure this out. It won't be enough. No.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Next motion.
Next motion is to adopt Resolution 2026-40, adopting General Plan Amendment number 25-01. Councilmember Gutierrez.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Same project, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
No.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Next motion.
Motion is in order to adopt ordinance number 25-41, approving zone change number 25-01 to change the zoning from single-family residential R-1 to specific plan number 33, the Del Norte specific plan, and open space O-S for the property located at 1501 Del Norte Street.
I move the motion.
Second.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
That one I think is different. Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye. Motion passes. Next motion.
Our final motion is in order to adopt Resolution 2026-41, approving precise plan number 25-01 and tree removal permit number 25-10 at 1501 West Del Norte Street, and Resolution 2026-42, approving tentative track map number 004618 at 1501 West Del Norte Street. This also includes the $25,000 for first-time homebuyers. This includes the $250,000 cap for grading, irrigation, and sod. This fixes the typo on condition of approval letter W, moving it from 23 to 19. And this also removes conditions 3 through 6, with condition number 5 only being the sidewalk at their property. I'll need a motion and a second.
Second.
I'm sorry, who did the motion?
Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you. I have a motion by Councilwoman Diaz, a second by Councilman Wu. Councilmember Gutierrez.
Because there's not enough money in that threshold to build it, then no.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. All right, thank you. On to item number 11, report on job vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts pursuant to Assembly Bill 2561. At this time, there will be a presentation on the staff report. Then we'll hear comments from the public. City Manager, who will present the staff report.
Human Resources and Risk Management Director Carmelita Underwood.
Go ahead. She can start.
Oh, everybody gone. Everybody gone.
Thank you. Bye. Good morning. Have a good morning.
Jeff Shaw didn't say anything.
Oh, wow, you're staying.
Only 1% left.
One in the audience, a trooper. Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, you sure you didn't say anything? I should ask you to say something. No. She said, thank you so much.
As they're preparing for the report.
Good night.
Good night. Good morning.
Oh, my goodness.
All right. Do we have that presentation up ready to go? All right, let's rock and roll. Oh, we can't hear you. Speak your mic, please. Is it on?
Ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Today's presentation is provided in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561, which amended the Myers-Brown Act and requires public agencies to report annually on vacancies, recruitments, and retention efforts prior to the adoption of the annual budget. Little background, AB 2561 became effective January 1st, 2025, and applies to all public agencies throughout California. The legislation was adopted in response to statewide staffing shortages impacting public service delivery and employee workload. The purpose of tonight's presentation is to provide transparency regarding current vacancy levels, recruitment efforts, retention strategies, and potential obstacles in the hiring process. This is a citywide staffing overview. And for fiscal year 25 through 26, the city authorized 325 full-time positions. The proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget increased staffing authorization to 330 full-time positions, including reclassifications. And as of May 26, 2026, there are 28 vacancies citywide. The AB 2561 requirements are as follows. The city must provide a presentation at a public hearing on an annual basis per fiscal year. Presentation must include status of vacancy, recruitment and retention efforts, and identifying any recruitment activity. And the city must also allow the recognized employee organizations for a bargaining unit to make a presentation at the hearing. All bargaining units were notified. Each department requests their recruitments and coordinates with finance for a budget full-time employee. All job descriptions are reviewed and updated as needed prior to the opening of a position. Once a job description is finalized, the position is posted and published to all major job boards. We use the online application tracking system to ensure all candidates are systematically reviewed. HR pre-screens all candidates and works with the hiring managers to create a screening and interview plan that best suits the position. Once the interview process is complete and a candidate has been selected, an offer letter is created. The vacancy overview by departments. Our current vacancy consists of the Public Safety Department, the Fire Department, the Police Department, and the Public Works Department. The city overall vacancy rate as of June 16, 2026 is 9%. The bargaining group with the highest vacancy rate is the Fire Management Group at 33.3%, followed by department heads. However, they are not represented, and that percentage is 20%. The position in that Fire Management Group that is making the
percentage over is the one position for the assistant fire chief. For the fire department, the public safety director, the public works director, and the assistant fire chief are the three that are over the 20% vacancy rate. For the fire department, there's a total of 4 firefighter paramedics candidates that are undergoing background investigations. At this time, there are no open recruitment for the fire engineer, and the assistant fire chief promotional recruitment closed on June 12, 2026. Applications have been reviewed and have been submitted to the fire chief, and the ongoing recruitment, which will include a technical assessment, problem-solving presentation, and an oral interview. For the police department, the police officer lateral were interviewed. The interview lasted until June 8th, 2026. The E-list has provided to the departments for candidate selection. The jailer interviews have concluded on June 4th. The E-list was also provided, and there are 3 candidates in background. For the police safety dispatch, there was a test done, and we will now begin an additional test on July 2026, which will then therefore cover the 2 vacancies that they have. Public Works currently have 7 vacancies, including the Public Works Director, the Fleet Service Coordinator, and the Maintenance Workers position. At this time, there are no recruitments active for the Fleet Service Coordinator recruitment. The Maintenance Worker 2 interviews have been conducted, and an eligibility list has been provided to the department, and they have selected 5 candidates to move forward for the hiring process as of today. As of yesterday. Public Works Director recruitment opened on June 9th, 2026, and will close July 12th, 2026. The recruitment and retention challenges and efforts: maintaining competitive compensation packages for all bargaining groups, not offering remote and hybrid positions as a general policy. For retention effort, opportunities for annual merit increase, we promote positive workplace culture with activities like quarterly team building events, potlucks, monthly birthday celebrations, and recognition of other life events. Developing an internship program and partnering with local education institutes. Enhancing employees' onboarding experience, encouraging professional development, exploring new advertising methods, and enhancing social media presence. Continue to enhance the city branding as an employer of choice. That concludes my presentation. Is there any questions?
Any questions of staff by council members?
Move the motion to approve.
It's receive and file.
It's a receive and file. I just want to make sure that we close the public hearing, Mayor.
Oh, yeah. There was no.
And there were no
comments
speaker
by one.
cards.
Would you like to speak? There's no comments.
No comment.
Okay. So public hearing is closed. Is there a motion to receive and file? Oh, did you have a question?
I just had a quick question. Within Public Works, what is our retention rate or attrition? I'm just curious.
For the electrician position?
For Public Works, what is the attrition rate within that department?
So at this present time, they're now hiring the maintenance workers too. So that has been a new position and are waiting for a long time. And
Okay.
So we do have the 5. As it relates to the fleet coordinator, that is a new position and it needs to go through HR Commission for a new updated job description to add a little bit more experience inside the job description. And as for the Public Works Director, we have just now reopened that position, and it would close July 12th, 2026. So I can't tell you how many applicants we have at this present time.
That's okay. But that answer, I was just curious about attrition, but you answered my questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so do we need a motion for receive and file? So no, it's receive and file. On to departmental regular matters. Item number 12, consideration of annual appropriations limit for fiscal year. City Manager, who will present the staff report.
Finance Director Karen Ogawa will.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll be very brief as possible.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. For your consideration tonight is the adoption of resolution number 2026-45, which is basically adopting the annual appropriation limit for fiscal year 26-27. This resolution will set the annual appropriation limit to 212,879. No, 212,879,359. I'm sorry. My apologies for that. But the approval of this resolution will set that annual appropriation. And with that, I am available to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Just wondering what's the meaning of the appropriation if we keep amending it anyway? We keep amending our budget. So it's just a snapshot, right? So if we set this as a limit, but we keep amending the budget every meeting or so, what does this ultimately, what bearing does this have?
For a comparison, the limit is 212. We are only at 139. I do not think Wolver will hit the maximum limits. Even with the budget amendments, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, great. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there any
Move the motion to approve.
roll call?
A motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve departmental regular matter number 11, which, I'm sorry, number 12, consideration of annual appropriations limit for fiscal year 26-27. Councilmember Gutierrez.
What is this funding for?
The annual appropriation limit.
Consideration of annual appropriation limit for fiscal year 26-27. Item number 12.
Yes.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. Now item number 13, consideration of adopting fiscal year 26-27 West Covina Community Service Foundation budget. City Manager will present the staff report.
Finance Director Karen Ogawa.
Hello again. Thank you very much. So on May 19th, staff presented the proposed 26-27 budget to City Council and the acting Board of Directors of the Community Services Foundation for consideration. Tonight, there have been no changes to the proposed budget, and we request the approval of the 26-27 budget as presented for the foundation.
Staff, I'm sorry. City Council, do you have questions?
Move the motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call.
A motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos for departmental item number 13, consideration of adopting fiscal year 26-27 West Covina Community Services Foundation budget. Councilmember Gutierrez.
No.
Councilman Wu.
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado.
Aye, motion passes. On to item 15, review of council's allowance and council expense and reimbursement.
14.
I'm sorry, 14.
14. Not yet. I'm not going home yet.
I was trying to be out of here by 1 a.m. before 1 a.m. Item 14, consideration of adopting fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital improvement program budget. City Manager, who will present the report?
I had about a 20-minute presentation, but I will defer and let our Finance Director present.
Thank you very much. Consideration of the time, I'll be very brief, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Tonight for your consideration is the 26-27 operating budget and the CIP budget. Just a very brief overview is that the all funds estimated revenues is approximately $192 million and expenditures about $148.4 million. And thus the result is about a $13.6 million surplus. Again, this is for all funds. As far as for general fund, the estimated revenues is over $99.8 million. And the expenditures are $99.7 million, and a projected result of the surplus is $108,000. And with that being said, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
City Council, any questions?
Madam Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
With that surplus of $108,000, isn't it already offset from our earlier approval earlier this evening with regard to the wellness program?
Yes, with the adoption of the wellness program, what we're doing is a budget transfer. It is not amendment. So we will be transferring funds from a personnel salaries account to cover for the wellness program of $107,000. So there is no budget amendment and will not impact the projected surplus.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Move the motion to approve.
Roll call.
Motion by Councilman Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz to approve departmental regular matter number 14, consideration of adopting fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital improvement program budget. Councilmember Gutierrez.
You want to get?
I would like to enter something on the record or in the minutes if my colleagues are not against it, but it will be to just to state that because I support police and fire, that I'm going to vote yes, but I don't agree on under allocations.
This is a roll call. What your vote?
What's the proper way to do that?
What's your vote?
To enter something
I didn't hear what you said.
I want
Okay.
record.
Then you need a motion and a second and a majority vote of the council.
So I wanted to put on the record the minutes that I'm voting yes, but that I don't agree with the disbursements to other programs. Sorry, let me rephrase that. That I because I support police and fire, that I'm going to vote yes for the budget, but I do not agree with certain disbursements.
Is that a motion?
That's your motion.
I'm trying to.
Okay, that's a motion. Is there a second for his motion? Seeing none, motion dies.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, is the motion for you to submit revised and extended remarks for the record for the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, second.
No, that's not the.
What was it? What are we doing?
Your motion is to include that in the minutes, not to submit for the minutes.
What's the difference?
Oh, okay. Just you mean to include your statement just now? Oh, okay.
What's the difference?
Oh, just sometimes we can submit statements in advance. Like I do that sometimes just for the record. You know, I submit a statement and it's incorporated into the minutes themselves.
I guess
I
I could submit a handwritten one. So yeah, so I'll submit a handwritten one right now.
So,
He had a motion. Is there a second for him?
Second.
Councilmember Gutierrez, there's a motion on the floor to submit a handwritten comment and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Contos. Councilmember Gutierrez?
Aye.
Councilman Wu?
Nope.
Councilwoman Diaz?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos?
Aye.
Mayor Lopez Viado?
No, motion fails.
Okay, then I have questions.
This is roll call, so
I have a right to ask questions.
no, this is roll call. So you have a specific time to vote.
I have a right to ask questions regarding our budget.
This is roll call. Discussion was done.
Well, can you allow me the opportunity to ask the questions I didn't have an opportunity to, because you're not going to allow me to
I gave everybody the opportunity
to
ask.
You didn't allow me to add my comment on the records or my statement on the
You
records.
have a motion.
I would like to ask my questions then and do my due diligence.
This is roll call.
I would like the right
Okay,
to
you
ask
have-
questions.
I'm going to give you a specific time. You've been granted specific time to vote, and I will allow that time to run to vote.
That time is inaccurate. So I have questions. Can I ask questions, or you don't want me to ask questions about your disbursements?
Point of order, city attorney, can we roll
Voting
call? Can he still ask question?
This is a major budget. How am I not allowed to ask questions?
It's roll call.
City attorney?
we're on roll call, Madam
Roll call.
Mayor.
Give him a minute. We're going to wait a minute.
I have questions regarding the budget. So how much money is being allocated to the Mega Moon Festival?
No, it's roll call.
Thank you.
Did the city get back its funds from the last Moon Festival? Oh, we're not answering that right now. Okay, I forgot.
Madam Mayor, the
I would
1
like to
minute
ask
is
the-
The
up.
1 minute is up. So your time is
I would like to-
expired. Please cast
That's
your
not
vote.
the correct minutes.
If you
okay?
do not cast a vote,
It's not the what the
if
you have to follow the law.
if you do not cast a vote, it is an affirmative vote.
No,
so
it's
cast
not.
your vote.
No, it's not. I have a right to ask
I
questions.
gave you time.
Point of order. Allow me to ask the questions I have.
City Attorney?
My due diligence.
Order. You do not have the floor. Okay, that is an affirmative vote then.
No.
Thank you.
I have questions.
Roll call.
That's
This is
not an
recall.
affirmative
Discussion
vote.
is
I
over.
have
This is roll call.
questions. Point of order.
Councilman
I
Wu.
have questions to ask about the budget.
Affirmative vote.
Councilman Wu.
I have questions to ask about the budget.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Again, the mayor is
Mayor Lopez
discriminating
Viado.
against my rights.
Aye.
Right,
Motion
you're gonna be held liable in
passes.
court. So you're
Please,
gonna be held liable.
You
in
need to
court.
stop being
No,
disruptive.
you're being disruptive because you have
Stop
to follow
talking.
the Americans with Disability Act.
This is a warning.
No, you need to follow the law, Mayor. Follow the law.
Second warning.
Follow the law. It's Americans with Disability Act. Learn it.
Sergeant of Arms. Do we need to go there? All right, we're going to go on to the next one. On to 15.
I did not cast my vote.
Item 15.
I want to clarify. Did you understand that I did not cast my vote, Lisa?
It's on to item 15. Review of
I have a
council
point of
announcement.
order.
You do not have the floor.
I have a point of order.
Being disruptive.
Point of
I
order.
asked you to stop. No, you
Follow the
cannot talk.
parliamentary rules. I have a point of order.
All right, we're going to have to call a recess, please. And if you want Sergeant of Arms to come by, we need to conduct this meeting in an orderly
I
fashion.
have a point of order. I have a point of order.
What's his point of order?
I have a point of order.
What is your point of order?
That I have a right to ask questions about the budget, and you're not allowing me, and you're also deprive me of a reasonable accommodation. Your 1 minute is insufficient, and there is medical backing for that. So that is
the accommodation.
That's not what the medical experts have ruled, and you need to follow what the medical experts have ruled. And a medical cannot be disregarded.
Okay, I've heard enough. You've had your 1 minute.
I want to know what the rule is. How long?
Do I have a rule?
I gave him reasonable time. That was a roll call.
This guy says he had a point of order. The mayor heard his point of order. The mayor's not doing his
entertaining
point of
it.
order, and the mayor's moving on.
Okay.
Number 15, please.
So, all right, on to item 15.
Well, she asked the
One more
question.
word,
Have him
Sergeant of
ask the
Arms.
question.
Can you please, Sergeant of Arms? He's being disruptive. We need to continue on, please.
Number 15.
Do you want to move on, or do you need to be?
Let's move on, please. Let's move on.
No, if you need to stop talking.
You need to stop being
You need to be
discriminatory. Move on.
Disruptive.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Being discriminatory. Move on.
Yeah. Number 15, please.
Number 15, review of council allowance and council expense and reimbursement policy. City manager, who will present the staff report?
Finance Director Karen
Go
Ogawa.
ahead, Karen.
I assure you this is the last report.
This is the
I'll be
last one.
Speaking of tonight, this evening, this morning. Thank you very much. So at the May 19th council meeting, council requested to review the city council allowances as well as their expense and reimbursement policy. The city council amended the council expense and reimbursement policy on November 7th in 2023. That amendment, pursuant to the amendment, it adjusted the policy such that the allowance expense would be capped at the amount of the budget. So again, whatever the budget is, that's the maximum amount of allowance. And so since starting in 23-24 fiscal year, the allowance is set at $5,000. And again, that's based upon the budget adoption. And any unused allowance at the end of the fiscal year is then rolled over to the following year. Now, upon expiration of a city official's terms, the remaining balance will be reverted back to the general fund. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Council?
I have a question.
Councilman Wu. Okay,
On the 25, 26, and I have one item, it's so trophy center for $180 some. I don't know, September 29, 2025, what that is about. I don't even know I spent $182 for trophy center. So what is that? I think I have a suggestion in the future. Maybe you need to itemize. Okay, one time it should be what we spend that, so we can kind of remember what we did. Okay, so So because right now you say one time, I just don't know. I don't remember.
So with the accounting system, when it refers to one time, that's actually the purchasing card. That's how our accounting system translates it. Whenever you use a purchasing card, instead of the vendor name, it'll say one-time pay. So again, just to reiterate, when it says one-time pay under the vendor name, that is referring to our purchasing card, our credit card that was utilized. Yes.
Because just for the record, the council does not have any purchasing cards at all.
The staff will utilize their purchasing card to make purchases on behalf of the city council. Those charges then are expensed to your account, your allowance account.
But can that be in detail regarding, for example, some kind of expenditure and just put the vendor's name?
We can definitely customize that in the future, absolutely.
I think that would be better this way, so we can see, for example, I want to know what I spend, what I've been deduct from the city. A lot of things, for example, the trophy center, I'm pretty surprised. And I know I ordered the shirt a couple of years ago because I gained weight. Okay, and so I have to order, but this year I didn't because I shrink. So I wear 4 or 5 years ago city council T-shirt. Okay, I don't have to order a new one. So in that way, maybe you can put on the golf shirt, okay, or city shirt, something. So we can remember what they're for. Okay, because otherwise I have to try to remember what the heck is that. So trophy center, what I spent on $180 some, what is that?
I believe that was a how do you say, a city, the trophy. It's not really a trophy, but it was more of an engravement.
So when I ordered, I was a mayor last year, if I ordered the trophy for the recipient, for example, lifetime achievement for the 2 ladies.
Yes.
So that will become from my account.
That comes from your account. Yes, that is correct.
Next time I use paper.
Yes.
Okay. I'm kidding. I don't mind. They deserve it. They deserve the plaque.
They do.
They deserve it. So if you're the mayor, you order the plaque for the resident for the lifetime, you need to pay for it from your allowance.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay. Okay, clarify.
Mayor Pro Tem Cantos.
As a suggested column name, maybe just the word description. So it could be, let's say, Trophy Center purchase of award for whatever. You know,
exactly.
That way, just like the way it would be in an invoice, there'd be a description column. So that way, people can see exactly what it's for and why.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. We will do so.
I was thinking about, I'm sorry, okay, I haven't finished my question. Okay. For example, if I order the trophy for myself, for sure, that's my allowance. But if I order for the business, for the city, I don't mind to pay for it, but I just kind of wonder why, okay, that would become from the council allowance for the city, the city business, for the city to give away, okay, for their achievement.
As an elected official, we treat that as a direction from you or then the mayor to purchase such state items, and therefore it comes out of your allowance.
Oh, got it.
I'm sorry, we don't have any other funds.
So Ollie, be careful, you'll be the mayor next, so you don't order too many plaques.
Gotta go with Crystal Award, you know,
I want a crystal one.
You can always use reusable ones.
I'm done. Okay, I got it.
You had a question? Oh, did you have a question?
No, I was just kidding.
Okay. Councilwoman Diaz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, Karen, are you, this one-time payment is from a credit card, so you would not be able to tell us what it was for?
I can tell you the descriptions if you have the particular item.
Like, for example, with me, apparently I spent $700 back in 2023, and it was a one-time pay.
Yes, it was for the League of California Cities. It was for the 2023 annual conference that you attended.
Oh,
that's your registration fees.
Okay.
$700.
Wow.
It is a little bit more now. Yes.
Okay, and then and if my name is on here,
yes,
that means that I was reimbursed.
That's correct.
Okay, so I see this when we went to Taiwan. Okay, so then can you tell me on Councilman Gutierrez's list, 530 in 2025? 539 was a reimbursement.
Okay, I believe you're referring to the transaction in fiscal year 24-25. So $539.65 was for city council shirts.
Okay. And 316?
Again, in the same fiscal year 24-25, that was for dinner for the fire station number 4.
Okay. And 980?
Again, same year, 24-25, that was for the purchase of 10 plaques.
And does the city have a designated trophy company, or do we just use any of them?
Usually we use U.S. Trophy.
U.S. Trophy?
I believe that's what
So would that be Trophy Center?
Trophy Center.
Okay. So Lewis Engraving, is that something else?
They do the engraving portions, and then the Trophy Centers you actually purchase the products from.
Oh,
you can also purchase from both of them, but depending upon what products are available.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for me. Thank you. At least I know what that one-time pay is now.
Yeah.
I think it would be really beneficial if we had a little description area. You know exactly. And transparency, people will see what we spend on.
We will do so. Thank you very much.
So in regards to reimbursements, so you can purchase like a bunch of donuts to the fire station and get reimbursed for that. I just didn't know what kind of reimbursements we can.
So in the policy, it stipulates that if it's a city function or benefits of the city, then yes, and that does qualify for an eligible expense.
If it's a city function.
City function, city activity, yes. So broadly written in the policy.
So I can just, treat the staff out of my own budget and cover the costs, like if I wanted to get
city-related expenses
or anything, I can just do that?
It's very broad written, yes.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Let's see, do other councils have questions?
Move the motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, that's receive and file. All right.
Receive and file, yes.
We're good. So thank you. Now to city council reports. Any AB 123 conference and meetings? No?
I have a comment.
Report? Then we'll wait till the comment section, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Any city council request? I have a city council request because on our sidewalks we have a lot of uneven street wear and tripping hazards. I wanted to request to have a trip hazard solution. I attended a conference a while back, and I met one of the vendors, Precision Concrete Cutting, and I'd like for the city to look into having this, either this company or bid or whatever, to make sure that all sidewalks are leveled, graded, so that it prevents any tripping hazard, prevents any lawsuits that goes to the city, and I'd like to see this as a preventive method. Oh, we have, okay, come on. Sure, this is Public Works.
Mayor, Council.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's not good evening.
We currently are under contract with Precision Concrete. We've been using them for the last 4 years. We're going into the last amendment in the contract. So it's part of our safety inspections. They do a report of our trip hazards. They do mitigate sidewalks and trip hazards are 3/4 of an inch. So they grind those. They have a specialty grinder.
I saw those grinders. It's really great.
And then they provide us a list of other repairs that cannot be made, and those either we do them in-house or we give them to engineering. So it helps us in our, it helps us for liability. It's part of CJPIA, and we are currently using it.
Are we taking a city, sorry, it's super late, proactive approach in making sure that they're looking at each section of the city or are they just getting called when we get a report in?
The city is broken up into 6 sections. Okay. So, like I said, it's basically by year. And we're going into, this will be the 5th year of the program. So we haven't done the entire city yet, but we're pretty close to getting done if we stay with Precision Concrete after this last amendment. So we're 80% done, and it's done annually. And the repair, we have an annual budget and a contract in place that takes care of that. So they do the repairs and the inspections annually.
Okay, wonderful. Good to know then. But I mean, I would like for it to come to council.
I want to follow up what the mayor said. Maybe you can provide the information to the public work so you can look into it to compare. Okay, and because JPIA and to talk about
Precision Concrete Cutting.
That's who we're in contract with
They
now.
already have this.
Oh, we already have them.
We already
Yeah, we have them.
Oh.
Yeah, he's saying we're using
Whatever.
them. But maybe we can bring this up to council just to explain this and give us an update.
Maybe they can come to do a presentation.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, so I'd like to request a presentation on the
They can tell us.
concrete here.
And we can, I have another question because I see a lot of uneven.
Same thing.
You walk on the street.
Like I said, we get reports, so they don't fix all issues. They don't fix all issues. Like I said, there's a cost to each repair, and we have an annual budget for that, and it's 3/4 and below. Anything above that, like I said, they give us the report. We tackle as much as we can in-house, and then we put it into the whatever engineering project's being done at that time. Full transparency, not every issue is addressed, but we keep the list, and obviously we work towards fixing every issue.
I just wanted to make sure we have a proactive approach, not that, okay, it's reported, they're coming in to fix it, but if they can, survey the city per section to just make sure, okay, this area is good, this area, like I wanted to know if you guys are surveying.
They survey all sidewalks. We're broken up into 6 different districts, let's say zones, not districts, 6 different zones. They get on a Segway and they drive the whole area. So all sidewalk we have in each zone, they drive it all.
Okay, so I'd like to bring this for our upcoming council meeting as a presentation.
Yep. Thank you. Really quick, okay, because we talk about if they are survey and on the south side and the Frontier, and they dig all the in front of people's home with on the sidewalk is all uneven. Have they checking all those areas? There's a lot, almost all the home in front of there's the walkway.
To clarify, you're talking about the utility boxes, correct?
And yeah,
The
but
they
do underground, but they dig into our sidewalk, into the street. And you can see a lot of uneven. And it's been 4 years ago, and they still have a lot of places. I don't think it's even. Is that covered by this company?
The inspection, yes, but depending on the size of the repair, because they will report all that for us. If asphalt's left in place of a box, if the unevenness, if it's not under 3/4 of an inch, they don't fix it. They just give us the report on that. So they do report it, yes.
Okay, to invite them to have presentation, I have another question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll drill them when they come in.
Madam Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Well, since Mike is here.
Don't leave. Come back.
Sorry.
You're going to go to sleep.
Just for when you include in the report, I'm curious about 9 months ago, I reported to you on the breaks in the sidewalk between here and City Hall on the north side of West Covina Parkway, east of Sunset, all the way down that way. There were 3 or 4 really bad ones. I am myself almost tripped on those. I mean, please include that in this report because I've been waiting for that to be repaired, and I don't remember seeing a report that it was done yet. And other people, it's high traffic, so.
I believe that was just done in the street project. We just did a large section of West Covina Parkway. We did bus pads. The bus pads were in really bad shape, so that was not done by the maintenance department. That was actually done in the engineering project.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. I know my daughter tripped on one of those, but don't worry, we didn't sue.
Oli, I don't want you to sue.
We don't sue. All right. Okay, any other council requests?
Yes, one.
Okay, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to ask the city manager, what is the status of the medians and the contract and approval of the RFP and all that? Because still, I don't know if there are any improvements there. I haven't seen. And
you should have a mic.
Mike, you should just stay.
I come back.
For you to answer.
Get a marathon.
It's all your fail.
Oh, messy, messy.
Mike, when are we bringing back the RFP with the medians?
The plan is to bring back the staff report and the recommendation for the last median RFP on the second meeting of August. We've canceled the first meeting for National Night Out, so the plan is to bring it back to second meeting. We're in the process of interviewing the candidates now.
I want to add on, Mayor Pro Tem, it's not only the median, including the sidewalk, tree well, it's all look horrible.
This was bid in two different parts. So there's a weed abatement portion, which includes the sidewalks, and also extending the main arterials. We understand the council's concern on the weeds, and we're driving, seeing it, trying to be as proactive as we can, change seasons, all those things we hope we addressed in this scope.
If you go to see the Covina and the sidewalk, especially from Cherrywood, go to the Lock Allen, that is jungle, on the sidewalk. Correct. So would you please?
I was there this week. I saw it. That is not part of the current scope, but the new scope is we're trying to address those issues. So our staff did the meeting on Azusa and Stewart this week. I don't want to speak on Lark Ellen, but that was addressed this week also, or that was discussed and supposed to be addressed shortly.
Yeah, the Covina between the freeway ward and the residential in the back and less sidewalk, you can see never been cleaned for at least 6 months. So hopefully that can be addressed. It doesn't look good. And so same thing to Longalas. You see Longalas with the bridge. Welcome to West Covina. It looks filthy. So it's not welcome at all. So hopefully that can be clean up. So it's just, again, it's a contractor issue. Possible you have to find more than one contractor because we're such a big city. I know one contractor is doing a great job, but one are much smaller than us. We are about 16 and a half, and they are only like 4, or 5. So hopefully we can break in 4 or 5 so they can handle the job.
Understood.
Okay.
And relating to, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Relating to weeds, will there be scope of work with regard to weeds on the hillsides and so forth? Because I know that's not medians, but it is a weed issue, and we have to really work on abating that because of fire safety and such.
City manager.
Hillsides is not part of this contract. This is for our medians and then our sidewalks along the main arterials.
Okay.
It does not include hillsides.
Thank you.
I think it's Brightview.
Okay. Well, we can always request them to come and present and give updates. Any other council requests? Councilman?
Madam Mayor, was there some interest in the reimbursement policy not allowing the rollover? I thought I might have heard that. No? Stopping the rollover of the 5,000?
Well, we're already past that. Oh.
Did you make it?
I was talking about it. So what we want to do is we don't want to roll it over. We just want to start fresh, and we can have that money go into the general fund.
Use it or lose it. So on the council request, currently as it stands, it's if you do not use your council stipend, it carries over to the following year, and it just grows and grows and grows. So for some of the council who don't spend, you can continue to grow. And the history for that is before the stipend was only $1,000, which that was nothing if you attend these things. So that's why the rollover occurred. But now that the council stipend is $5,000. So you're saying
that's my request. It's up to you guys if you.
I'd like to have the flexibility.
Okay,
I don't want to abuse or anything, but I'd like to let it roll over just a little bit. Because let's say if I have like 500 or whatever, just to carry it over, because sometimes certain things are way more expensive and not used in every year. But
do you want to hit a cap? So I know I probably have 14,000 or something, but I have a lot because I don't really, I'm not a spender.
Maybe you could give some of yours.
Is that something to transfer, or should we cap it? Okay, after 10,000, that's it. Don't carry over, or
that sounds.
And it's just.
I'm fine with a cap, but then 5 is a little low because I might need a little. It just depends on the year.
Planning on vacation.
No.
Did you
I guess if he's going to conferences.
We can cap it at 10.
Okay.
We'll see what the council thinks. But
is there a motion to cap it at 10?
So so it's rollover cap
rollovers,
at 10, and any leftover will back to the general fund.
So I can give my 4,000 back
and
to
even
the
go to
general
cap 10.
fund.
You don't use it, you lose it.
Yeah,
you don't.
that's fine.
You cannot cash out.
right? No, you can't.
No cash out.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
But at least it gives a little flexibility. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate it.
Oh, so we have that request, and that moves forward.
Just for you, Ollie.
Oh, thank you, Tony.
No other denial. All right. Any other council requests? This is request. Oh, we don't need to vote. We have a consensus? Okay, nobody opposed. We're good. So requests, no other requests. Now on to city council comments. So yes, Councilman Gutierrez, you may go.
Yes. So I just wanted to, I know as a council member representing District 1, I know of the passing of former council member and mayor Lloyd Johnson, and a District 1 resident, Sherry Pavilion, provided me a little background she did with him, and I just wanted to read this for the record. It says, Lloyd Johnson grew up in East Los Angeles. After graduation, Lloyd joined the United States Marine Corps. He went to serve in the Vietnam. Lloyd was wounded and received the Purple Heart for his injuries. Moving to West Covina in 1970, Lloyd built a career in construction as a certified welder, and met his soon-to-be wife, Linda, who is a graduate of Edgewood High School in 1967, where she lived with her partners. Lloyd and Linda were married and have been married for over 49 years, living in West Covina. Lloyd and Linda have 2 children. One is his son, Jeff, and a daughter, Wendy. They now have 8 grandchildren. By the time his children were in Monte Vista Elementary, Lloyd started to attend city council meetings. He formed a rally and stopped the state from expanding the building for a probation department in West Covina. If he had not been successful, this building would have doubled in size and expanded the contract for an additional 25 years. He spoke out at city council meetings, and this facility was moved to another city. Lloyd and Linda were active in the PTA as well as the music program. One of the programs that Lloyd was involved in was at Monte Vista Elementary School. Read to the Children program. Lloyd stayed with the program after his children left elementary. After becoming the city's mayor, Lloyd read to the children at local schools all over West Covina. He continued the program far after his children left the school system. His son won a West Covina Unified School District contest in music to play any musical instrument of his choice. His instrument of choice was the baritone. When his children moved into Edgewood Middle School, he was very involved with the band boosters for his son and core boosters for his daughter. When his children moved on to West Covina High School, where they graduated, Lloyd was busy with the band boosters for his son in the school band. His son also was on the jazz band playing the guitar. Lloyd's daughter, as much as a good singer she was, accepted into the West Covina Core program. He was involved in the core boosters. This whole time, Lloyd did attend every West Covina council meeting and stayed involved in the community for over 30 years. Lloyd participated in the Los Angeles Olympic Torch Relay in 2004. The torch was run down Glendora Avenue in West Covina. The turnout was very large and lots of news media. He also participated in the City of West Covina's town program for the 2015 Special Olympics World Games. Lloyd never stopped donating his blood to the American Red Cross or any organization that would take his blood. He did this after he was a cancer survivor. He would go every month if he was able to, but he had to replenish his own supply first. One of the programs Lloyd was involved in was the biggest for the city of West Covina. Lloyd Johnson, with the assistance of Glenn Kennedy and George Orden, was the building of the Veterans Memorial in the city courtyard of the West Covina City Hall. This small committee worked and fundraised for 10 years to get the money and permission from the city's planning commission to approve the plans and raise the funds to complete this much-needed project. This was a labor of love for Lloyd, Glenn, and George. The fundraising was extensive. The city also put in very large amounts of money to make this project come to light. I guess I even forgot to look she puts, I guess I even forgot or took it for granted. But the Memorial Day just passed, and the City of West Covina's Veterans Memorial Celebration, we all reflected on the three people responsible for building this great veteran memorial at the courtyard of the West Covina City Hall. Lloyd Johnson and the committee were honored by the City of West Covina, City Council, and several elected representatives for his contribution to this project. Let's not forget about Lloyd's 1956 Chevrolet Classic car dedicated to our Vietnam veterans. Lloyd was a member of the Cal Rods, where he shows his car almost every weekend. It was a wonder to behold, a must-see car. Lloyd decided to run for a seat on the West Covina City Council. He won his seat in 2015 to 2020. Lloyd was the longest-serving mayor in the city of West Covina, a member of the West Covina City Council. And it says, and then it says Lloyd was an active member of the West Covina Veterans of Foreign Affairs, the Elks Club, and the Hearst Ranch Barn Boys, serving on all boards, and a lifetime member of the Disabled American Veteran. He was also a member of the Historical Society of West Covina. Since leaving the West Covina City Council, Lloyd had started involved, and it was dedicated to this community. I would like to ask my counsel to make a motion to put this statement into the record.
Madam Mayor, I move unanimous consent without objection.
No objection. Mayor?
Councilman Wu?
I know it's very late, but Lloyd Johnson is a dear friend of mine. And 2015, when I decided to run, and Lloyd approached me, and we run together in 2015. And then we both got elected. Okay, and then he has the first place, and I'm the second place. And the third place is Fred Tsai, at that time the current mayor. But we work hard together, we help each other. And Lloyd helped me a lot, okay, because I don't know anybody. I'm like, okay, and never run anything in my life. But Lloyd introduced me to a lot of people, a lot of residents that I have never ever have a chance to meet them. So basically, Lloyd is such a warm, caring, and I'm telling the truth while I've been very close with him. And not only that, in 2017, we went to China together, okay, and he told me, he said, Tony, this is the first time I'm going to overseas. I said, I don't think so. I think you went to Vietnam already. That's another country. He said, oh yeah, you're right. So we went to China in 2017 at Kunming. Kunming is during the Vietnam War. That was the headquarters, okay, and Communist China's and Vietnam Communists and fighting with U.S. soldier, and he was a fighter over there. So this is the story. And now, that time at Kunming back in 2017 in June, and he even have a friendship with a retired general in China that were serving the Vietnam War too. Can you believe it? The light go went to a circle that was fighting to each other, and now at the 2017, they become friends, sitting at the same table, have a dinner. So just to let you know, you don't have a forever enemy, you don't have a forever friend, but you never know when the enemy will become friend again. And that's why Lloyd is this. Okay, Lloyd is very warm to them. Never show any animosity, and we represent the city as a sister city, then to represent the West Covina. We are the only U.S. city over there get invited. Okay, and that's my first time in China too. Okay, and so with Lloyd, and in 2019 we got elected again. Okay, we got invited again to go to the Harbin, okay, snow and this and that, is called the Mayor Round Table, and in China, and almost close to Siberia, and we over there is so cold we can use the hot water become a mist, and we together, okay, take care of each other, and represent the city together, and he just such a nice guy. Okay, such a warm person, and I will miss him dearly. Okay, and we served together from 2015 and until 2020, and he always talked to me and all this. And I went to, I think, a couple of days ago, last week, I went to visit his wife, Linda, and show my condolence and also see she need any help. And she's such a optimistic and very nice, warm person. And she says she has a hard time to adjust. Lost her husband. I say I have a hard time to see he's gone because I was thinking about he would kick forever. Okay, because he's so energetic. I think he will be dearly missed, and he's such a figure of the city because he's all the places with that cowboy hat, with a purple heart. Nobody can miss him. And when he in China, everybody stopping will have a picture with him. Nobody want a picture with me because I look like them. So they don't think I'm American. Okay, they think go away. We want with cowboy. I just let you know he's so popular. Okay, like John Wayne. Okay, in China. So just let you know, I think he has a wonderful time. And I just want to share with the wife. I share on this forward all the picture we have in China all together. Okay, and to give Linda a peace of mind about how happy. Okay, and her husband, okay, and not only in China, but also in all the city event. And he always over there for the resident. So, he will be missed big time, okay, and, he'll be my home many, many times. And, I want to wish the family, especially Linda, see any help she need. Okay. And, I know the service I heard about will be Hertz Ranch. Okay, and pretty soon, I think it's July 6th or something, and based on Linda told me. So, of course, I will be there and to show my respect and also to remember my dear friend. Thank you so much.
So, actually, Lloyd Johnson is an amazing guy. He's a true American. I really wished he had won his reelection in District 1, but he's just been great. My daughter loved him. We love him dearly. And yes, in regards to his cowboy hat, everybody remembers him, his awesome car, the veterans, great impact that he has done. And we do miss him dearly. He has given so much to the city with the many, many things that he has provided and give, and we love him. City loved him, and he definitely loved West Covina. Great man. But thank you,
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Contos.
I'd like to join with others in expressing my gratitude for having known Lloyd, who I literally called cowboy. He is or was the kind of person who would do anything for anybody. He would pick up trash along wherever because he wanted the city clean. He would help anybody who needed him. The last thing that I heard from him was he was just checking on my mom to see if she had the compost she needed. Literally a few days before he passed. He's a friend to everybody, and he just was so kind. And the spirit that he embodied is just representative of the West Covina that we all could be if we were to follow his example by being collaborative and really striving hard to find commonality in people and to really build on that love and friendship and caring. If we all followed that, then we'd be all better off as individuals and as a city. I really miss Lloyd, and I know all of us do. And he's going to continue to be in our hearts because he is the kind of person whose effect will last literally for generations, because all of us who have known Lloyd, we're impacted by him and we're better because of him. And then we help other people by our being better. We help the world. And so therefore Lloyd's legacy continues. So I'm really grateful for Lloyd's name being brought up tonight, just for us to get to talk about him. And I talk about him in the present tense because he's always with us. So I really appreciate all of these sentiments. Lloyd is going to continue to be missed, and we just need to carry on his legacy. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other council comments? Seeing none, it's 1:40 a.m. Before 2 a.m., meeting adjourned.